He woke up on the edge of madness, trapped inside his own home. Ikoma was expelled from the hero party just because he awakened the thief class. He couldn't believe it. While his former teammates basked in glory, he was the only failure left behind. At that moment, a monster alert sounded. Ikoma thought he could win, but he was defeated with a single blow. However, when he used his class ability, he stole a legendary item, the Divine Pocket Watch, which grants the choice to go back 10 years in time. Of course, he accepted. Ikoma returned to his youth. Now, with a legendary class, he defeats monsters, clears dungeons, and evolves faster than every other student. The story opens with a terrified man asking what his companion just said. He wondered if it was some kind of joke. After all, they had started this team together and had finally reached S rank. So, the guy just couldn't understand why this was happening. Staring at him grimly, his companion said that it seemed he didn't understand, so he would say it again. With that, the man yelled, calling him Ikoma Ichinose. To his horror, they told him they wanted him out of the glorious sword team. 15 years before that event, portals began appearing all over the world. These portals acted as gateways to supernatural realms, which started expelling the monsters that lived there. Meanwhile, a portion of the population began to awaken game-like abilities and levels, allowing them to fight back. This group of people with awakened abilities were sent to combat the portals. They were called hunters. Someone was reading something in a completely different script. At the same time, he was accessing his awakened system. Hunters can select any character class they prefer, but some classes, like mages, are slow to cast attacks and difficult to control, so they have a high mortality rate. The boy was undecided about what to choose, so he decided to pick the rogue class, which has great agility, since his priority was to gain experience and get stronger. Ikoma saw something that surprised him. His plan worked. He soon gained a lot of experience points, becoming a high-level hunter known as the Swift Blade. The portals gradually brought more devastation to the world. A magnificent wing appeared. It was a monster that looked very much like a griffin. He began fighting on the front lines for the safety of his country and the world, and he genuinely believed it would stay that way. His leader said they wanted his teammate out of the group. Stunned, Ikoma asked why, but the guy was already out of patience and asked if he really didn't know, stating that the protagonist knew the real reason. The monsters were getting stronger and stronger, but none of his teammates' attacks were working. On top of that, he was terrible as support. The protagonist clenched his fist, trying to contain his anger. The man said that rogues were good for their speed, but that was a thing of the past. He claimed that no one chooses the rogue class anymore, since mages can deal more damage even at a low level. Furthermore, the guild had decided to remove him from the S-rank hunter list, so Ikoma wouldn't be killed in high-level portals. The protagonist tried to appeal, stating that he understood his flaws. Even so, he had risked his life to contribute to the team. The guy says that, besides, no one can distract and poison monsters like he can. They stared at each other for a moment. But the leader stated that at least he didn't seem discouraged, asking the protagonist to continue. Ikoma asked what he meant by that. His companion just gave a small smile. Walking past him, the man said that either way, he was off the team. With that, he walked away while the protagonist stood paralyzed. Ikoma remained motionless, not understanding what had just happened. A little later, in a place littered with empty bottles, trash and cigarettes were part of the mess. He was in tears, sitting on the floor holding a lighter in one of his hands. Looking to the side, he noticed something. He admitted that being a hunter meant everything to him. Even without being in the spotlight, he always thought his efforts would be valued. He let the ash fall from his cigarette, stating that this was his reward for all that sacrifice. He also remembered that he was never good enough. That's why he bought supplies with his own money and invested in equipment. Because of that, he didn't have a single cent left. He had lost his S-rank classification and now couldn't even enter high-level portals. The protagonist saw a notification on his phone saying that the glorious sword team had succeeded in their expedition in China. They had managed to clear the Taodi Palace, a portal everyone said was impossible to conquer. Everyone was celebrating, extremely happy about it. On the other hand, the protagonist was frozen watching this. He watched the chat talking about the event. Some people asked where Ikoma was, while others said he was kicked out for being dead weight. Seeing those comments, the guy got extremely angry and threw his phone against the wall. He questioned why he had become a rogue. He knew he'd have enough to survive if he sold all his equipment. However, it wasn't that simple. He remembered when he was with his team. He started screaming while crying, stating that he sacrificed everything for them. Falling to the floor, he realized he had nothing left. Suddenly, his phone emitted an alert. Seeing it, the protagonist was very surprised. It said an S-rank monster had appeared in the Morima Ward, Tokyo, asking everyone to evacuate to a safe location. This made the guy extremely nervous. After all, the glorious sword team was out of the country. There were no hunters in that area who could subdue a monster of that level. And he wasn't much different, since he couldn't do anything alone either. But the guy's eyes fell on his equipment. Still a bit apprehensive, he realized he could try something. A large monster, which seemed to be wearing armor, flew across the sky. The protagonist was fighting it, stating that luckily he hadn't sold his gear. This was Kronos, the space-time dragon, a being far more threatening than he had imagined. Ikoma assured himself that this, at least, would be a glorious end to his career as a hunter. Though a bit apprehensive, the guy declared that they should begin their final battle. With that, the dragon let out a great roar, causing several stone fragments to rise. Rushing towards it, the protagonist told himself he was a hunter. He had to buy time for people to evacuate and for other S-rank hunters to arrive, so he leaped to attack the monster. Kronos also charged towards its enemy, preparing to strike. Frightened, the protagonist noticed his opponent was incredibly fast. His dagger was shattered in half. He quickly tried to dodge the attack. With great difficulty, he succeeded. However, behind him, a massive explosion erupted. He stared in shock at all that power. The dragon let out another roar as it faced the helpless man. Ikoma realized mentally that he would die if he got any closer. So, he used the double-bladed scythe, Hydra, but it didn't do a single bit of damage to his opponent. Getting more and more nervous, the protagonist realized it was immune to poison. Surprisingly, Kronos launched another attack with its claws. Thanks to his speed, Ikoma managed to dodge, though with some difficulty. He admitted to himself that he couldn't win this way. After all, he would have died if he wasn't a rogue. Still, he was cornered with nowhere to run. This was his only chance. He took a rope with a blade-like tip and began to spin it. With that, he threw it at his enemy. This was a klepto claw, used to steal items from its target. He thought that maybe this monster had something useful, something that could give him a chance to counterattack. His eye gleamed as the large claws came towards him. The slash was so fast and powerful that it completely destroyed his equipment. Even wounded, the protagonist laughed, saying that it seemed this was it. Lying amidst the rubble and covered in blood, he wondered if this was his end. With his eyes rolling back in pain, he admitted he could barely see anything, and that, after a lifetime of saving so many others, this was how it would all end for him. He declared he would love a chance to start over. He noticed something in his hand and wondered what it was. He realized the klepto claw had managed to steal something. It had acquired an epic item, the divine pocket watch. It offered a unique opportunity to go back 10 years in time, with a single use. He was stunned by this, questioning if he could really go back 10 years. Still agonizing in pain, the protagonist asked again if it would really work. He noticed the dragon was coming to attack him again. Ikoma remained hopeless as he saw the blow coming, declaring that this was no time to think about it. Using his last bit of strength, he squeezed the watch while shouting that he wanted to go back to the past. The monster's huge paw was extremely close to his body. One of the claws finally pierced his chest, and he felt his consciousness fading. Suddenly, he heard loud noises and wondered what was happening. Opening his eyes, the protagonist realized he was on the floor next to his bed. In his hand was an alarm clock showing the year was 2030, a Friday, at 8:00 a.m. A bit flustered, Ikoma complained, asking if he was dreaming. With that, he opened his window curtain. The former S-rank hunter was surprised by what he saw before him. Looking at his phone, he realized it was the calendar from 10 years ago. He remembered the divine watch. So, he quickly opened his status window. Surprised, he saw that his class hadn't been set yet. Realizing that this meant he had truly gone back in time, the protagonist gave a slight smile, seeing that he could do things differently. With that in mind, he declared that he would become the strongest hunter of all time. A man was saying that everyone was reporting deaths there, warning that they should restrict service entry into the portals. The protagonist watched this video while brushing his teeth. Another man said that every year the monsters increase in number and strength, and sending in people without powers would only result in more casualties. Ikoma said the watch really did send him back 10 years. He mentioned that at some point people stopped debating this issue. After all, it became clear that everyone must learn to protect themselves. Knowing what happens in the future would be very useful. Besides him, no one knew which monsters gave the most experience points or where to get rare items. However, he preferred to choose a class first, and to do that, he needed to reach level 10. There weren't many portals for low-level, classless hunters, so the guild regulated all those that hadn't been cleared yet. He was in a goblin den, an F-rank portal, stating he could reach level 6 after killing the last monster. A guy was killing some of the goblins next to him. The man laughed, saying he arrived just in time, and asked if the protagonist was okay. But mentally, Ikoma wondered who this guy was. He said the kid couldn't clear this portal alone, explaining that goblins are weak but can be dangerous when they team up. With a smile, he said his name was Kenji, a level 16 hunter with a great sword, who makes sure rookies don't get killed. He said people call him the tutorial guy, while mentally, Ikoma thought the guy must have nothing better to do. The man explained that hunters don't have an official retirement age, so he thought this would be a great source of income, but the boy was extremely disheartened. wondering how he got into this situation. He shouted in celebration that he had finally reached level 10. The system notified him that his level had increased and he had received 2 skill points. The man started slapping the protagonist on the back, saying he finally hit level 10, while the boy thanked him. He stated that if Ikoma kept this up, he could become famous, while the boy thought to himself that he could reach S rank. The guy said he could now select his class and could count on his help if needed. The protagonist thought for a moment. Each class comes with a unique set of skills, which can be acquired by spending skill points. The old man suggested swordsman, so the kid could attack enemies just like him. But since he was agile, rogue would also be a good fit. However, he was curious to see that the boy hadn't chosen a class yet. Kenji asked if he didn't know how to use skill points. He questioned if no one had told the kid to start with the mandatory skills, light steps, and fortitude. These 2 skills are responsible for increasing a person's physical attributes. They are considered mandatory for beginners because most hunters have no means of defense initially. But since his goal is to be the strongest hunter of all time, he can't waste his skill points on such things. So he would only need 1. As he made his choice, Kenji tried to stop him, telling the boy not to pick that one. The guy started saying that damage-resistant skills are useless. On top of that, he would never find any use for fall damage resistance. The system notified him that he had acquired fall damage resistance. The old man asked if he was afraid of heights, and told the boy to be more careful when choosing his next skills. Leaving the guy even more stunned, the protagonist used another 10 skill points to get his resistance to level 2. Driving him crazy, Ikoma evolved it to level 3, using another 15 points. Lamenting, he said he couldn't believe the kid wasted all his points on fall damage resistance. He said the boy now had only 2 options, be a swordsman or a civilian, but the protagonist assured him there was another. This left the man completely surprised. Ikoma chose the Gravity Master class. This is a hidden class that only appears when you spend all the points earned in the first 10 levels on fall resistance. For a long time, no one knew about it because of its activation requirement, but even after its discovery, not many chose it. Besides, there are many challenges in manipulating gravity, but he had also been an S-rank hunter. That's why he knows this is the best class there is. The old man shouted, telling him to stop. After all, this would turn the boy into a mage. He stated that he could still cancel and choose to be a swordsman, but Ikoma assured him this is what he wanted. With that, it was notified that he had acquired a new class, along with gravitational abilities like manipulation and magic. Seeing that he had succeeded, the protagonist started to celebrate. He shouted that he was finally a mage. This time, he would become a powerful S rank and would never have to go through that humiliation again. Kenji remained a bit nervous as he looked at the rookie. He called out to the boy, stating that he didn't seem to understand that the mage class wasn't all that great. The old man explained that mages are more vulnerable and their mortality rate is much higher than other classes. He added that maybe the kid should reconsider being a hunter at all. Seeing this, Ikoma mentally noted that he expected as much, since people tend to think other classes are better. Startled, the guy started yelling, asking what was happening. A Red Hood goblin at level 17 had appeared unexpectedly. Scared, he admitted he couldn't believe a high-level monster had spawned there. It started chasing after one of the female hunters, while Kenji tried to help her escape. But mentally, he admitted he didn't have the skill to face stronger monsters, which is why he never leaves this place. But the rest of the hunters here are only level 10 or below. No one else can stop that monster. Extremely nervous, he remembered the protagonist. He ran with his sword in hand, saying he would deal with that goblin. Even Ikoma was surprised to see a Red Hood there. Mentally, he thought that Kenji should be able to handle that monster at his current level. However, the man was just defending while the goblin attacked relentlessly. The protagonist noticed that apparently he had no experience fighting monsters stronger than himself. The old man started shouting, asking if there was any hunter level 15 or higher to help. They asked if Kenji wasn't level 16, but he said he couldn't face something above his own level. The protagonist admitted he shouldn't offer to help. After all, the monster was too strong for him to handle. He also noticed he couldn't even see its movements and would die instantly if hit, making matters worse. Besides not knowing his abilities well, the Gravity Master has low stats, but he remembered when the guy helped him and worried if he was okay. It made him realize it would be awful to let someone like Kenji die. So, he grabbed his sword, stating he always liked to challenge. He said he would see if he could overcome his class's weakness. Frightened, the man warned that his level was too low, not to mention that mages are weak against melee attacks, and a monster of that level could easily kill him in the blink of an eye. Ignoring all this, the protagonist called out to the Red Hood. The monster, still in a frenzy, looked at him, as the boy said he would use it to test his abilities as a gravity master. He said he believed this was the best class, which is why he was risking his second chance, but he couldn't run from something so weak. As he charged forward, he said that otherwise, there was no point in choosing this class. The man told the kid to run, just as the monster drew its sword and went after the rookie. The worst part about being a mage is their terrible physical attributes, always needing to rely on hunters of other classes. But he was different. As a gravity master, he can temporarily boost his attributes through manipulation. So, he used manipulation to cut gravity in half. With this, he was able to quickly dodge his opponent's attack. Even Kenji was surprised and asked how he got so fast. Mentally, Ikoma explained that this skill increases the caster's movement speed by having gravity. However, he can only make linear movements, but that's fine if he can predict the enemy's moves. The monster attacked him again, but the guy managed to dodge once more. He stated that he had fought against thousands of monsters at once, using nothing but his speed as a rogue. The Red Hood felt the consequences after taking a hit. The old man kept asking how a low-level mage could deliver such fast blows. With an understanding of mana management and the class itself, many gravity masters were able to match their physical attributes. The protagonist said that low-level monsters follow simple patterns, so it's easy to fight them. You just need to increase your speed. The old man asked Ikoma how that was possible. Surprising him, the kid shouted for the man. He asked him to finish the goblin. With that, Kenji ran with his sword in hand. The boy continued to stare at the monster, while it looked at the old man charging with his sword to strike it. With a smile, Ikoma asked the creature how it dared to turn its back on him. So, the protagonist used gravity magic, freezing it in place. The goblin was completely paralyzed as it heard something. Above it was the old man, preparing to deliver the final blow. With that, he struck, causing the protagonist to level up twice. Seeing the goblin's corpse, Ikoma realized it had actually worked. With a sense of relief, he said this fight was proof that he could become the most powerful hunter of all time. The people around noticed that this hunter was new, yet he had defeated the Red Hood with great ease. Mentally, Kenji realized that Ikoma had managed to surpass the monster's speed, even as a low-level hunter. Watching the boy, he was incredulous that the kid didn't even realize what he had just done. Still a bit nervous, he said the rookie had above-average talent. He wondered who Ikoma really was. Suddenly, the protagonist felt a sharp pain. He leaned against a rock, catching his breath. He noticed he had used all his mana. He also realized he would have to work a bit more on developing his ability to use skills. On the other hand, the old man was apparently happy to see he was alive. The man approached him and thanked him for his help, asking if he wanted a piggyback ride. Ikoma said that was pretty embarrassing, but he would have to accept. There were many people inside the portal, but only the protagonist, who had become a hunter just a few days ago, offered to help. Mentally, the man continued to thank him, stating that he had helped him find the necessary courage. He had let fear control him, which is why he only hunted monsters below his level. But now it was time to stop being the tutorial guy. Thus, he decided to walk like a winner. Meanwhile, Kenji said it was an honor to witness the birth of this hero. He thanked the protagonist once more. That portal proved what he could do as a gravity master. Now his goal was to level up. However, fighting alone would be inefficient, not to mention the risks involved. He needed someone he could count on. An attendant said she had never heard of a gravity-related class. She asked if the boy could really be a hunter with such low stats. But Ikoma changed the subject and asked if anyone was looking for party members. The woman said yes, and informed him that there was one that accepted anyone, regardless of class or level. The boy asked if she could introduce him to this person. A little nervous, she said his class was mage, and he also had very low attributes, which could get him rejected. He said that many rare classes are very difficult to handle, so he already expected people would have a hard time accepting him. The protagonist asked her for their contact information so he could try to solve this problem. A guy showed up saying the boy was causing a lot of trouble for the attendant, telling him to just give up and leave. Ikoma asked who he was. The guy said the kid was pretty funny, claiming he should know him. He introduced himself as Kakeru from the Thunder Knights team, stating that all hunters know them. The protagonist noted they probably only had melee classes. The guy said yes, after all, mages are useless. He said they are a bunch of cowards who can't even get close to a monster. That's why those people don't deserve to be hunters. So, Kakeru said the boy should have done his research before choosing a class. On top of that, the kid's stats were terrible, saying he felt offended seeing him give rare classes a bad name. Ikoma questioned if that meant he also had a rare class. Kakeru confirmed it and asked if the protagonist wanted to see what he could do. Pointing his sword at the boy, the guy told him to witness his power. Raising it, he used Lightning Summon. After that, he said this was the best character class, as it has incredible attributes and skills. The people around were surprised, saying they didn't know such classes existed. The guy looked proud as he saw this. The attendant said that using skills there was prohibited, but Kakeru assured her he needed to do it so the kid would understand. With a mocking look, he said it was none of his business, but stated it was very arrogant for the protagonist to want to join a team. While the guy was bragging, the protagonist was interested in the fact that he was a Thunder Knight. This class can deal a good amount of damage, but its movements are simple and unsuitable for complex battles. Thus, he would soon be in big trouble when facing monsters that are fast or immune to electrical attacks. Meanwhile, several people were saying that mage classes are useless, and that all the commotion was because the boy wanted to join a team. On the other hand, other people were admiring and envying Kakeru for his Thunder Knight class. Ikoma said that portals were a relatively new phenomenon at that time, so this wasn't very surprising. He stated that he had almost forgotten how mages used to be treated. People always thought that attribute points and extraordinary skills were everything, so maybe he would have to fight alone. The attendant called out to Kakeru, stating he didn't need to say things like that. The protagonist thanked her, saying he shouldn't have asked, and informed her he would be alone for now. The guy said maybe he should reconsider the whole idea of being a hunter, assuring him he didn't want to find his corpse lying around. As he left, Ikoma thanked him for the advice. Kakeru continued to watch him as he walked away. In the Hunter Guild's archive room, Ikoma read a book and said it would take a long time to earn people's trust, so he couldn't join temporary teams for now. Therefore, he needed to team up with someone he could count on long term, or someone with a class he had good synergy with. But before doing that, he would have to level up and achieve something noteworthy. He had a relatively easy time defeating the Red Hood and discovered what a gravity user could do. He wondered if he should challenge himself in a portal with higher level monsters. He looked for the ideal one, noting that the level 25 Temple of Statues seemed like a great choice. Controlled portals are managed by the Hunter Guild, and are kept open for hunters to gain experience. The strongest monster in that portal is the Stone Knight, making that place perfect for low-level hunters to earn money. And when he manages to hunt the monster there, some teams might consider accepting him. People can enter these portals even if their level is lower, and he can gain experience by hunting monsters near the entrance. Closing the book, Ikoma affirmed that he could do this. So he said he would level up in the Temple of Statues and start looking for some team members. Inside a dungeon, a person was running down some stairs. Injured, he declared that this was ridiculous, that it made no sense at all. Suddenly he tripped over something. The boy fell to the ground, screaming as he looked terrified at something. With that, a huge impact occurred. A stone monster stood there, covered in blood. The attendant was shocked, noticing he was only level 12 and yet wanted to go to the Temple of Statues alone. But the protagonist said there was nothing in the regulations preventing him. Still nervous, she said she understood, but she insisted he was trying to get himself killed. After all, the recommended level for that portal was 25. The woman added that, on top of that, many unexpected things can happen inside a dungeon. As Ikoma walked away, the protagonist stated he would just take a quick look, saying he wouldn't stay there for long. In front of the portal, he told himself he needed to take some risks to get stronger. After all, he constantly fought monsters with higher levels. Otherwise, he would never gain enough experience to level up. However, this shouldn't be taking so long, as he could gain several levels at once by killing a monster here. He walked past some statues. One of them had a crystal on its forehead. It took advantage of the boy's opening and tried to attack him from behind, but he managed to dodge, saying he saw it coming. Ikoma opened his status window, noting that it must be a level 20 monster. Looking directly at the stone being, the protagonist declared he should be able to handle it, so he continued to dodge his enemy's attacks. To his surprise, he realized he had been cornered. The stone monster kept advancing toward him. With that, he used his gravity reduction. He was able to get out of that spot and even land a blow on his adversary. However, it hadn't suffered a single scratch, but the protagonist assured himself that this thing couldn't kill him. Besides, he could see all its weak points. At that moment, he began to land a series of attacks against the statue. Seeing that he had caused a reasonable amount of damage, he admitted it would be difficult, but he declared he had expected high defense stats. The monster came at him again. Even though it might take a while to defeat it, he still wanted to test something. So, he used gravity reduction again, and he managed to dodge his enemy's attack. Then, he increased the gravity while pointing his sword at the statue. With a single blow, Ikoma managed to pierce the monster's chest. A red glow began to emanate from within the crack. With that, it was split in half. He explained that he made himself lighter to increase his speed. Then, he accelerated himself with gravity toward the point of impact to increase the damage. This combination made his strike much more powerful. Just as he expected, he gained several levels at once, claiming it was best to use them immediately. As he opened his status window, he said he already had something in mind. Still thoughtful, he said he could only upgrade one skill with the points he had, so he decided to go with gravity manipulation. So, he confirmed it in the system. This caused his manipulation to evolve to level 2, allowing him to manipulate the gravity acting on his own body. He was satisfied with this result. He realized that now he could control the direction and force of gravity. He figured he might find a good use for this. But anyway, the real reason he came here was for the demon stones. This is the core of the monsters, which would serve as proof that he killed a stone knight. Even though he got what he came for, he still had plenty of mana left. So, he looked back, searching for more enemies. Seeing there were several others, he decided to hunt a few more to test his new ability. Suddenly, someone summoned a lightning bolt and destroyed one of the statues. The Thunder Knights group was hunting in the same portal. One of Kakeru's companions said he was impressive, having defeated one of the monsters with a single blow. The girl said that stone knights seemed to have resistance to electricity, but his skill was superior. The guy said it was too easy, and asked if all controlled portals were like this. Laughing, he said it was taking longer to level up now, suggesting they should go to a portal with stronger monsters. He stepped on one of the smoldering stones. For some reason, the man did this without saying anything. His companion asked if he didn't think he was too harsh on the kid from the guild, but Kakeru assured her that someone needed to teach those people where they belong. The guy said he really did him a favor since the kid could have died. Even though he was a bit harsh, it was to make him aware. After all, someone had to say it. His colleague said he didn't seem to have that intention. Suddenly, they heard a very loud noise coming from another room. Drawing his sword, Kakeru asked if it was the same monster. His friend said that this space was taller than the last one, but the guy said it didn't matter. After all, some monsters are just a bit bigger than others and nothing more. However, a giant stone warrior appeared. Both of his colleagues were scared, asking what that was. Excited, the guy said it was finally getting interesting, since that was a level 30 statue. It was higher than the other monsters that came before. His friend, frightened, stated they couldn't fight a level 30 monstrosity. Indifferently, Kakeru said he had been thinking about something lately. He claimed that monsters at his level weren't fun because they were too easy. Since the Thunder Knights are much stronger than other hunters, he wanted to try going against that stone knight. The monster raises its weapon to strike. The impact causes the ground to crack. His companion asks if he's sure about this, but Kakeru says there are 3 of them. Grabbing his sword, he says this one is big and high level. But stone knights are nothing more than moving statues. That's why they're slow and dull. Just then, the monster launches an attack at him. He dodges with visible difficulty. A bit worried now, the guy figures it might be a little faster because of its level. Leaping toward his enemy, he says he can still expose the statue's weakness after attacking it. With that, he strikes the monster with his lightning sword. Getting nervous, he says it seems things just got a bit more complicated. After all, its defense is higher too. The Stone Knight quickly readies its great sword again. Swiftly, it unleashes a powerful strike. Activating his Thunder Knight power, Kakeru believes he can block the attack and get out of its reach. Suddenly, the statue moves incredibly fast. With that, the guy is hit. His chest slashed open. Lying on the ground, he wonders how it can be so powerful. Terrified, he says there are only a few items with higher levels than his, but this thing is apparently on another level. His companion calls out to him. Scared, the man tells everyone not to underestimate the enemy's strength. But before he could finish his sentence, the statue was already moving toward the girl. With great difficulty, she manages to block the blow with her sword. Her other companion shouts for Karen as she's thrown aside. However, he is also struck in the stomach. The blow is so strong that he even spits up blood. Seeing both his companions down on the ground, Kakeru grows even more frightened. Panicked, he complains about what's happening. Staring at the huge monster, the guy wonders if it was always this intimidating. Summoning his power, he declares that he's special anyway. With that, he unleashes a massive lightning attack against the knight. He claims to have poured all his power into that lightning bolt, sure that nothing could withstand such a massive blow. But the monster catches the lightning-covered sword with its bare hand. Kakeru is completely stunned by this. He remembers his companions saying they had lightning resistance. Causing him to lose almost all hope, the statue simply shatters the sword in its hand, powerless. He can only watch as his sword is broken in half. Desperate, he immediately leaps back. Terrified and frantic, the guy starts crying uncontrollably. However, the monster keeps advancing toward him. He's in disbelief as he watches the statue get closer and closer. The creature raises its sword while Kakeru insists this can't be happening. He declares he doesn't want to die like this. Before him, on the ground, lay his broken sword. The Stone Knight stood still, looking down at him like he was an insect. Trembling with fear, the man begins to beg for his life. Bowing before it, he pleads not to be killed. He screams for someone to save him. Suddenly, a leg shrouded in purple magic appears. The monster raises its large stone blade. Meanwhile, the protagonist uses gravitational reduction. With this, the statue is paralyzed for a moment. It notices this and looks around, searching for the source of the attack. The monster spots a purple light coming from its ribcage. Landing a short distance away is Ikoma. He assumes he knew that wouldn't work. Surprised, Kakeru asks if he's the guild newbie who chose the mage class, but the boy doesn't answer. Annoyed, the guy demands to know what he's doing, claiming there's no way he can defeat that monster. The protagonist had already reached level 16 and assumes that Hunter is right, and he's certain this won't be easy, since it's a level 30 stone knight. The creature probably reached this level by consuming weaker hunters and monsters, becoming an irregular specimen. Even so, he has to admit the monster is huge. He declares he just wanted to take a light stroll around here, looking for a monster to kill before leaving. However, he never imagined he'd find something this big. Still on the ground, the guy tells him to stop admiring the knight and just run, stating that it defeated them before they could even attack, with both his companions thrown to the ground. Ignoring him, the protagonist activates gravitational reduction. The monster, like him, also prepares to launch a major attack. However, he manages to dodge thanks to his speed. Quickly, the statue changes its movement and tries to hit him another way. As he touches the ground again, Ikoma immediately jumps. By doing so, he gets above the monster while dodging the blow, and strikes the knight's head with his sword. Still on the ground, Kakeru mentally admits he can't believe it. After all, how could a low-level rookie mage do that? Fighting on almost equal footing with a monster like that. In his head, the protagonist realizes the monster isn't that fast, despite its high level, so he can easily outmaneuver it. But his biggest problem is that he doesn't have any skills powerful enough to defeat it. The Stone Knight is a monster with high defense, so his attacks would hardly work against it, not to mention the huge level difference. Besides, he'll soon run out of mana if he keeps using manipulation, so he doesn't have much time. Suddenly, the statue prepares to strike again. As he dodges, Ikoma admits this is a bit reckless, but either way, he has to try. The monster swung its sword as he dodged. Kakeru says he knew it was a long shot, but he hoped the guy could handle it. However, his attack didn't work either. His gravity reduction ability consumes a lot of mana, but he can't fight powerful monsters without it. He realizes he can't drag this out any longer, so he decides to end the fight at once. Another huge slash comes his way. The boy dodges again. He uses his ability to leap a second time. The protagonist spins in the air to gain more force. Suddenly, he uses his body's gravity to pin the enemy's sword to the ground. The monster tries to hit him with a punch. Ikoma jumps again, escaping another blow. He lands on his opponent's head. Surprised, Kakeru asks how he can move like that, and if it's because of his class. The protagonist jumps on the monster's head once more. He mentally admits he'd rather save his level 2 manipulation skill, but he's out of options. So, he activates reverse gravity. With that, the boy is upside down, his feet planted on the ceiling. He notes that he can apparently use this skill on himself, while his enemy searches for him, and he ends up surprised, thinking that this is quite interesting. The protagonist prepares himself, declaring that he should be able to deal the necessary damage from that height. Determined to handle it, he uses gravity increase. Preparing his sword, Ikoma says that it will increase his weight. Combining that with the acceleration of the fall, he'll deal more damage. He shouts that it's too late, and the monster can't stop him. Piercing through it, the protagonist uses Meteor Fall to end the battle. The giant monster is split in half and begins to dissolve. As the fragments of its body fall, he's notified that he has been granted 524 experience points. He leveled up from 16 to 23, gaining another 14 skill points. Pleased, he sees that his plan worked. After all, he killed a monster whose level was almost twice his, which is why he gained so many levels at once. After his victory, Ikoma celebrates. He drops to his knees after increasing his fall damage resistance to level 3. Mentally, he admits the impact of the fall was severe, but he's happy to have gotten the resistance in advance. On the other hand, Kakeru was amazed, thinking it was incredible. After all, his lightning didn't work on that monster thanks to its resistance, but a mage still managed to defeat it. Awkwardly, he asks why the protagonist helped him, since he treated him so badly at the guild, but the guy quickly panics, suspecting Ikoma might be there for revenge. Making him even more nervous, the boy calls out to him. He asks if Kakeru can get up on his own and if he's okay. The kid is surprised by this unexpected reaction. He starts to laugh, seeing it wasn't what he imagined. Extending his hand in return, the guy thanks him for saving him. Sometime later, at the Hunters Guild, the receptionist was terrified, asking what he was talking about, asking if a level 30 Stone Knight really appeared. Getting even more stunned, she asks if the protagonist actually defeated it. He just confirms, without giving many details. She claims it's impossible, since he had just started and was all alone. Taking out the monster's demon stone, he asks if that's proof enough. The receptionist says a core of that size can only come from a level 30 or higher monster, and even though it's hard to believe, she'll register it. She asks if the boy wants to exchange the stone for money, calculating it should be worth about 200,000 yen, but the protagonist says not for now. After all, he needs it to prove his skills. Suddenly, someone calls out to him. It was Kakeru, who says he was looking for him, wanting to thank him one more time. He also says he has a great offer. Opening his arms, the guy asks if he'd like to join the Thunder Knights. All the hunters around are surprised that the Rising team is inviting someone. Seeing the core in his hand, people start saying Ikoma must be incredible. With a smile, the guy says this is his lucky day, assuring him that he rarely finds himself receiving any kind of favor. The protagonist feels a bit awkward, while the kid tells him not to be shy. But Ikoma says that, unfortunately, he'll have to refuse the offer. Kakeru is surprised by this, asking why he refused. In disbelief, he asks if the boy wasn't looking for a team. The protagonist says yes, but informs him that he's changed his mind. With that, he turns his back and starts to walk away, leaving the guy in shock. Mentally, Ikoma assumes that if he can keep leveling up like this, he's sure to achieve what he wants. Soon, a portal called the Theater of Maniacal Dreams will appear, and inside it is a unique and incredible item. Therefore, thanks to the memories of his past life, he will be the first to clear the gate. Someone places some stones on the table, saying they'd like to exchange them for money. The people around get nervous. The receptionist asks how he manages to kill so many monsters every time, stating that she thought he worked alone. The protagonist ignores her and says he has one more thing. He requests a promotion to D rank. An F rank hunter is promoted to E rank upon choosing a class, and only D rank hunters or higher go to portal disasters. The receptionist informs him that he can only request the promotion when he reaches level 25. Showing his status window, Ikoma says that in that case, there's no problem, as he's already level 26. The woman is extremely stunned by this. After all, he's a mage who works alone and has already reached such a level. She asks how someone could gain so many levels in such a short time, declaring it's suspicious. The receptionist asks if gravity masters are that strong. After some time, Ikoma says he's finally been promoted. Now he has something beyond an incredible class, along with his 10 years of knowledge and experience as an S-rank hunter. Leveling up too fast might attract unwanted attention, but he needs to hurry to make it in time. Many portals become available when a hunter is promoted to D rank, also making it easier to join teams. Most importantly, it will allow him to enter the portal where that great unique weapon will appear. The hunter who got that weapon in his past life became a serial killer, probably from obtaining such strong power all at once, but this time, he won't let it fall into his hands, and for that, he needs someone to help him clear the portal. He starts looking around, stating that a large team isn't necessary, as it could be problematic at a certain level. Having at least one more person will do, since he prefers to be prudent for now. But for that, he needs to find someone who can complement his gravity stability. He wonders which skills would be suitable for the portal he's about to face, and the best fit is to find someone who works alone but isn't against teamwork. The protagonist gets pensive for a moment, complaining that he's being too demanding. To find someone in time, he needs to search all the guilds in the region. After some time, he assumes he spent half his day visiting guilds. This was already his fourth one. As he enters through the door, he says maybe he should give up on a few things. Suddenly, he sees someone calling their companion useless. A girl, nearly crying, apologizes, but her colleague says an apology won't change anything. Ikoma wonders what they're arguing about. The girl points at Satsuki, stating that she's fired. The girl tries to plead, assuring she'll try harder. But annoyed, the leader says her skills are terrible, with long cooldowns, calling her techniques useless. She says that, in fact, Satsuki should pay them for having carried that dead weight for so long. The girl is at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the protagonist was watching everything. He recalls being kicked out of this group, but tells himself there's nothing he can do for her. He can't have a partner just out of sympathy. His life depends on it. His ex-leader starts mocking Satsuki, saying it's a shame she chose the useless class. She claims it's miserable and useless, just like her. Moreover, she says she knew what would happen the moment she heard the girl was a sorceress. For some reason, this makes the protagonist extremely interested, even as the others tell her to give up being a hunter. Sorcery and gravity complement each other. She can deal a lot of damage to the theater portal's boss, so he's a bit undecided on whether to recruit her. However, the girl asks what he's looking at. The protagonist introduces himself, stating he's a D-rank hunter looking for a team to join. She immediately gets interested upon seeing his D-rank hunter license. The girl tries to seduce him, informing him that a spot just opened up in her group and asks if he'd like to fill it. However, he excitedly calls out to Satsuki, asking if she wants wants to join his group. The girl doesn't quite understand what's happening. Meanwhile, her ex-colleague is extremely confused. Mentally, Ikoma notes he can't lose this opportunity, as she's a sorceress, or rather the person he was looking for. But the other woman again tells him not to waste time on that girl, and asks the protagonist to join her group. A bit sheepishly, Satsuki thanks him for the offer, but says he's a D-rank hunter, and she's not even level 20. Grabbing her hand, he assures her it won't take long for her to level up, declaring he needs her help. She says her class is useless and she doesn't want to drag him down. Still, Ikoma repeats that he can help her. The girl says she has no confidence in herself, suggesting it might be better if she really quit, but he says he won't ask for much, pleading for a chance. He assures her he can help her gain the confidence she needs. Bowing, Satsuki says that if he really wants her, she'd love to be part of his group. However, her ex-colleague says she can't believe he chose a useless person for his group, claiming he'll regret it. The boy thanks her for the advice, but says there's something more. As he passes by her, the protagonist states that he knows more about classes than anyone else. Right behind him was his new partner. A sorceress can cover a gravity master's weak points, and the best part is that this class can do incredible things in the theater, and that's already as good as his own weapons. After some time, they were elsewhere. The protagonist thanks her for coming with him. The girl says that sorceresses aren't that useful, but the protagonist says he's also from a mage class, stating that she might feel useless now, but that will change in a few years. Now, she asks if he really thinks so, which Ikoma confirms. It'll be better, right? For now, they need to talk about a portal. Determined, the girl assures him that he is right. But, making her nervous, he explains that it's not a controlled portal. Ikoma says they will enter a portal that hasn't appeared yet, with a recommended level of 30 or higher. Scared, the girl says the recommended level is too high, and on top of that, it's an undiscovered portal. Undiscovered portals are those that haven't been around long enough for anyone to analyze. Extremely nervous, she says she's still level 17, and her class is terrible. But the protagonist tells her not to worry, guaranteeing that nothing will happen to her, as he'll fight alone. In his past life, he read all available records on portals. That's how he managed to devise a strategy to clear the theater. He declares that the two of them can easily clear the portal. He states that the girl just needs to trust him. He feels bad for dragging someone into this, but he must protect that weapon, no matter what happens. Satsuki asks how the protagonist knows about a portal that hasn't even appeared yet. Ikoma says he can't tell her all the details, but in short, it's all thanks to a rare item. She says she doesn't believe it. After all, there's no way an item could predict a portal that far in advance. Startling her, everyone's phones begin to sound an alert. Nervously, she grabs her device to see what it's about. The protagonist does the same. Everyone starts talking about the portal alert, especially since it's near a neighborhood in Sikyo. Satsuki asks if this was the portal he was talking about, but the protagonist just says they start the next day. He explains that probably no one will be able to clear the portal in a week, but after killing the boss, you get a reward. After some time, they were already looking for the portal while the girl asks if Ikoma is sure. They notice that the Ministry of Portal Eradication had already set up at the location. Suddenly, a woman runs up to them, asking if they are hunters. She asks them to report any information they find about the portal, be it its layout or the skills the monsters use. However, they must prioritize their safety, as there have been many deaths in undiscovered portals. They say the ministry can count on their work. Satsuki asks why he didn't tell them they were going to kill the boss, but Ikoma explains she would have stopped them. Once inside the portal, he warns that this one is different from the others, and asks if the girl is still anxious. The girl says yes, then starts to stutter. The protagonist apologizes for asking such a difficult favor, but he assures her he'll fight all the monsters alone, and if he can't handle it, they'll both leave immediately. Afraid of being abandoned again, Satsuki starts to say she'll do her best. She says the protagonist can even use her as bait, but Ikoma says that won't be necessary, telling her just to cast her spells. The girl says she barely knows any useful skills. He asks if she can use something called mana drain. This ability drains mana from a target, making it useful in long battles against more powerful monsters. Since it also allows you to give that mana to a party member, it's the perfect skill to support gravity users. With this, the protagonist won't have to worry about his mana while facing monsters that can be drained. The girl says that skill is too slow and not very mana efficient, and that it's better to use one that hurts enemies. Mentally, Ikoma thinks that might be true if one of them specialized in it, while saying he'll fight at his maximum, and that should give her all the time she needs. Fighting against him was a large clown bear. While dodging the blows, he shouts for his companion to use the skill. She summons a ball of shadow. She launches the large spell at the bear. With that, the bear screams as it's hit by the ability. The protagonist notices that the monster has let its guard down, so he prepares to jump toward the enemy. Quickly, the guy was already above his adversary. He increases his body's gravity and attacks the bear's head. After defeating it, Ikoma sheathes his sword, preparing for more. He says that was extremely easy, while gaining another 212 experience points. Surprised, the girl says she gained 3 levels at once, but she again says she feels bad for letting him do all the work. But the protagonist assures her he needs her help, as they will go deeper and deeper. Besides, they are a group, so she needs to level up. The girl asks if they are really a team. She says it feels very different. After all, it never felt real when she was with Aoi. Smiling, Satsuki resolves to be more useful in the next battle. On the other hand, Ikoma tells her not to push herself so hard. A little nervous, he tells himself that they should be fine and that they will defeat the boss and secure the rare items. A man named Kaoru got this item in his past life. He used it to become the worst criminal in the history of portals. You can be sure that guy never gained power later in the portal, so they probably won't find her. After all, 2 days have passed since the theater opened. Meanwhile, a man was fighting. He tries to hit someone with his hammer, but the person dodges. The guy starts to laugh. Using a skill called Life Eraser, he manages to land a fatal blow. His dagger gets covered in his opponent's blood. As the man's body collapses, Kaoru says the guy should have known not to pick a fight with him. He notices he's leveled up again. The psycho says those losers gave a surprising amount of experience points. He says humans don't fight each other, so they're much easier to defeat and kill, now at level 36. Returning to the protagonist's group, he was using gravity increase. Ikoma summons a dark orb in front of him. With it, he slams the Jack-in-the-Box clown to the ground. Embarrassed, the girl says that even just casting spells behind him for a while, she gained many levels, already at 22. She says she feels like she got so much for doing nothing, claiming he probably could have done it all alone. But the protagonist says it's only this easy because they haven't found a powerful monster yet, as these have simple patterns. Reassuring her that the sorceress class is powerful, the girl replies that it doesn't seem that way. Changing the subject, Satsuki asks if they're leaving now, since he's used a lot of his mana. After all, his mana was almost gone. He says he's using gravity manipulation to boost his stats, and that's the cause of so much drain. The girl says the guild warns them to leave once their mana drops below 50%. With a smile, he says it's time to test that. In front of them was a clown goblin. The protagonist asks if she's ready, informing her that they're about to start. Immobilizing the monster, Ikoma tells her to use mana drain. The girl doesn't know how to react. Tying up monsters and draining their mana will allow them to generate a lot of it. After that, she can use the skill on the protagonist to transfer the mana to him. The girl says she understands, but asks him to at least cover the monster's face. But Ikoma says he can't do that without using a skill. Seeing no other option, Satsuki starts using her mana drain ability. The protagonist says now they can do it, while the girl pities the poor monster. It was lying on the ground after being cruelly defeated. The girl says she'll transfer the mana now, but Ikoma asks why she's blushing like that, telling her not to make it weird. She starts transferring the mana to her companion. The protagonist notes his mana went from 16 to 25. The girl assumes it's not as efficient as she thought, since it took them a long time to increase it by only 9 points. He says that's why they'll take the mana from 6 more goblins. The girl is scared by this, asking if they're really going to do that, but the boy says it's a great opportunity to level up. With that, after a while, he lands a cut on one of the monsters. The protagonist says that was the 6th one, and asks about her mana, which she reports is almost fully recovered. Satsuki's level went from 20 to 22, while Ikoma only went up once. Excited, the girl says they can keep leveling up and exploring like this. But Ikoma says that if they take too long to recover mana, it could lead to accidents. Even so, he can fight monsters like that all day, guaranteeing they'll never lose to them. Opening her status window, Satsuki says she gained many levels in a single day. She states that this is completely different from all the other portal expeditions she's been on. The guild always taught them not to face monsters beyond their level. The protagonist becomes thoughtful upon hearing this. Standing up, he says the guild has to recommend that for safety. However, you hardly get stronger without facing high-level monsters to acquire skills and experience along the way. She watches as he talks about this. Suddenly, the girl becomes determined. After some time, they were walking in a sort of cathedral, while Satsuki questions if they're really going to clear this portal. Suddenly, he stops and says they're in the right place. In front of a door, Ikoma says the boss of the Theater of Maniacal Dreams is behind that door. So he reaches out his hand to open it. With a big smile, he says they got there in 2 days, and bets the Eradication Ministry didn't expect this. The girl starts to tremble, asking if he's really talking about the boss monster. She claims she's never seen one up close and feels immense fear. He asks if the girl is anxious. He says that if Satsuki is scared, they can come back another time, but his companion says there's no need. She remembers Aoi getting angry with her for always giving up on a fight, but then she wonders what she's talking about. She states she doesn't want to be like that anymore. She declares she wants to change so she can help him, so she'll do everything she can. He sees all that determination. Proud, he gives a brief smile. Crossing his hands, Ikoma says that's the spirit. He assures her they will defeat that boss. However, the girl asks if he's sure that plan is enough. Opening the door, the protagonist tells her to remember what he said, asking her not to worry. That boss will be easy to kill with her sorceress class. They enter the place, which was extremely dark. Surprising both of them, they hear a laugh. In front of them was the maniacal clown, a level 35 boss. Scared, Satsuki says that's the portal's boss. Seeing the large monster, Ikoma says nothing, just observing it. But deep down, it seems that after defeating this boss, he can finally have the item he always wanted in his past life. He says they'll finish this, telling the girl to follow the plan. Satsuki declares she will, as a silhouette appears behind them. Kaoru was watching them, hidden. The psychopath gives a slight smile, seeing it will be easier than he imagined. The large clown begins to move its hands while laughing maniacally. The protagonist makes a kind of signal with his hand to his companion. Both start running in parallel towards the boss. He says he'll make the boss chase him, while Satsuki waits at a certain distance. Boss monsters have a large amount of HP and high recovery, so they can't be defeated in a direct battle. That's why they'll have to use some tricks. On the other hand, the boss was summoning a ball of light in its hands. It throws it towards its enemy. Ikoma uses gravitational reduction, noticing it's about a meter away, making it possible to dodge with some ease. On the other side, the girl starts to prepare. She quickly uses mana drain. With that, she begins to drain the boss from behind. However, the monster senses her presence. Just by looking at her, it manages to completely paralyze Satsuki. The protagonist shouts desperately, telling her to run to stay safe. He informs her that the boss will use its teleport attack. He also explains that the attack can't be cancelled after it's cast, telling her to run to the center. Suddenly, one of the clown's eyes starts to glow. Satsuki sees the shadow of that large monster right behind her. Extremely close to her body was the boss with its mouth open, forming a large fireball. Quickly, he launches that attack at the girl. However, the protagonist moves towards it, claiming he's still there. The monster continues to laugh maniacally. On the other hand, Ikoma manages to dispel that fire attack. As she watches, Satsuki thinks that the attack is extremely fast. The protagonist says it's better for him to back away for now, jumping to the clown's back again. The boss's eye glows again as it turns towards its adversary. It uses its teleport to appear in front of the boy. Apprehensive, Ikoma realizes it used the same skill twice in a row. Meanwhile, the giant clown was coming to attack him. Worried, the girl screams for her companion. Surprisingly, he uses gravitational reversal. With that, a large explosion occurs. The monster continues to laugh, not understanding much. To its surprise, the protagonist was hanging upside down. However, the boss's eye glows a third time. He says it's not as easy as he imagined, but everything is still going according to plan. The girl remembers asking if they really wouldn't attack the boss monster, but the protagonist informs her that the boss uses magic spells extremely quickly, and if they approach it slowly, they'll be incinerated. But if they attack from a distance, it will use its teleport to quickly get within its attack range. But this monster has a critical flaw. Back in the present moment, Satsuki uses her mana drain ability again. The clown looks towards her. It widens its eye, seeing an opportunity. Scared, the girl says she got too close and that Ikoma won't be able to protect her. Mentally, the protagonist says it was about time. The boss extends its palm, summoning an attack. The girl simply closes her eyes, not knowing what to do. However, it can't use the magic. Smiling, the protagonist says he's out of mana. Its flame attack and teleport movement require a lot of mana, and on top of that, the clown can't attack without its abilities. The monster simply starts running. However, Ikoma prepares to jump. He leaps towards the enemy, using Meteor Fall, and so he hits it right on top of the boss's head. The protagonist warns that it can't escape its prey, as it needs skills even to move. Satsuki uses her magic again, launching a ball of darkness at it. The monster starts to scream in pain. With that, the protagonist increases the gravity and falls on top of it using his abilities. The portal boss had finally been defeated, generating 1043 experience points, also causing Ikoma to level up to 30. His companion is extremely happy that they defeated the boss, asking what they'll do now. Ikoma says the gate will close in some time, so they should leave before then. Satsuki questions what would happen if they got trapped. The protagonist tells her not to rush, as it will stay open for at least half a day, and they haven't encountered any more monsters. Blushing, the girl says she didn't know. Suddenly, the clown's body starts to glow. Confused, Satsuki asks what that is, while the boy says he finally got it. In front of him was the reward for killing the boss, the clown's blade. The protagonist says that blade is a great match for a gravity master, It could even be considered a hack. The girl asks if this was the equipment he was looking for. The blade increased attack by 11 points, along with decreasing skill activation time and reducing mana cost. Satsuki says that at times the weapon's stats seem mediocre, but the protagonist replies that in reality, it's incredible. He informs her that the stats and damage are just a bonus. What he really cares about is the item's effect. Since it can increase the overall power of classes that rely heavily on skills, it makes it a super powerful item. The Gravity Master is vulnerable when switching between skills, along with high mana consumption. So, this weapon can compensate for his weaknesses. The girl is surprised to learn all this. In his past life, the hunter who got this sword reached A rank thanks to this item. Moreover, he became a criminal to kill other hunters, so the protagonist is practically preventing an incident by taking the sword. Meanwhile, Satsuki continues to observe the blade. She becomes thoughtful about the fact that he can compensate for his weaknesses. Suddenly, the girl gets extremely nervous and asks if this means he doesn't need her anymore. Ikoma says no, as the item doesn't prevent him from running out of mana, and asks if she minds continuing to work with him. Still staring at the blade, the girl says that's fine by her. Ikoma doesn't quite understand, while the girl gets angry, stating that she's now in a competition. He says that after gaining some levels, he needs to spend some skill points. Since he's aiming for the top, he will drown himself in skills exclusive to Gravity Masters. Still in doubt, he decides what he will choose. After some time, he says that looks good, increasing his gravitational magic level to 2. After raising his manipulation to level 3, the protagonist notices he's gained another skill, the Super Gravity Bullet. He admits he relied on manipulation all this time, but now the item will make his magic use easier. The protagonist gets all excited, saying he wants to test all the skills. Suddenly someone appears, saying he apparently arrived a little late. Kaoru says it seems the boy has already defeated the boss. With a perverse look, the guy comments that Ikoma must be pretty strong. A bit nervous, the protagonist mentally assumes this isn't the best time. He also notices that Guy was using a stealth skill to hide and watch the fight. He was probably gathering information about the monster, assuming the two of them would die. He mentally reaffirms that he's seen many people do this in his past life. He asks who the guy is while observing him more closely. At that moment, he realizes the man is familiar, noticing that he is Kaoru, the one who had taken the blade in his past life, becoming the person who turned hunters into prey. Wondering how this is possible, Ikoma recalls that it took longer for that guy to reach the portal in his past life. Scared, the protagonist complains about what that psycho is doing there, but then he understands. The guy must have been hiding in the monster's chamber the whole time so he could steal the drop. Kaoru probably waited for the winning hunter to get tired so he could attack. Satsuki asks him what's wrong. Seeing the sword, the guy asks if that's the loot, questioning if the protagonist got it after defeating the boss, and then he asks if he could take a look. The protagonist says of course, as he extends his hand. Mentally, the guy calls him a fool. Looking at both of them, he says they are naive, and that he'll kill the man first, and then he'll play with the girl until he gets sick of her. Approaching them, the psycho says they should be more careful. Then, he extends his hand as his eyes glow red. Drawing his dagger, he uses the life eraser skill. However, the protagonist quickly dodges. Kaoru turns around, excited. However, Ikoma was already swinging the sword. Even with his speed, the assassin manages to evade the attack. At that moment, the protagonist realizes he lost him. He claims he wanted to hit him before he realized the situation, but unfortunately, the guy is too fast. While his companion is frightened, he is forced to admit that Kaoru is much stronger than them. The assassin admits this is strange, asking the boy how he found out what would happen. After all, he thought he was a fool, but it seems the kid isn't as bad as he imagined. Satsuki asks the protagonist what's happening, but he tells the girl that Guy is murdering hunters. He also says that because he's an assassin, it makes him fast and stealthy. Kaoru questions how he figured all that out in such a short time. Changing his expression, he says that at least saves him the trouble of explaining things. Telling them to hand over the item, he guarantees he will spare them both. The protagonist also changes his tone and says the worst part about dungeon crimes is that they leave no evidence. Therefore, he doesn't believe the man intends to let them live. Kaoru is quiet for a moment, but he soon breaks into a smile, stating that this is good. After all, the boy is smart and also very brave, despite being weak. Preparing himself, he declares that he wants to see the protagonist spitting blood as he walks to hell. On the other hand, Ikoma shows no hesitation or anything of the sort. A little nervous, the protagonist admits this isn't good. This is the serial killer who decimated numerous hunters, the person who got the clown's blade in his past life. He confesses he never considered that guy could be hiding in the portal all along. But when their swords clashed, he realized there's no way to beat this guy. The girl calls out to her companion. Surprisingly, the protagonist shouts, telling her to get behind him. Ikoma explains that assassins are fast and deal extra critical damage when they ambush someone. So, The guy will kill her when he gets close enough, as sorceresses are a support class, not for close quarters combat. For that reason, she shouldn't get any closer, asking the girl to leave everything to him. Mentally, the protagonist assumes it won't be easy to fight this guy alone, but he can't let Satsuki face him either. Besides his advantage in combat, he has vast experience and skills for fighting. Along with that, the most important thing is, the girl will panic when she sees the evil things he does. With that, he reuses gravity reduction. Quickly, both of their weapons collide. Even holding a unique item, the protagonist was trembling. Kaoru says he's very good with the sword. However, he warns that he has bad news. After all, the boy probably has no experience in killing people. Unbalancing a coma, the guy says that in contrast, he has killed dozens of people, and would never lose a battle. Mentally, Kaoru confesses that most people panic, but the protagonist prepares to attack again. Dodging the blow, he says people can't handle the pressure of fighting others, so they tend to make mistakes. But he gets a little apprehensive after another cut passes extremely close to his body, and that's when he notices that this kid isn't shocked at all. In fact, he seems to respond to his movements easily. Kaoru claims that's ridiculous. There's no way a low-level kid is putting pressure on him. Meanwhile, a little nervous, Satsuki was watching the situation unfold. Realizing that her colleague isn't just smart in terms of knowledge, he's also incredibly strong in close combat. In his thoughts, Ikoma admits he's very happy to have gotten the blade in time, decreasing the activation delay of his skills so he can quickly switch between reducing and increasing gravity. He wouldn't be able to withstand his enemy's attacks and would also be out of mana if the sword wasn't reducing consumption. Suddenly, Kaoru yells that the game ends here. He puffs out his cheeks as he prepares to show what he's capable of. With that, the guy spits something dark red. It was a poison needle. Luckily, the boy sees it coming towards him. Skillfully, he bats it away with his blade. The assassin is extremely frightened, declaring that's impossible. Still dazed, he sees the protagonist coming towards him. He dodges, but Ikoma anticipated it and blocked his needle. The guy ends up with a cut on his cheek. Angry, he yells that the kid is very lucky. Attacking back, Kaoru says that won't happen again. On the other hand, Ikoma remained apparently calm. He uses his life eraser skill to try to land the final blow. However, the protagonist activates his ability and increases gravity, managing to knock the blade from the enemy's hand. The assassin feels pain as he stands still. The protagonist says the guy has a skill that allows him to accelerate his arm on the closest path to the target's neck. This makes the guy more and more amazed, confused as to how his opponent figured all this out. Ikoma states that it's this simplicity that makes the man's movement extremely easy to predict. On top of that, he says that if it were him, he wouldn't use that type of skill against certain enemies. Suddenly, Satsuki starts preparing a skill. She uses her shadow sphere. Kaoru watches the attack coming from behind him. He stumbles a little. When he looks forward, he sees the boy raising his sword. The protagonist quickly slashes with his blade, making a cut on his face. The assassin starts screaming, muttering about his eye. Trying to stop the bleeding, he wonders how the kid dares to cut his eye. As he watches him, the protagonist notes that besides being able to respond to his movements, he can also handle his tricks, and he matched his speed using gravity manipulation. His only problem now is mana. Since he doesn't have much after fighting the boss, he'll soon be exhausted, and when that happens, they'll be completely finished. As he runs toward his enemy, Kaoru promises he will finish the boy. Picking up his knife again, the assassin tries to prepare himself while getting scared, complaining about why it's so hard to finish this kid. After all, he knows everything, from his movements to his tricks. Plus, he's very powerful. As he watches Ikoma go from one side to the other, he says that's not right. Noticing Ikoma is heading for his blind spot. Trying to dodge the protagonist's blow, he uses shadow steps. Running lower and lower on energy, Ikoma starts to worry. With that, he launches another cut. Kaoru claims the boy has the advantage and wonders why there's still so much desperation. But then, he starts to laugh, declaring he's glad he let him finish the boss. He says out loud that the boy is very strong, stating he would have become a hero if he got out of there alive. Stomping his foot on the ground and laughing like a madman, the guy says that unfortunately that will never happen, promising that the kid will die there. Both he and his colleague watch, a little apprehensive. They continue to trade blows frantically, but now the protagonist was a bit more worn out. Trying to help, Satsuki summons another sphere of shadows. The attack heads toward the assassin, but he uses his shadow steps to dodge. The girl is terrified to see he managed to dodge all of them. Beyond her fear, she's caught up in her own thoughts, convinced she's not being useful at all, watching her companion fight frantically against a stronger enemy. She realizes that even though Ikoma had the upper hand, the boy was starting to be pressured by his opponent. The psycho keeps screaming, shouting that he loves this. Still trading blows, He says it's not every day you find an enemy where you don't know if you'll kill or be killed. He tells them both to enjoy the battle to the fullest while it lasts. Ikoma tries to land another slash, but the psycho manages to dodge. The protagonist was growing more and more nervous and anxious. Using the sword's weight, the boy uses his leg to try and land a strike. He manages to land a hit on his opponent's chin. The guy gets even more irritated, but quickly tries to create some distance. Kaoru says that apparently he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Mentally, Ikoma confirms he can make his body lighter with his gravity reduction skill, perform acrobatic moves, and attack. Thanks to this skill, he can dodge almost anything. However, his enemy noticed that he was starting to run out of mana. The guy keeps laughing maniacally while looking at the boy. In his head, he thinks that Ikoma is now using an active skill to boost his physical abilities, but soon he won't be able to keep it up, and that's when he'll finish the kid off. The assassin says that apparently the protagonist won't last much longer, so he resumes his attack, coming at him from all angles. In the middle of this sequence, Ikoma realizes his mana has run out, and this will be his last attack. As the boy leaps, Kaoru is surprised, not knowing how he's doing that. Looking up, he wonders if that's part of the boy's abilities, but the assassin starts saying it's useless, since he won't be able to move in midair. But the protagonist states he has only one chance to use the skill to increase gravity. Therefore, he'll have to put everything into this one chance. Holding his sword tightly, he says he'll pour all his remaining mana into that attack. With that, he uses Meteor Fall, slamming his opponent into the ground. Straining with immense effort, Kaoru asks what kind of incredible power this is. Realizing that no matter how much force he uses, he can't push him back. Unable to hold back his opponent's blade any longer, the guy receives a deep gash across his chest. The protagonist was extremely tired, as he's notified that his mana has reached 0. His companion runs up to him, calling his name. Joyfully, she says that Ikoma won. However, he simply apologizes. As he faints, the boy keeps apologizing to Satsuki. Right behind him, severely wounded, Kaoru gets back up. Cursing him, the assassin says the brat must be out of mana now. On his knees, with no strength to move, Ikoma tells his companion to run. Using what little strength he had left, he says the guy wouldn't be able to catch her, but for that to happen, she needed to start running now. Even his opponent admits he's an incredible guy, since he must be exhausted after fighting the boss, and yet, he kept fighting him to prevent Kaoru from touching the girl. This leaves Satsuki more and more stunned. Meanwhile, the psycho says he can't believe Ikoma was fighting him to protect someone so pathetic, admitting that he's starting to admire him. The protagonist was getting more and more irritated by this, and the guy even says he's impressed he didn't say his full name. On the other hand, Satsuki was stuck on those words, wondering if she was really dragging Ikoma down. With tears in her eyes, she admits that Aoi was right, and that she should have given up on being a hunter. After all, her companion would have never lost to a guy like that. Remembering when he saved her, the girl mentally cries out for his help again. Suddenly, something changes in her. The girl's expression shifts while the air around her seems to change. The protagonist claims he would never tell his name to vermin like Kaoru. The guy says that's a shame, stating that he really likes him, declaring that he's the first person he's ever truly admired. Because of that, he'll remember his face. Raising his dagger, he gets ready. Surprisingly, the girl summons another sphere of shadows. Even the assassin can feel that this one is different. He starts to dodge, saying she won't hit him with that, but suddenly he feels a sharp pain. Satsuki had hit him with her staff. The guy curses the girl mentally. After all, he's already badly injured. On top of that, she attacked from his blind spot. The girl runs toward her companion, as Ikoma asks what she's doing, reminding her that he told her to run. Using some kind of skill, Satsuki says she will never run away again, since he convinced her that she has the power to make things right. With that, she uses mana transfer. This allows him to regain some of his strength. Seeing all that energy, the assassin doesn't quite understand what's happening, but he yells, warning that he'll kill her first. Quickly, the guy activates Life Eraser. Ikoma looks directly at him, but she didn't show fear but rather a certain indifference. The protagonist thanks her for saving them both. Now he was back on his feet and had stopped his enemy's attack. Ikoma begins to recover some of his mana. Startled, Kaoru wonders if his enemy has already recovered enough mana to use that skill again. The guy says that's pushing the limits, but the protagonist says they were a team from the start. That was even before he ambushed them. Besides, he's recovered his mana while Kaoru is still severely injured, declaring that now he wants to see who will win this fight. Quickly, he attacks his opponent again. The psycho gets scared as he tries to dodge. However, the protagonist gives him no opening, increasing his strength and speed more and more. The guy claims he's not done yet and starts using dark magic, summoning a red circle in front of him. Satsuki prepares to face it. However, Ikoma tells her to stay put, and surprisingly, he summons his gravity magic, telling his enemy that his magic is too slow to use against opponents, and that in his past life, he had used the Jester's blade to compensate for the delay in casting such an attack. Seeing that, Kaoru says this is his end. A large black sphere looking very much like a black hole heads in his direction. And just like that, he was hit dead on. Kaoru lamented his defeat by a low-level kid. Ikoma stood with his weapon, while Kaoru lay fallen amidst the debris. The government didn't yet have laws for portal incidents, so the Ministry of Monster Eradication ignored them. Because of this, an unspoken rule was established to not mention such cases. But with Satsuki present, Ikoma knew he had to do the right thing. He declared he would keep the man under observation. He then instructed Satsuki to leave the portal and contact the ministry, and she readily agreed. Monsters didn't appear in already cleared portals, making it safe to send the girl alone. As Kaoru remained injured, Ikoma kept a watchful eye. He breathed heavily, admitting he'd underestimated the other guy because of his level. Still, he realized the kid had a lot of battle experience, and wondered about his identity. Later, Ikoma and Satsuki were sitting in a crowded coffee shop. Soon, a news alert popped up on a phone about the arrest of a serial hunter-killer. He looked at the phone, aware that the ministry had managed to arrest Kaoru. Satsuki commented that the agents didn't ask any questions. With that, Ikoma explained that crimes inside portals are hard to prove, and the ministry rarely investigates unless they already know who's responsible. The chaos from the portals and the resulting countermeasures had affected the nation. Crime rates dropped, and government organizations began to monopolize industries as a contingency plan. Additionally, the abrupt shift in society increased poverty, but the government offered no assistance to those people. Satsuki mentioned that while she knew laws weren't followed in portals, she never expected to meet a serial killer. He asked if she was scared, warning her that she'd keep running into situations like this if she continued as a hunter. As he watched her, he acknowledged that things were tough right now. Still, he added that there were other professions if she didn't want to be a hunter anymore. Satsuki clutched her cup and admitted she'd be lying if she said she wasn't scared. Ikoma thanked her for her help. She explained that in the portal, she felt like his partner, a development she cherished. She said that even with future challenges, she wanted to stay by his side and do her best. With that, she smiled. Ikoma replied that if she really felt that way, he extended his hand, saying he'd be counting on her. Satsuki nodded with a smile. Then, they shook hands. Ikoma reflected that she was a nice person. Satsuki, on the other hand, reflected that she was naive, had trouble keeping up with everything, and was never proactive in helping others. She concluded that was why Aoi never liked her, and that she didn't like that part of herself either. She thought she could become a better version of herself, as an image of her and Ikoma in the portal was shown. Even knowing her shortcomings, she asked to keep hunting in portals with him. Ikoma reacted with a slight smile, thinking she was a very nice person. However, he felt uncomfortable with the situation, while Satsuki radiated joy at the table. He noted that she was more talkative than he'd imagined. Two people were looking in their direction, and one of them got the other's attention. The woman held up a phone and asked if they were the duo everyone was talking about, the one that defeated the boss monster in a day and captured the serial killer. With that, Ikoma noticed the place had suddenly gotten crowded. Soon, Utsunomiya approached and said the two of them had become quite famous at the guild. While typing on his phone, he informed them that although their names weren't known yet, all the videos and blogs were talking about them. The phone screen showed information and a video about the new hunter, but the full details didn't seem to be available. Even without mentioning names, Utsunomiya explained that everyone there got the hint and seemed interested in what they had done. Then, he pointed at Ikoma and Satsuki, declaring he knew they'd be famous one day, causing them to shrink back slightly. He continued, declaring he wouldn't leave until they joined him. Suddenly, Aoi appeared and scolded him, announcing her arrival and mentioning the Thunder Knights. Aoi smiled at Satsuki, saying she'd been looking all over for her. She took the girl's hands, apologized, and admitted she'd been hard on her a few days ago. She explained that she'd reflected on it and realized she needed her as they were friends, and the end of their previous situation must have been painful for them both. Aoi smiled again, asking how much Satsuki earned for clearing the undeveloped portal, and noting she must have leveled up a lot. She started to say she could count on her, but Satsuki cut her off, suggesting to Ikoma that they leave due to the growing crowd. He agreed. Still, Aoi and Utsunomiya tried to stop them, pleading for them not to go. Nevertheless, they continued to walk away, passing by a car. Satsuki asked Ikoma if Aoi wasn't his friend, and he questioned if she was sure about leaving. Coldly, Satsuki declared that the girl was not her friend. She commented on the high number of views on the videos. The phone displayed a video with millions of views about the rookie hunter facing an assassin. Satsuki explained that people filmed in portals because they enjoyed watching videos about them. However, Ikoma considered the practice dangerous, as the videos focused only on views and profit. She reacted with surprise, asking him if she should unsubscribe from the channels she followed. Someone's phone showed they had received 1 million views that month. Meanwhile, Hoshina saw the news about a mysterious rookie hunter who defeated a serial killer. She complained that the video had way more views than her latest one, and a knight explained that viral videos tend to attract a bigger audience. Hoshina decided she would create a viral video too, unable to believe the attention the hunter got just for clearing the portal. Sitting among the knights, she expressed her dislike for the hunter. The scene shifts to Ikoma and Satsuki sitting at a table indoors. She asks if the weapon he mentioned is for her. Ikoma confirms, explaining that it's more effective to fight powerful monsters to level up than many weak ones, as shown. He stresses the importance of a good weapon, especially an expensive one to boost damage, since enchanters have low attack stats. He then suggests they look for portals where they can earn money. Satsuki tries to refuse, saying he doesn't need to go to so much trouble for her weapon, and apologizes. However, Ikoma reassures her, stating there's no reason to apologize, since a good weapon for his partner will benefit him too. At this, she reacts with surprise, her eyes sparkling when she hears the word partner. She eagerly expresses her excitement, confirming they are partners, while he reflects on her naivety and his desire to protect her from being manipulated. Satsuki asks where they can find such a portal, and Ikoma points to the tablet in front of him. He reveals he already has a portal in mind, showing her something on the tablet. The portal he's thinking of is the Tomb of the Ancient King, described as a new, undeveloped location with a high chance of rewards. As he works on his computer, it's revealed that special locations are rare portals, and no one knows the Tomb of the Ancient King is one of them. Ikoma reveals he has this knowledge because he studied all the information about portals in his past life. It's mentioned that selling the items found there is profitable, and he wants to exchange them for cash. Furthermore, it's possible to find rare items in portals like this one, as illustrated by a detailed weapon. He comments that there won't be much competition there, so they can take their time and grab everything they find. Satsuki notices Ikoma laughing in a peculiar way. Next, they approach the entrance of the Tomb of the Ancient King. As they walk through the mist, Satsuki looks back worriedly while he presses forward. Suddenly, a level 29 skeleton soldier appears. Ikoma summons his power, which reduces the enemy's gravity. He then attacks the skeleton with his sword. He moves quickly, as Satsuki watches the scene. She thinks that Ikoma seems very skilled in battle. Ikoma states that direct attacks aren't effective against undead monsters. He then instructs his partner to cover him with long-range spells. She quickly agrees and begins to cast, a magic circle appearing on the ground. He leaps over the skeleton as the monster unleashes its attack. The skeleton is then struck by a shadow ball summoned by Satsuki. Ikoma looks at the on-screen message, which indicates he has gained 240 experience points. The skeleton's remains vanish, leaving a glow behind. Satsuki notices the monster dropped a demon stone and an item. Ikoma says they got lucky, seeing the weapon glowing on the ground. She's surprised to learn the item is worth about 400,000 yen. She questions the value, and he explains it's not easy to find weapons like that one. Even without flashy effects, it's worth a lot. She then asks what their money goal is. Ikoma replies that they need 3 million yen for a powerful weapon that will last them a while. Satsuki reacts in shock at the mention of 3 million yen. He explains that rare portals with easy items are hard to find, so they must make the most of it. Ikoma also mentions it will take time to move the items back and forth. He explains they will explore and carry items in and out of the portal for the next 3 days. Surprised, Satsuki calculates that this means 1 million yen per day. She comments that such an amount is far beyond any salary she's familiar with. Soon, sounds of combat indicate someone is fighting nearby. Ikoma decides they should go check it out. Further ahead, a knight and Hoshina are about to face a mummy. The knight charges forward and attacks the mummy with his weapon. He tells Hoshina she can finish the monster off, and she asks her manager if the camera is ready. The knight, who is also her manager, confirms that everything is set with the camera. He then instructs the girl to be quick and activate her fire magic. Hoshina prepares, wielding her weapon with a fiery aura around it as the camera films her. She then leaps toward the mummy and strikes the monster with her flaming weapon. And just like that, Hoshina finishes off the enemy, which collapses to the ground. She introduces herself with a smile for the camera. She announces that she decided to try out an undeveloped portal that day. Hoshina claims to have killed the monster with a single sword strike, concluding that clearing the portal might be easier than she thought. Ikoma and Satsuki, watching the scene, realize she's a portal streamer. Satsuki reveals that she knows Hoshina and has seen her channel a few times. Ikoma watches her with a look of disapproval. Satsuki remembers that Ikoma doesn't like portal streamers. She recalls he disapproves of Hoshina's behavior, who only talks about views and profits, questioning if she even realizes how dangerous portals are. Hoshina notices something and asks in confusion. She complains to Ikoma and Satsuki, who are at the top of the stairs, visible in the recording. Hoshina scolds them, saying they're in front of the camera and have ruined her shot at getting lots of views. Ikoma called out Hoshina for just finishing off a monster someone else had already nearly killed. She claimed it was all part of the show. She explained that in the entertainment business, it's not about skill, but about looking charming. She then asked her manager if they could salvage the footage, but he replied that it would be impossible to edit them out. Hoshina lamented that the perfect shot for her introduction was now ruined because of them. Then, she asked if they didn't know who she was and introduced herself as Hoshina Sayonji, a portal streamer. Ikoma apologized and introduced himself as Ikoma Ichinose, also introducing Satsuki Kisaragi, who gave a bow. He added that he didn't mean to ruin her shot. Hoshina dismissed the matter, saying she'd let it slide since she was busy looking for new material. Afterward, Ikoma asked why anyone would want to be a portal streamer. She replied that the reason was obvious. She then stated it was all about money, making an okay gesture with her hand. Ikoma narrated that portals are exciting and provocative, offering many ways to get views, and that companies pay a lot for ads. Hoshina continued, saying she'd become a celebrity if she got popular enough, but he warned her that being a decent hunter wasn't easy, and she should stop before she got hurt. Raising her voice, she questioned what he had just said. Ikoma warned that portals of this level were dangerous, suggesting she take her celebrity games somewhere else. He added that if she didn't take it seriously, she'd regret it when her skills were actually needed. Hoshina remained silent, staring straight ahead. She complained that not only had Ikoma ruined their footage, but now he was also mocking her. Satsuki said he didn't have to be so harsh, but he replied that he was just offering some friendly advice. The manager tried to calm her down, telling her not to listen to him. She replied that she knew, that she should just ignore the haters. Then, to his surprise, she ordered the manager to start filming. Hoshina asked if his name was Ikoma as she approached. She said he must be pretty confident in his skills to be offering people friendly advice. With that, she proposed a game to see who could gather more demon stones, stating that if she won, he'd have to take back what he said and apologize. She also declared that she would film everything and upload it. Ikoma narrated that she added he didn't need to worry, as she would put a small censor bar over his face, showing that some random hater started a fight. Hoshina finished, promising that if he won, she would give him anything he wanted. Hearing the offer, Ikoma accepted, while a surprised Satsuki called out to him. Hoshina laughed and declared it a deal, saying she'd see him at the portal entrance in 3 hours. She smiled, warning him that he'd better not run away. The passage stretched ahead, lit by torches on the wall. The manager asked why she challenged him. Hoshina replied, imagining how amazing a video of her beating that random hater would be. She added that this was the kind of viral hit she needed, and that they would make a lot of money this month. She then stated that, above all, she wanted to teach him a lesson. She thought about how he said she wasn't taking things seriously, vowing to make him eat his words. Ikoma and Satsuki watched a mummified monster staggering ahead. He then launched an attack called Meteor Drop, which struck the monster. Ikoma saw that he gained 364 experience points, leveled up to 31, and got 3 skill points. He thought to himself that undead monsters were quite slow. He said the best way to defeat the monsters was to dodge their attacks with reverse gravity. Then, he would finish them off with his gravity-increasing skill. With a flash, a demon stone appeared as the monster broke apart. Ikoma celebrated that they got another one, and an item called a Rank D Ancient Relic Gauntlet appeared. Satsuki asked why he accepted her challenge. Ikoma explained that he didn't like the idea of her making a video of him losing the bet. He added that he wouldn't lose, and hoped she'd stop filming in portals if she lost by a wide margin. He also mentioned that wasn't the real problem. It would be difficult to carry all the items if they kept finding so much loot. The two of them then advanced toward an intense light ahead. They came across a large Sphinx statue, and Ikoma wondered if they had reached a dead end. The Sphinx statue seemed to come to life, its eyes lighting up with an intense glow. Satsuki looked at the statue in surprise. Suddenly, the exit was sealed, leaving them with nowhere to go. Ikoma declared that they had activated a trap. He said that portals have various traps and creatures. Most are simple, but some can yield valuable items, especially in a rare portal like this one. The creature with glowing eyes demands answers to test their knowledge, stating it will keep asking questions until they can no longer respond. It then warns that it will take the lives of anyone who fails to answer at least 3 correctly. Satsuki then asks if the creature is a monster. Ikoma notes that a fight could break out if they fail the creature's test and tells them to be prepared. She is surprised, but he assures them not to worry, because he's smart. As the creature gets ready, its eyes glow as it announces the first question. It asks about the amount of experience points needed to level up from 1 to 10. With that, Ikoma quickly gives the correct answer, surprising Satsuki beside him. The creature confirms his answer, and he realizes he only needs 2 more correct ones, glad he researched this information in his past life. Next, it asks its 19th question about a monster with 3 heads and 4 legs, and Ikoma promptly answers that it's the scary doll. Sitting next to Satsuki, he asks the creature if it really wants to keep going, reminding it that it promised to keep asking until he couldn't answer anymore. Satsuki, watching the situation, suggests that maybe he should get one wrong to help the creature out. The creature, visibly agitated, announces the 20th question. It asks about a monster that leaves a trail of green slime, and Ikoma replies that no portals with that type of creature currently exist. He explains that green slime is only made through alchemy, and that he wouldn't fall for such a trap. The creature screams that he got all 20 questions right, unable to believe the outcome. With rocks falling around them, the creature expresses its astonishment at Ikoma. Through his narration, he reports that the door finally opened, and the statue seemed confused, feeling as if it had just given an open book test. He apologizes as the returned. Satsuki points to the statue and tells him there's something inside it. Ikoma reacts with surprise upon seeing a glowing ring, identified as a rank B storage ring. He holds the ring, describing it as an extremely useful item that rarely appears. She asks if the item is that valuable, and Ikoma explains that with the right buyer, it could be worth between 10 and 100 million yen. Satsuki shows her surprise, asking if the item is really that rare. Ikoma expresses that he didn't expect to find something so rare in a portal of this level. He wonders if the reward was given because he answered all the questions correctly, as images of the irritated creature flash by. Satsuki worries about the lost time and falling behind on their bet, but he explains that the ring will save them time by helping them carry items. Ikoma smiles, stating that they are in a much better situation now. As they walk, he says the monsters here aren't hard to defeat. He attacks a skeleton warrior with his weapon, explaining that they are resistant to close-range attacks, so he gets in close to strike them. Satsuki, in turn, casts spells from a distance to take down the monsters. Hoshina notes that the mummies are slow, allowing her to use gravity manipulation for powerful attacks against them. She adds that mummies are also great targets for draining mana. Ikoma says the probability of getting rare items in this portal is incredible, noting he went from level 31 to 33 and got 2 rare weapons. He uses the ring to store the items, invoking its storage ability. He tells Satsuki the new item is very useful, and that they've already collected 6 demon stones, enough to win the bet, but they're here to make money. Ikoma smiles and suggests they hunt down all the undead monsters before time runs out. The scene changes to Hoshina, out of breath, celebrating that they finally took down the monster. She explains that these monsters are quite tricky, as they attack relentlessly and are very resilient. The knight comments that they've only killed 2 monsters so far, and that it's taking longer than they thought. He agrees that on any other day, they would have been done by now. He then mutters, they shouldn't worry, as their opponents probably aren't doing any better. Hoshina considers paying their opponents to pretend they lost the bet, but the warrior beside her scolds her, saying they should stop making fake videos. Ikoma, accompanied by Satsuki, approaches a surprised Hoshina. He comments that she must be doing pretty well if she has time to sit around. She retorts that she's doing just fine and hopes he's managing to keep up, then suggests she could let this one slide if he apologized. Ikoma ignores her suggestion and activates the storage ring to show off his items. Hoshina screams in disbelief as she's showered in the light of the various items and demon stones emerging from the ring. Shocked, she asks how he got all those demon stones and items, and also questions him about the ring and its ability. Ikoma just smiles and asks what the problem is. Speechless, Hoshina recalls her earlier suggestion that she could forgive him if he just apologized. Annoyed, she declares that the contest isn't over yet and orders her manager to follow her as she leaves. Satsuki asks why he was so rude to Hoshina, and he replies that he was just trying to motivate her. He then says he just hopes she doesn't get too motivated and do something reckless. Satsuki asked Ikoma about his dislike for gate streamers. He explained that the problem wasn't his dislike, but their lack of seriousness about the risks of being a hunter. He added that a hunter can easily die in a gate, so no one should take it lightly, using Hoshina as an example of a streamer just looking for fame. Ikoma stated that if she wasn't truly committed as a hunter, She would regret her choice when faced with real danger. To win the bet, Hoshina needed to do something that would completely change the situation. She quickly realized he would surely win the Demon Stone contest, so she needed to convince him to count something else. Her companion warned her they had gone too far and were low on mana. However, she insisted they needed the mana for the return trip and couldn't give up yet. Then, she questioned who said she didn't take being a hunter seriously. 8 years ago, a city was in flames, amidst explosions and screams. Back then, the world was in complete chaos. Each gate incident caused far more casualties than they do now, with a huge monster lurking. A young Hoshina was begging for help. She and a younger boy were in danger, as an orc finished off both their parents, and she screamed for help. Running, she held the boy's hand tightly. Meanwhile, people sheltered in makeshift compartments inside a hall, and some were looking after younger children. 2 people watched the girl and the boy, who were sitting down, having just lost their parents. She held a phone, watching a broadcast about the country's 5th hunter to reach A rank, Ms. Kuan. In that moment, Hoshina hated the helplessness she felt in the face of tragedy and decided to become stronger. She explained that she never imagined getting this far or speaking in front of a camera, but it made her happy. She was glad she could give hope to others who lived in fear of monsters. She added that she never dreamed of being as powerful as that hunter, but she wanted to be like her, someone who offered hope and encouragement to her viewers. Determined, she declared she wouldn't let anyone say she wasn't committed enough, and that she would make Akoma apologize. Right after, she told her companion they didn't have any good footage from that area and should look for a bigger monster. Then, she headed toward a noise, saying it sounded like a big monster, exactly what they needed. As she ran, she claimed she'd always been lucky. Her companion praised her, while she thought about leaving. Suddenly, she appeared from behind a wall, stating that a great filming opportunity had just shown up. Before her stood a large golden monster resembling a pharaoh with several weapons, standing over a fallen person. An information screen revealed the monster was a level 40 undead pharaoh, the boss of the Tomb of the Ancient King gate. Startled, she commented that it was impossible for a B-rank boss monster to be there, realizing it wasn't something she could handle. Then, her companion said someone had probably led the monster there while trying to escape. He added that they needed to leave immediately, forgetting about the footage and the bet. Hoshina agreed, stating that the monster wouldn't be able to follow them down a narrow path. The person lying on the ground cried out for help. She saw herself as small and helpless in the tragedy, as an orc attacked her, and the image of Ms. Kuan appeared before her eyes. In that instant, she realized she finally understood why she was drawn to her message. Right after, she added that she didn't want to run away when someone needed her help. As she ran, she told her companion she was sorry. Then, she blocked an attack from the monster with her sword. She turned to the person calling for help and ordered them to start running, as she would hold the monster back. The person thanked her as the monster swung its weapons violently. Then, her companion countered the attack, stating that the creature's blows wouldn't work on him. He quickly added, enthusiastically, that he was Hoshina's #1 fan, leaving her visibly confused. Mr. Manager declared that he wouldn't run and wouldn't leave her behind. He admitted he wasn't very skilled in combat, but could serve as bait. As the pharaoh approached menacingly, she was breathing heavily as she continued to defend the fallen Mr. Manager. The warrior activated a shield, which manifested around him with an intense blue glow. However, the monster launched a swift attack with its weapon. The blow struck the warrior's shield, shattering it into pieces. Surprised, Hoshina realized the monster was stronger and faster than them in every way. She concluded that this was what made a monster worthy of being called a boss. She was visibly shaken as the great enemy approached imposingly. The pharaoh brandished its 2 weapons in front of it. Faced with the scene, she looked apprehensive. Then, Ikoma appeared and stated that her actions had been reckless. The pharaoh launched a powerful attack, which was blocked by a barrier. When she opened her eyes, she saw Ikoma holding her. Surprised, she asked how he had gotten there. He explained that he had come back in case she did something like this, as the hunter she saved had told him everything. Ikoma let out a sigh. He reiterated that she would regret it if she didn't take being a hunter seriously, and reminded her that if she won, he would have to take back what he said and apologize. With a faint smile, he declared that she had won the bet. As he held her in his arms, he apologized for saying she wasn't serious. Next, Akoma declared he would reduce the gravity. He then charged the monster while still holding Hoshina in his arms. The creature lunged forward, and he blocked the attack. He explained that he used his gravity reduction ability to deflect the weapon's impact, creating distance between them and the enemy. Meanwhile, Satsuki summoned a shadow sphere, aiming it at the monster. The creature was struck by the energy. Satsuki revealed she had managed to distract it from Ikoma, although her attack dealt no damage. He noticed the two injured hunters and reflected that he rarely fought with an advantage, especially not against such a high-level boss monster. The level 40 undead pharaoh was an imposing sight. Ikoma noted that he could use his weapon to enhance his gravitational abilities, but he admitted there was no simple strategy to defeat this opponent. He then realized the odds were heavily stacked against them, but Hoshina explained that the other two hunters were there at her insistence, so she couldn't abandon them. Ikoma added that he didn't mind an occasional challenge. He then asked Satsuki to help replenish Hoshina's mana. He then declared he would try to distract the monster while she recovered. He noticed Hoshina had used fire magic and concluded she was a swordswoman who used her weapon, but covered her weaknesses with minor spells. He continued to ponder, guessing she probably had a healing ability as well. With that, she could heal herself while he kept the monster busy. And so, with Satsuki's help, she began to recover her mana, getting ready to fight again. He thought about how his gravity reduction ability increased his speed in exchange for power. Ikoma moved quickly, noting the good news was that, for now, he didn't need to worry about attacking the creature. The level 33 hunter stated he just needed to keep dodging, though he admitted the enemy's level was too high for him. Still, he thought his gravitational ability would be enough to keep him out of reach. At that moment, the injured hunter asked to help Hoshina, and Ikoma replied that he could count on him. He leaped to dodge a blow, explaining that the boss monster was huge, fast, and had 4 arms. Then, the creature attacked, striking the ground with force. The pharaoh blinked, and Ikoma reflected that it had been an extremely fast and powerful attack. He wondered if it was the creature's ultimate move. He concluded he would need to stay alert to avoid being caught by that ability. Meanwhile, the fallen hunter wondered if he was still alive, his body feeling heavy and difficult to move. Still on the ground, he asked about Hoshina, and then realized the fight was still going on. The monster charged, and Ikoma moved with agility, flying over it and surprising the injured hunter. Confused, he wondered how Ikoma was moving so fast, still trying to reach for his camera. Ikoma defended against an attack by running along the creature's forearm. With a swift move, he charged toward the monster. The knight filmed Ikoma with his camera, calling it a glorious scene. He reflected that none of his attacks were working, as his gravity reduction ability also decreased his power. Besides, he thought the monster's level was too high for him and that he couldn't take it down alone. However, he believed there was still a way. With a flash of energy, Satsuki and Hoshina used reverse mana drain. Then, Hoshina exclaimed that it should be more than enough and activated her healing ability. With a determined smile, she declared she was ready to fight again. Satsuki announced she would provide support from the rear, while Ikoma thought that now they had a real chance to fight. However, he also noted they were still at a great disadvantage. He concluded that if the fight dragged on, they wouldn't last long against such a high-level boss monster. Ikoma faced the imposing undead pharaoh. The figure then attacked several times, but none of the blows landed. He began to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, he found himself in front of a smaller creature. It was then that Satsuki noticed he was surrounded. With that, Ikoma reached out and used his ability to reduce gravity, making a nearby statue lighter. He then quickly hurled the statue in the pharaoh's direction. Then he shouted to Satsuki, telling her to attack the creature's mask. She responded immediately, preparing her weapon as a blue aura enveloped her. She then launched a sphere of dark energy that collided with the figure. The smoke cleared, revealing the monster's eye region. Satsuki noted that the attack hadn't caused any damage, but she got the information she needed. From this, Ikoma concluded that the mask served as powerful protection, making the face the enemy's weak point. Quickly, Hoshina positioned herself in the pharaoh's blind spot. Despite the creature's intense attacks, she persisted, lamenting how difficult it was to dodge its 4 arms. She reflected on how hard it was to get close, even with everyone's support, and wondered how Ikoma managed to dodge and counterattack all by himself. Then he called out to her, instructing her to use her magic ability to destroy the mask while he stopped the enemy's movements. He explained that his weapon had an ability capable of damaging or even shattering the target's armor. Hoshina nodded and activated her ability, causing her sword to glow intensely. However, she wondered if he could really stop the giant monster. Ikoma launched himself forward and quickly positioned himself above the pharaoh to attack. He told himself that the creature's strength was in its 4 arms, and if he could stop them, its movements would be limited. He realized this would make it vulnerable to attacks. With that, he activated his gravity ability to bind the figure. He noted that he had used his technique specifically to bind the pharaoh's arms rather than its torso. With the creature's shoulders immobilized, it could no longer use its arms to break the chains. Ikoma reflected that this strategy only worked against large monsters with multiple arms on each shoulder. As he watched the figure being restrained by his ability, he prepared for his next move. At the same time, Hoshina focused, thinking she could finally reach the target. She then unleashed her ability, firing a powerful blast of energy. The undead creature was hit directly by the attack. The pharaoh's mask cracked and shattered into pieces, revealing its face. The creature's face was exposed, showing multiple eyes and a deformed mouth. They both stared at the monster. Ikoma noted that its weakness had finally been revealed, while Hoshina was startled by the creature's appearance. Ikoma rushed toward the figure, determined to take it down while it was still bound. Immediately after, he reversed the gravity, leaping to avoid the pharaoh's attack and shattering the ground on impact. He predicted the creature would use all its arms for a final attack, and that he would activate his ability the moment they came together. He realized this move would make the monster lower its head, thus exposing its greatest weakness. Then, he exclaimed that this would be the end, delivering a decisive blow. In that instant, he activated his meteor fall skill, launching a powerful attack that struck the pharaoh's head directly. With a smile, Ikoma held the golden ring and discovered he had leveled up after defeating the boss monster. Meanwhile, Hoshina was helping the injured warrior on the ground, while another one just watched. A glow emerged from the defeated monster's body, and Satsuki noticed something next to Ikoma. She called him over to show him a magic weapon, revealing its powers in a brief description. Ikoma offered the weapon to Satsuki, saying it was perfect for her, and that way they wouldn't need to buy one. Surprised, Satsuki asked if she could really keep the weapon. He then recalled that she had helped him get his own weapon, and mentioned that Hoshina should also receive something. Hoshina reassured Ikoma, telling him not to worry. She then thanked him, stating that he had saved their lives. She offered him the item and the demon stone, but asked for something in return. Hoshina asked if they could call off the bet. Ikoma reminded her that she had won. Acknowledging her skill, he admitted she was a respectable hunter and took back what he had said before. Surprised, Hoshina reacted to his words. Ikoma and Satsuki smiled at each other. Soon after, he suggested he should stop being a streamer to become a better hunter, which outraged Satsuki. While the armored warrior claimed it was impossible to make a living as a hunter, Ikoma contradicted him. He then recalled that Hoshina's father had passed away and her mother was injured, leaving her responsible for 5 younger siblings. Hoshina tried to silence the armored warrior, who kept talking about how hard she worked to support her family. Because of this, Ikoma apologized for making assumptions without knowing her situation. She turned away, stating that she liked what she did and not to get the wrong idea. Hoshina explained that her goal was to make people smile because the portals scared them, showing examples of her work. Ikoma then smiled and said he would support her. Hoshina showed surprise at his reaction. She remained silent, blushing. 4 people, including Ikoma, Satsuki, and Hoshina, were talking with 2 men in uniform who were holding documents. The scene changes, and Hoshina asked about the camera's condition, remembering it was expensive and captured fast movements, hoping it wasn't broken. One of the warriors confirmed the camera was working, which relieved her. Even so, the warrior complained that they had barely gotten any demon stones or footage from that portal, despite almost dying in there. Hoshina thought that maybe they should have asked for the boss monster's demon stone, but stated she wouldn't accept anything out of pity. She asked repeatedly if the camera hadn't recorded anything useful, begging them to tell her there was something. The camera then showed a recording of Ikoma in action. Later, at the Marima branch of the Hunters Guild, Ikoma was sitting and reading a book, while Satsuki watched something on her phone. Excitedly, she called him over to watch a video. Ikoma suggested that instead of looking for information in videos, it would be better to get it directly from the experts. The phone screen showed a picture of him, accompanied by the title, "The Rumored Supreme Hunter Appears." A video of Ikoma fighting the monster, posted by Hoshina, was getting a lot of views. In the comments, people praised Ikoma's speed and his lack of intimidation in the face of the monster. He smiled discreetly. Ikoma realized all the stares he was getting were because of the video, and Satsuki, excited, told him it had reached 1 million views in a single day. Meanwhile, in her room, Hoshina was happy to see that the video of Ikoma she had uploaded had already reached that impressive mark. She celebrated with her arms raised, letting out cheers for herself. Suddenly, the phone rang, displaying the name Ikoma Ichinos on the screen. Surprised by the quick contact, Hoshina answered the call, remembering she had given him her number to exchange information. However, her expression changed when she heard Ikoma ask sharply how she dared to post a video of him. Saddened, Hoshina considered removing the content, but Ikoma remembered the scene where she tried to silence the warrior who was talking about the difficulties she faced supporting her family. He then said it didn't matter, just stating that he had noticed the video, which relieved Hoshina. Changing the subject, she mentioned that the video had received a lot of views. With a wide smile, she suggested that next time they could film something like a portal date. Soon after, Hoshina noticed the call had ended. Satsuki asked if she wasn't saying something before Ikoma hung up, but he decided to ignore it. Meanwhile, Ikoma reflected that if his level kept rising, he might be able to find time for something truly important. He thought about obtaining a very rare item that once seemed unattainable, known as the Ring of Wisdom. With that in mind, he clenched his fist, believing he could even change the course of history. A moment later, the receptionist points to the screen, confirming Ikoma is at level 36, indicating he now has the necessary experience. Then, the protagonist is promoted to C rank and is properly congratulated. Afterward, Ikoma and Satsuki step away from the administration desk. She expresses her admiration for his rapid rise, and he thanks her, wishing her a speedy promotion as well. Meanwhile, the receptionist at the desk is impressed by the speed of his ascent, something never seen before. Ikoma believes his rapid progress is due to his knowledge and experience, explaining that the most effective way to level up is by defeating high-level monsters. Soon after, Satsuki states that he is one of the strongest C-rank hunters and promises to work hard to reach the same level. In response, he declares that by the end of the month, he will become a B-rank hunter. Satsuki shows concern about this ambitious goal, asking if he isn't pushing himself too hard, and reminding him that few guilds have someone so strong. Finally, Ikoma reveals he has a specific item in mind that he wants to obtain. To get it, he needs to access the high-level portal called the Library of Illusions, and for that, he must be a B-rank hunter. He explains that the portal's boss monster, which no one has ever defeated, will drop the Ring of Wisdom, exactly what he's after. Surprised, Satsuki asks how he knows what the monster will drop. She then asks if his reason for wanting this rare item is related to what he told her before, and Ikoma confirms it. He speculates that the Ring of Wisdom might have some connection to the appearance of the portals, which leaves Satsuki even more astonished by the object's importance. He then details that the ring is a high-value item that had suddenly disappeared in his past life before it could be analyzed. Ikoma mentions that in the past, experts used it to understand how the portals appeared, and even though it's difficult to reach the required rank in time, he still wants to get it. He says the item is something he wants for himself, but she doesn't have to help him if she doesn't want to. Satsuki replies that she doesn't mind, reminding him he helped her a lot. She adds that she's happy to be needed by him, and Ikoma thanks her. Satsuki then expresses doubts about him reaching B rank before the end of the month, mentioning that the promotion depends on portal records. Even so, he assures her everything will be fine, as he already has a plan. With that, he declares that their focus will be on setting an impressive portal record. Soon, a boss monster, the level 32 Red Troll, is revealed. Ikoma launches an attack and defeats it instantly. Next, Satsuki defeats the other boss, a level 30 Mermaid Chief. Following that, another boss, the level 36 Arachnid Ogre, is hit by a meteor fall attack. With that, she levels up from 32 to 35, reflecting that she can't believe they cleared 3 portals in just 2 weeks. Despite acknowledging the bosses were lower level, Satsuki questions how easy the task was, and Ikoma confirms they are usually difficult. He then explains that at this level, boss monsters are limited to simple movement patterns, and their abilities aren't devastating. He also reveals that he knows all the relatively easy-to-clear portals around the capital, and has even prepared a complete list of them for easy access. He then shows a portal map on his phone, and states that, so far, they have cleared 5 portals above level 30. A little later, they arrive at the guild reception, where the receptionist confirms Ikoma's portal record is impressive, hardly believing he has cleared so many. The employee then explains that they will undergo a strict evaluation for the B-rank promotion and will be contacted in a few days. At that moment, a muscular man, Mr. Ukami, appears. He looks indignant as he questions if the brat is really asking for a promotion to B rank. Ikoma observes him carefully and asks if he works for the guild, noticing the crest on his chest. It is then revealed that some high-performing hunters sign exclusive contracts with the guild. The man begins to argue with the receptionist, while it's explained that these hunters' tasks include portal management, incident response, and making recommendations for the organization. They also wield great influence over their guild, and Ukami finds it absurd that Ikoma is about to be promoted to B rank. Nevertheless, the receptionist informs him that Ikoma is almost level 40 and has an extensive record of clearing multiple mid-level portals. Surprised, Ukami asks if this means he has already defeated several boss monsters. As the two stare each other down, the man remembers that it took him 7 years to become the only B-rank hunter at the guild's Morima branch. With that, he starts to wonder how Ikoma could already be at his level. Looking at the man's expression, Ikoma realizes he's likely going to be a problem. Ukami approaches Ikoma, questioning how a boy who looks like that could be a rank B hunter. The young man replies that without his approval, getting the promotion at the Morima branch will be difficult. However, he concludes that he can't give up, since he can only apply for promotions at his hometown's branch. Remembering all the help he received from Satsuki, he reinforces his decision not to back down. With that, he turns to the man, confirms his name is Ukami, and asks for a valid reason for rejecting his application. The hunter then leans in and states that rank B isn't given to rookies who think gates are easy. He then aggressively questions Ikoma about taking his role as a hunter seriously, demanding an immediate answer. Meanwhile, the people in the guild watch the scene, commenting that Ukami is causing trouble again. Then, Ikoma steps in, asking how many hunters have reached rank B at just 17 years old. Confused, Ukami reacts without understanding the question and asks what kind of nonsense he's talking about. Ikoma continues, mentioning the 15 years since the gates first appeared. He then points out that 6 17-year-olds have managed to reach rank B, and asks if, by Ukami's logic, none of them should have been promoted. With that, he states that he meets all the requirements for rank B and demands the other man answer his question before rejecting him based on age alone. Without a clear answer, Ukami takes a step back, admitting that the rules about the gates aren't perfect. He claims it's necessary to listen to the experience of the hunters who work for the guild. However, Ikoma replies that the rules aren't based on beliefs, but on guidelines formed from past incidents. With that, he gives a sharp look and asks if that isn't the guild's official policy. As soon as the woman agrees, she begins to analyze the data on her computer. Satsuki observes that Ikoma's knowledge and logic surpass even those of an experienced hunter in the organization. While people murmur about Ukami being left speechless, he himself comments that it was a bold move. After the humiliation, he plans to make the one responsible pay for his actions. He then declares he'll make the other guy regret the challenge and asks the receptionist for Ikoma's level and class, identified as a level 38 gravity user. He then questions the woman about this class, expressing surprise that he's never heard of it and wondering if it might be a rare class. Ikoma reflects that the class is likely a mage type and that a powerful warrior might be the reason for his rapid level increase. Then, he hears Ukami admit that he was too harsh and that it would be unfair to reject his application without a good reason. Finally, the man announces he won't refuse the request, but he's imposing one condition. With that, he challenges Ikoma to prove he deserves rank B in a match at the guild's training hall. In the training hall, marked by a sign, several individuals are talking while they wait. Ukami reiterates his condition, stating the promotion will only be granted if Ikoma proves his skills in a fight. Otherwise, his application will be denied. Meanwhile, two people murmur about his history of confrontations, recalling that he nearly killed others in previous fights. Others comment that the situation is unlikely to end well for Ikoma, as Ukami often uses these duels as an excuse to vent his anger. Satsuki, then, shows concern for his companion. He stares intently at Ikoma, reflecting on the public humiliation he suffered earlier. Comparing their levels, he notes that the young man is at level 38, while he has already reached level 47. Realizing he's dealing with a mage, Ukami theorizes that the kid only got this far with the help of some powerful hunter. He then declares he's a beast warrior, emphasizing that his class nature enhances his physical attributes. With a smile on his face, he plans to publicly humiliate and destroy the boy to stop him from continuing as a hunter, considering his own experience and traits superior. Ikoma then manipulates a holographic screen in front of him. Observing this, Ukami assumes he has a class geared toward direct combat. Aware that he needs to be cautious, Ikoma decides to use his remaining skill points to upgrade his gravity magic. He spends 25 points to raise his gravitational manipulation to level 4, anticipating a boost in his physical stats. Although he'd prefer to invest directly in gravity magic, he concludes he has no other choice and decides to proceed. At that moment, Ukami taunts him, assuming he had been saving up points before the battle and had an easy life until now. In a sarcastic tone, he warns about possible accidents in fights, advising him not to get hurt. Ikoma simply thanks him for the warning. Then, The challenger tells him to show his skills, and he responds by drawing his sword. With a determined look, Ukami plans to prove his superiority in front of everyone present. He smiles, determined to publicly humiliate Ikoma and prevent him from ever working as a hunter again. Wielding his weapon, Ukami invited his opponent to start the fight whenever he was ready. He specified that he wouldn't use any of his skills, but said the other could. Ikoma remained silent, just observing the situation. As he stood still in the center of the area, several people watched from above, curious about what was about to happen. With a confident smile, Ukami declared that now it was his opponent's turn to be publicly humiliated. As soon as Ikoma declared the fight had begun, he activated a skill that reduced the gravity around him. In Ukami's mind, the boy's attacks would never reach him, and he would end up becoming a laughingstock. However, with a swift movement, Ikoma lunged forward to strike. Seeing the speed of the attack, Ukami couldn't understand what was happening. As he blocked the strike with his weapon, he wondered how his opponent could move like that at his level. Then, realizing Ikoma was now behind him, he asked in shock what had just happened. Even as he tried to convince himself he'd just been caught off guard and now knew who he was dealing with, Ukami counterattacked with his weapon. Ikoma hovered above the ground, while Ukami looked up at him, still wielding his blade. It was then that he lost his balance and staggered, realizing he'd lost his own center of gravity. Right after, his opponent moved swiftly, propelled by his energy. A well-aimed kick struck Ukami in the face, drawing blood instantly. He coughed up blood, staggered by the force of the blow. Despite the injury, he still tried to attack with his weapon. However, he realized his opponent had performed a combination of moves that ended with a kick, and he wondered how anyone could fight like that. From a distance, someone watched the fight through a device, unable to believe that Ikoma was completely dominating the battle. Meanwhile, the spectators murmured that this was just a rank promotion test, and wondered if Ukami was just going easy on him by not using his skills. Ikoma then landed a blow, forcing him back. Seeing him move so quickly, Ukami realized his own attacks couldn't even reach him. At that moment, he noticed people commenting that he was making a fool of himself. Ikoma hovered over him as he remained frozen. It was at this moment that the young man realized something his opponent hadn't noticed yet. He explained that the gravity user class was the best, as it allowed him to boost his physical abilities far beyond normal, surpassing other classes. Furthermore, he explained that this advantage was especially decisive in short battles, where he didn't run the risk of running out of mana. Ikoma also declared that Ukami was mistaken to think he would win just because he had a higher level and wasn't using skills. He then remembered that Kaoru had far more experience in direct combat, with more refined movements and an obsessive desire to defeat and eliminate his opponents. Then, without hesitation, Ikoma lunged to attack Ukami with his sword. He then used his skill to increase gravity. To his surprise, Ukami found Ikoma's blow was heavy. He wasn't just fast, he was powerful too. For a moment, he thought his opponent had disappeared and wondered where he had gone. Right after, Ikoma appeared upside down in the air, while the other man stared at the ground, exactly where he had vanished. Next, he appeared behind Ukami, pointing his sword at his back. The young man explained that he reduced the force of gravity immediately after their weapons clashed, using the force of the impact to quickly reposition himself behind his opponent. The people watching the fight declared that the experienced rank B hunter stood no chance against Ikoma, celebrating his victory. Satsuki smiled, expressing her delight and declaring he had been incredible. Meanwhile, Ukami remained perplexed, wondering if this was some kind of joke. Refusing to accept defeat, he claimed he had been humiliated and that it was unacceptable. Ikoma then asked if, with this victory, he could officially become a rank B hunter. Suddenly, he stopped his movements, sensing something strange. Consumed by a red aura, Ukami lunged toward him aggressively. He roared at Ikoma, his eyes glowing red, as he activated a claw skill. With a swift movement, he struck a blow with the activated claw. The attack hit Ikoma, forcing him back a few steps. Then, the young man revealed he couldn't dodge the blow because he had let his guard down, believing the fight was over. As he watched Ikoma, Ukami thought this was all ridiculous. He then explained that he had used his weapon as a distraction to hide his real move, though the other had still managed to block part of the attack. Outside, the crowd began to murmur about what had happened, declaring it was cheating since the match was over. They also pointed out that Ukami had clearly said he wouldn't use skills during the duel. Even so, he remained angry, getting booed by the crowd. Ikoma, confused, asked what was going on and if the rank promotion test would still continue. As an eddy of energy swirled around him, Ukami gritted his teeth, consumed by rage, and swore he wouldn't let Ikoma mock him, promising to make the boy's life a living hell. Ikoma asked if his performance proved his eligibility. Meanwhile, Ukami reflected on how unacceptable it would be to lose to someone of a lower rank, as it would completely undermine his influence in the guild. With that, he declared it was useless to continue and denied the promotion request. News of the result caused murmurs among the observers, while Ikoma stood motionless. Then, the evaluator stated that he had agility, but was unable to land a decisive blow, making him weak against powerful monsters. He then explained that he had intentionally given him several opportunities, but the young man failed to seize them. Finally, he pointed out that Ikoma couldn't dodge his final technique and got injured, showing an inability to react to the unexpected. The spectators began to murmur that it was unfair, commenting that Ukami would have rejected the promotion either way. At this, he questioned what was said, causing one of the men to flinch. The other advised him to stay silent so as not to provoke his wrath. Just then, Utsunomiya shouted Ukami's name, asking if he wasn't ashamed of what he had just done. Ikoma then realized Utsunomiya was there. The man accused Ukami of breaking his word about not using skills and stated that Ikoma had held the advantage throughout the entire fight. In response, the other told him to shut up, calling him a nobody. Even so, Utsunomiya assured Ikoma that he would handle the situation and reveal the truth of what happened. However, the young man refused the offer, questioning the use of the term best friend and the reason behind his help. Satsuki, who had watched the fight, believed he had won. Then, she wondered why Ikoma was acting that way. Remembering he needed Ukami to acknowledge his skills, he revealed that, because of this, he made sure to clearly show the difference between them. He then reflected that, despite having wounded his opponent's ego, perhaps he should have been less humiliating. He concluded it was no use realizing that now, as defeating him hadn't changed a thing. Then, someone approached, asking about all the commotion. Ukami recognized the deputy guildmaster Serizawa. He asked what he was doing there, stating that he was looking for him. The other replied that he was evaluating a hunter, but the guy turned out to be a waste of time. Serizawa looked at Ikoma and questioned if it was really necessary to injure someone else, acknowledging that accidents can happen in combat. Ukami scoffed at the injury, calling it minor scratches. Then, Serizawa told him to forget about it. Ikoma watched as Ukami told his superior they needed to discuss an urgent matter and was then called to go up. As he ended the test, he stated he had no time to deal with the weaker ones, while Serizawa walked away. Utsunomiya, surprised, commented that he was the strongest hunter in the guild. Satsuki turned to Ikoma and asked what they would do next. With a hand on his head, he replied they would have to find other ways. As the elevator reached the 13th floor, Serizawa questioned if the fight had truly been necessary for an evaluation. Ukami then explained he had fought to show reality to some arrogant guy seeking a promotion. The deputy master finally questioned the young man's actual B-rank candidacy, thinking that perhaps rookies didn't take experienced hunters seriously. Sitting in the room, he asked Serizawa what subject he wanted to discuss. The other revealed the main topic was the B-rank gate of the Beast Temple, belonging to the Morima branch. He explained that managing gates of this level was extremely profitable, allowing hunters to level up and collect demon stones. He then pointed to the tablet, reporting that abrupt changes had been noticed in the monster distribution inside the gate. He continued, explaining that the mana density levels were also abnormal, and that the priority should be preventing disasters, not seeking profit. The evaluator, holding a paper, showed he understood that Serizawa wanted to get rid of the Beast Temple to avoid future problems. The other confirmed, explaining that the ministry wanted to keep the B-rank gates because they were scarce, and the guildmaster was also hesitant to close it due to the profits. He also said that the only reason for this hesitation was that Ukami, as an experienced hunter, had declared the location safe. He added that the gate raised many questions, and that, personally, he wasn't sure about its safety. Therefore, he asked the evaluator to offer a new opinion to the guildmaster. He then questioned if that was the real reason he had been summoned. However, Serizawa interrupted him, saying he wasn't finished yet. Then, he covered his face and told the other to shut up. Right after, Ukami held up a paper, stated the gate was fine, and then tossed it aside. Serizawa bent down to pick it up, saying he hadn't even looked at the collected data. Even so, the evaluator stepped on the papers, asking what that data could possibly tell him. Still smiling, he declared that as an experienced expert, he guaranteed the gate was safe and that he could clear it at any time if something happened. Slamming his hand on the surface, he stated they couldn't afford any accidents, as they didn't even know the real cause of gate disasters. Meanwhile, Serizawa remained silent, just observing. He then thought that their duty was to protect the area. Afterward, a sleeping creature opened its eyes. Ikoma thinks the situation is problematic. He then reflects on the hunter Ukami's attitude. He explains that promotions can only be requested at one's own branch, making it impossible to bypass the hunter to get the advancement. He then states they need a rank B hunter to enter the Library of Illusions, and that Satsuki could take the test at another branch, but she doesn't have the required level for the promotion, so he declares they need to find a solution. As soon as Hoshina arrives abruptly, she asks the boy about the guild hunter who blocked her promotion. The young woman shows her phone, revealing that one of her fans recorded a video of Ikoma confronting Ukami and sent it to her. She then suggests publishing the video with the title, Guild Corruption, Ukami's Abuse of Authority, confident that her 120,000 subscribers would react against the injustice. Ikoma asks if she's just doing it for views, and the girl denies it. She then declares she wants to repay him for saving her, offering her help. However, she also reveals she wouldn't mind if the action brought her views and profit. The boy states he doesn't want her to publish the video, mentioning there's still a lot to understand about the portals. He goes on to explain that the guild needs experienced hunters, and that criticism wouldn't make people like Ukami change their minds. Furthermore, he warns that this would only put her in Ukami's crosshairs, and Satsuki reacts to the information. She watches as Hoshina asks if Ikoma is worried about her. Satsuki then asks if the girl has feelings for him. Hoshina reacts with astonishment, asking what the other is talking about. Shortly after, she states that Ikoma has many secrets and acts superior, saying she wouldn't like someone so annoying, even if he has a handsome face. She clarifies that she was only worried because he saved her, and being an online celebrity, she wouldn't risk a dating scandal. While watching her, Satsuki hears Hoshina ask why she's being stared at, to which she denies it. Suddenly the phone beeps, and everyone looks at the screen. Satsuki reads the emergency alert about a rank B monster incident in Tokyo and asks what happened. Hoshina points to the phone as Ikoma explains that the incident was on Kitahana Avenue, caused by an overflow from the Temple of Beasts portal. He clarifies that overflows happen when monsters invade the human world, and the only way to contain them is by defeating the boss monster to seal the portal. He then reflects that the event is strange, as this never happened in Morima Ward in his past life, wondering if it's just a coincidence. As memories of his past surround him, he ponders if the timeline is diverging from that of his previous life. Hoshina comments that a controlled portal has malfunctioned. She questions why the guild didn't foresee such an event, since they've been analyzing portals for a long time. The young woman admits she's never been in a rank B portal and doesn't have enough power to help. She then recalls a scene of her father asking for help against a monster and states that many people are weaker and need her help. She then declares she's heading to the location. Ikoma then explains that it's unknown how dangerous a faulty rank B portal can become, as monster-related disasters can cause other phenomena. At the scene of the incident, Ukami confronts a large creature amidst the rubble. The creature reveals itself to be a level 34 werewolf. The hunter leaps into the air to attack it with his weapon. He advances quickly, declaring that no one will stop him. At that moment, he thinks the situation is terrible and that the portal's proximity to Serizawa is unfavorable for his reputation. Two people praise the hunter for defeating a strong monster with a single blow of his weapon. He then asks if they don't have anyone stronger, stating they can't handle the disaster with rank C people like them. They reply that there are few rank B or higher hunters, and although they've contacted those who can help, they don't know when they'll arrive. Ikoma explains that the other's reputation would be ruined if the disaster got out of control, but reveals he has fought the monster from this portal before. He then says the boss monster is a level 47 phantom fox, and it shouldn't be hard to defeat. He states that Ukami intended to defeat the boss monster quickly to blame Serizawa and become the hero of Morima. The hunter then declares it's time to eliminate the boss monster, and then a large explosion hits the area, with people screaming. Suddenly, a large paw appears, and someone questions if that is the boss monster. With that, a huge monster with multiple fox heads engulfed in flames appears on the scene. The two people question in alarm that the portal information didn't mention such a creature. The summoned monster reveals itself as a level 55 summoner fox, and the boys question the appearance of that grotesque thing. The boss of the Temple of Beasts has evolved, changing its form, increasing its level, and gaining new abilities. This evolution transforms the monster into a completely new entity due to the accumulation of mana in the portals, causing disasters. Ukami realizes the boss monster has evolved, making the situation even more dire on top of the existing overflow. As soon as Utsunomiya sees the monster's level 55, Summoner Fox, He questions how they could possibly fight such a powerful creature. Faced with the situation, the two agree they need to retreat and wait for reinforcements and other hunters. Even so, Ukami calls them fools and states that retreating would tarnish his reputation for having insisted on keeping the portal open. He then reminds the others that he is a rank B hunter. He emphasizes that he has faced many dangers like this before. With a wicked look, he says they should distract the monster so he can deliver the final blow and kill it. The guys say the idea is reckless, stating they wouldn't last 10 seconds acting as bait against a monster of that type. Ukami gets angry at his companion's refusal and concludes they won't do as they're told. With a smile, he decides he has no choice but to give the boys some incentive. He then invokes the Berserk skill, and a beam of red energy shoots from his hand, hitting both of them. With the red energy enveloping their bodies, the guys fall to the ground feeling a strong headache. The Berserk spell, a Beast Warrior class spell, temporarily increases the target's attack while lowering their reasoning ability, making them aggressive. The hunter reveals he often used this skill to create human bait and escape monsters, but admits it's been a while since he last used it. He then kicks one of the guys, sending him flying forward. Next, he orders them both to attack the monster. He plans to step in and deliver the final blow as soon as they distract it. With a sadistic smile, he thinks this will serve as a lesson, because good people don't survive in the world of hunters. The two, under the skill's effect, charge at the monster, brandishing their weapons as he watches them. Meanwhile, the creature reveals a bizarre, pulsating eye on its back, where the eyelid is made of hands. The monster activates the poltergeist ability through the eyeball. It then advances towards the boys while debris levitates around. Ukami is surprised by the situation and questions how the creature managed to launch such a powerful attack. As he runs for cover, debris falls from the sky. The boys scream in pain, still under the effect of the ability, and he considers them useless. The hunter sees a large piece of rubble coming towards him. With a powerful blow, he strikes the rubble using the Beast King's smash ability. He concludes that the monster is using telekinesis. He realizes the creature's power is far beyond his own. The fox monster pursues him, making him run through the ruined city. He wonders if the enemy was supposed to be this powerful. The monster gets extremely close, almost catching him, leaving him extremely apprehensive. Ukami notices the creature's speed and draws his sword, raising his guard. Then, the monster charges another telekinetic eye attack. He defends himself from the debris that hits him with his gigantic sword. After deflecting the second consecutive piece of debris, Ukami feels the weight of not dodging. The monster lunges to attack him with its sharp claws as his guard is broken. He falls to the ground, realizing the enemy's overwhelming strength. He then thinks about the impossibility of fighting that creature and how he will defeat it, before concluding that it doesn't matter. With that, he activates his false death ability, which allows him to simulate death after taking damage, zeroing out his pulse. The monster looks at the fallen body, and then turns its head, after noticing there are no more heartbeats. As soon as the enemy is distracted, Ukami realizes he needs to flee. He starts running while the monster activates its eye again. The creature then catches up and lunges with a claw attack. The hunter is caught and falls to the ground again, realizing the eye on the monster's back can also see. He laments that it's too late to escape, but despairs at the thought of dying this way. The monster prepares to deliver the final attack, enveloping him in a dark magic. Ukami is immobilized by the energy and questions if the creature is mocking him. Then the mist invades his body. He screams in pain with no escape from this cruel fate. Finally, Ikoma arrives in the ruined city during the devastation caused by the monsters. Hoshina heals an injured civilian who is surprised to see his wounds disappear. Ikoma tells the man to run in the other direction, assuring him he won't find any monsters there. The man thanks him and goes on his way. Hoshina starts talking to Ikoma, who seems thoughtful. He states that he needs to push forward to contain the overflow as quickly as possible. The young woman agrees, acknowledging that he's right. She then checks her phone and notices that an hour has passed, but the problem still hasn't been resolved. Ikoma thinks the Ministry of Monster Eradication should have already defeated the Temple of Beasts boss monster, but concludes they're taking too long. With this, he comes to the conclusion that he'll have to assume the worst. Ukami struck the woman first, who screamed in pain, going into a state of shock. He then launched an attack called Beast's Claw, injuring the bald man. The man complained about the attack and gripped his weapon tightly. He then counterattacked with his weapon, clashing it against Ukami's. The aggressor smiled maliciously, while the other stared him down before being thrown back by a powerful blow. The woman shouted the name Captain Kurokawa, and Ukami laughed. He then commented that it was hard to take down a rank B hunter. He continued, saying this was just a side effect of the calamity, and not an ordinary monster disaster. To him, the local troops and hunters wouldn't be able to handle the situation. Even so, he laughed and charged quickly at the bald man, who tried to defend himself. Ikoma arrived just in time, using his gravity-reducing ability. With it, he collided with Ukami in mid-air before the other could be hit. He quickly deduced that Ukami seemed to be under the monster's mind control as he hissed at him. The bald man tried to warn him not to fight, as Ukami was no ordinary hunter. Then, Ikoma attacked with fast, fluid movements. The observer was impressed, saying he couldn't believe a young hunter like him was overpowering a rank B hunter. He continued to watch, recognizing he had never seen anyone like him before. He soon noticed that Ukami was using simple attacks, unlike his demonstrations in previous fights, and wondered if this was a result of the mind control. Even so, the hunter used his beast's claw in a powerful strike, which Ikoma managed to dodge quickly. With that, he noticed his opponent was restless and began to vary his movements. As soon as he activated his gravity-increasing ability, Ukami was thrown forcefully to the ground. Ikoma then struck him with a powerful attack, causing him pain. He then approached and asked if he could see clearly now. Ukami stared at him, looking confused, and recognized Ikoma, asking if they were still in the training match. With a furious scream, he promised to kill him, entering a state of rage. Nevertheless, he was hit again, and the mind control proved to be even stronger. Ikoma slid his weapon, and acknowledged that his opponent's level was higher than his. Thus, he declared he could no longer hold back, and that it wasn't personal, preparing for his attack. He delivered an aerial attack against Ukami, hitting him square in the face. Ikoma planned to hit him from above and increased the gravity to execute his strike. He then activated Meteor Drop and hit the enemy with force. With the impact, Ukami screamed in pain. Next, Ikoma cut off his right arm. He also severed the ligaments in Ukami's leg, preventing him from moving. Ikoma was breathing heavily as the bald man watched him. The veteran then wondered about the boy's power, imagining if he was holding back to avoid killing a rank B hunter. Hoshina and Satsuki arrived, complaining about Ikoma's speed, and he apologized for being in a hurry. He explained that different character classes have different speeds. The bald man instructed the woman to evacuate people to a safe location. However, Ikoma disagreed, saying they wouldn't have time for that. He then spotted the two-headed summoner fox boss approaching and deduced there would be no time for an evacuation. Satsuki and Hoshina watched the creature with apprehension. The creature roared, and the scene trembled with a shockwave. Immediately, Ikoma readied his weapon, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Meanwhile, the creature laughed sarcastically. Satsuki questioned what kind of grotesque thing it was. Ikoma activated the menu hologram to get information on the monster. The system identified the boss as a level 55 summoner fox from the Temple of Beasts. The fox's level was much higher than what was recorded, and he realized this explained the monster's evolution due to the energy overflow. Ikoma reflected that he had no idea what abilities the creature might have learned from its evolution. Hoshina asked if the disaster would end if they defeated that monster, and he replied yes, but taking it down wouldn't be simple. The summoner fox boss then summoned countless level 30 phantom wolves. Several wolves appeared around Ikoma, Satsuki, and Hoshina. The young woman realizes the monster has summoned a large number of creatures. With the situation, she thinks about the damage the overflow will cause and the people affected. As the monster laughs, Hoshina notices it seems to be enjoying the situation. Ikoma asks her and her companion to deal with the summoned monsters and protect the others while he moves forward. She asks what he plans to do. He replies that he will take down the boss monster as quickly as possible to end the overflow. Hoshina holds out her hand. Then she lets out a laugh. She turns and comments that, although it seems impossible, he makes it look like he can actually do it. She accepts the mission and states they will take care of the summoned monsters and protect the injured. Ikoma rushes forward, with Satsuki and Hoshina covering his back. Captain Kurokawa expresses concern, stating that it's reckless for him to face a level 55 monster alone without reinforcements. Meanwhile, Ikoma sees two spectral wolves howling. He leaps over one of the wolves while the two women prepare below. The boy says he's counting on them, and Satsuki replies that they've got it covered. With that, he moves at high speed towards the monster. The creature activates a powerful ability, a poltergeist. Pieces of buildings and debris levitate in the air, colliding with each other. Ikoma observes the levitating objects and comments that the ability is impressive. Kurokawa questions in surprise how the monster is using such a powerful skill. The summoner fox laughs before preparing another debris attack. With that, the debris flies rapidly towards Ikoma. Satsuki exclaims Ikoma's name, while Hoshina thinks that even he would have a hard time dodging the objects. Meanwhile, a spectral wolf appears near Ukami, who concludes that the monster is clearly mocking them. Ikoma thinks the creature sees humans as mere playthings. He moves quickly. He then jumps between the debris attacking him, getting closer and closer to the boss. Kurokawa is surprised by his speed, questioning how he can move so fast and stating that he's never seen a hunter move that way before. Ikoma reflects that his years fighting as a thief in his past life were useful, and that his previous life was worth it. He continues to advance rapidly. The summoner fox grinds its teeth. Ikoma asks if it's anxious because its special move didn't work on him. The two heads continue to snarl with fury. The creature roars with a terrifying sound the moment he gets close. With that, Ikoma activates the ability to reduce gravity as he touches the last stone. He strikes the monster by launching the rock into the mouth of one of the heads, causing a huge impact. The monster bites the stone, shattering it, but it doesn't escape unscathed. Ikoma appears beside the creature, commenting that it can't even defend itself. He then prepares and fires a powerful attack called Grante. The blow hits the enemy with an intense flash and a piercing scream. Kurokawa, surprised, realizes that Ikoma single-handedly defeated a level 55 boss monster. He wonders who this young man is, concluding that his skills indicate he must be one of the top hunters in the country. Ikoma reasons that by eliminating the monster, the portal will close, and all the escaped monsters will disappear, so he has no time to waste. Hoshina watches the situation. The boy raises his weapon and declares he will take down the monster as quickly as possible. The debris hangs menacingly. The monster's face shows extreme fury. Soon, the wreckage tries to surround Ikoma from above. He nimbly dodges the falling fragments, stating that the monster's movements are powerful but imprecise, and that he's exceptionally skilled at escaping attacks. He lands lightly on the ground, only to leap again. He then quickly moves above the creature. Ikoma concentrates his energy and increases the gravity. With that, he executes a meteor drop, hurling a large piece of rubble at the monster. It roars in pain as it's struck on the back of one of its heads. Both heads shake, and one turns its gaze, trying to locate him. He increases the gravity on the enemy while striking it again. The creature hisses, and Ikoma asks if it thought he'd be helpless in the air. He then circles around it. He laughs, explaining that he can move freely in the air because he's a gravity user. Both heads growl, and Ikoma remarks that it doesn't seem to be having fun anymore. The monster lets out a high-pitched shriek. He immediately moves in to deliver more attacks. Meanwhile, he thinks that it's easier to fight beast-type boss monsters than human-like ones who rely on movements and skills. Ikoma strikes with his weapon, and the creature reacts with another sharp cry, splattering some blood. It roars, and he acknowledges he has the upper hand in the battle. However, he considers the enemy's level is still too high for him. He realizes he's running out of mana, that the creature's defenses are too strong, and that it's quite aggressive for its level. Even though he hasn't taken any damage so far, Ikoma thinks that once his mana runs out, he won't be able to dodge the monster's attacks anymore, so he wonders if he should start conserving energy. However, he decides against it, as he won't be able to defeat it if it starts to recover. Ikoma considers asking Satsuki and Hoshina for help, but he dismisses the idea since they can't dodge area of effect attacks. Besides, they need to save the wounded. He reflects that thanks to the experiences of his past life, he can estimate the outcome of a battle. Considering the attack, defense, recovery ability, and hit points of summoner-type monsters, he concludes he'll definitely lose when he runs out of mana. He thinks about all the effort he put into cornering the boss monster. Although the sensible choice would be to flee, he decides to take a step forward. An image of Hoshina reflects the concern about the overflow, which will cause even more damage over time. Ikoma maintains a determined gaze. Then, he gives a smile, thinking about pushing forward. He reflects that it wouldn't be right to run away. He dashes toward the creature. He focuses, thinking about using his skills more efficiently and moving with dexterity. Soon, he moves above the enemy, remembering everything he did to reach his comrades in his past life. He delivers a direct blow, stating that he's done far more reckless things than this. The monster screams in pain as it's hit by the gravity attacks. It takes a step back, retreating in fear. One of the heads looks back with eyes red with rage. Soon, the monster summons more beasts, causing a large number of phantoms to appear. Ikoma thinks that the monster has summoned a large number of creatures again. He also notices that the fox still has a lot of mana, but it's overusing it. The creature levitates debris around it and attacks with the poltergeist skill. Chief Kurokawa exclaims that the monster used one skill after another without mana restrictions, and that no hunter can take down something like that alone. Hoshina despairs, stating that Ikoma can't fight all those monsters alone. Because of this, Satsuki says they need to help. She realizes Ikoma is in danger, but for some reason, the monster seems to fear him. The enemy growls, showing its fury. Soon, wolf phantoms shoot toward Ikoma. He raises his weapon, determined to focus. Thus, he concentrates all his energy. Ikoma skillfully dodges the attacking phantoms while eliminating them with surreal speed. Then, he hits the monster with his weapon, and it howls in pain. Ukami exclaims that it's impossible, questioning how the young man moves like that. The monster growls again, as Ikoma realizes it has finally let its guard down. He positions himself above the creature with another leap to gain altitude. The monster's eye on its back couldn't follow him, creating an opening for a surprise attack. Therefore, Ikoma decides he can strike it now. He executes a meteor drop, striking the monster directly in its demonic eye. Right after, the boss let out a loud cry as it fell. Then, the colossal creature's form dissipated. Once the adversary vanished, Ikoma gave a slight, relieved smile. The surrounding urban landscape revealed complete devastation, with rubble scattered everywhere. He then gripped his weapon as the holographic menu opened beside him, announcing a massive amount of experience points and a gain of 6 levels at once. After defeating the boss, he received 6,480 experience points, leveling up from 38 to 44 and gaining 23 skill points. With that, the summoned wolves and the monsters from the overflow vanished, leaving the city brighter. Ikoma looked back, realizing that despite the victory, the battle had been incredibly intense. His mana was completely drained, as he had bet everything on that final blow. Satsuki celebrated his victory. She asked if the monster's defeat meant the end of the overflow. Hoshina wondered if she had finally managed to help someone. She remembered her father holding her as a child. Kurakawa expressed surprise that Ikoma had defeated the boss alone. He then wondered who that kid was. A few hours later, the trio was at the Hunters Guild. There, the administrator informed Ikoma that despite being a C-rank hunter, he had stopped the overflow by himself. She added that he had prevented a disaster, and that the 3 of them deserved thanks, bowing in recognition of their service. 2 people commented that they heard the 3 of them had stopped the overflow and taken down a boss the ministry couldn't handle. Satsuki corrected them, stating that it wasn't them, but Ikoma who stopped the overflow. In turn, the young man felt embarrassed and said he couldn't have done it alone. He explained that if they hadn't fought the summoned wolves, he wouldn't have had enough mana to fight the boss. Then, Hoshina commented that she felt like an instant celebrity. Ikoma lamented that they couldn't film what happened. She retorted that she knew you shouldn't film people suffering in disasters. The boy thought that she could be surprisingly reasonable at times. Meanwhile, Hoshina pointed out that civilians had been injured in the incident. Serizawa and another man walked away, moving through the guild. He reflected on the disaster and how the monster eradication forces couldn't stop it either, wondering what would have become of them without the one who defeated it. People around them began to murmur, commenting that those 3 had apparently defeated the boss. Upon seeing Ikoma, Serizawa showed surprise. In turn, the young man recognized his face. Serizawa stared at Ikoma with wide eyes. He recognized him and questioned if he was the one who had defeated the boss. Finally, he remembered the moment he underestimated Ikoma after the fight. Then, Serizawa smiled, admitting he had no eye for talent at all. Meanwhile, Ukami, in a hospital bed, revealed he had faint memories of what happened while under the monster's control. However, he remembered the C-rank brat named Ikoma Ichinose, who cut off his arm. He grew angry at the people who believed Ikoma had stopped the overflow, considering it absurd. Furthermore, he stated that Ikoma would pay the price for amputating his arm. Ukami declared he would use his power and influence to bring the young man down, vowing to make him regret it. But Chief Kurakawa retorted that he should be thanking Ikoma. As Kurakawa and a companion approached, he explained that few people can subdue a B-rank hunter without killing them. He added that if it weren't for Ikoma, the man would be dead. Angered, Ukami questioned them, asking how they dared to mock him, a B-rank hunter. Then, he asked what brought them there. Chief Kurakawa invited the man to come in. Ukami's face couldn't hide his surprise. Kurakawa's companion was identified as a member of the monster eradication forces. Ukami then remembered when he cast the berserk skill on the soldiers of those forces, wondering if they had survived the incident. He expressed extreme resentment for being captured. Kurakawa confronted Ukami, saying that he had used a skill to drive the soldier into a frenzy, making him serve as bait. He also explained that using mind-altering skills without consent is a serious crime, and it was even worse to have abandoned troops in a dangerous area. Then, Ukami, in his hospital bed, was told that he surely knew the punishment for portal-related crimes. He expressed his rage, cursing everyone. Later at the guild, Ikoma's promotion request was denied. The young man questioned if they couldn't process his application form. The attendant apologized, explaining that the guild values its hunters' opinions. She also said he would have to wait 3 months to apply again if a guild hunter had denied the previous request. Ikoma reacted with surprise, stating that he was now level 44 and didn't need a review before applying. The attendant apologized again and asked him to return in 3 months, when she could accept his application. Ikoma thought that in 3 months, he wouldn't be able to clear the Library of Illusions before others did. He grew angry, thinking that Ukami had ruined his plans. Satsuki intervened, saying that Ikoma was a hero of Morima and had defeated the hunter who denied his application twice. However, the attendant reminded Satsuki that the man was fired and arrested for illegal skill use, reiterating that she was sorry but had to follow guild policy. Ikoma asked Satsuki to stop, recognizing there was nothing to be done. However, he told himself that he couldn't give up. In his thoughts, Ikoma reflected on the Ring of Wisdom, which could change the world's fate. He needed to find a way to get the promotion. Just then, someone approached, saying they had heard what happened. Satsuki and Ikoma reacted with surprise. The guild attendant also showed surprise. The person in question was revealed to be Serizawa, the guild's vice master. Ikoma asks if what he heard is for real, but the woman says it's not that simple. She explains that other hunters might complain, and the guild could end up being held responsible. And to make matters worse, she's sure that not even the guild master would agree to this. The scene shifts to Serizawa, who says he's read the reports to understand what went down. He then reveals that a certain Ukami turned down the promotion for personal reasons. But Serizawa assures him he's thought it through, and delaying the promotion would be a loss for the guild. He knows the master won't like the idea, but he guarantees he can convince him later. Ikoma is confused and asks why he would risk so much just to help him. Then Serizawa reveals that the guild's job is to help hunters keep the world safe. He recalls the incident at the gate, which could have been avoided if the guild had acted. That's why he's so grateful to Ikoma for preventing further damage. The vice master then extends his hand to him, wanting to show his gratitude and offer his help. With a smile, Ikoma accepts the proposal, and the two shake hands, sealing the deal. Back at the reception desk, Ikoma and Satsuki wait for the employee to finish the process, and finally, the approval stamp appears, confirming that his paperwork has been accepted. Satsuki is overjoyed and congratulates Ikoma on his big promotion to B rank. She says she can hardly believe it, as very few hunters reach this level. Ikoma just gives a slight smirk, looking quite confident about his achievement. In his thoughts, he reflects that he's leveling up much faster than in his past life. He remains focused and serious, thinking about how things are happening too quickly. Noticing his expression, Satsuki asks if he isn't happy, but he confirms that he is. The protagonist then explains that something is worrying him as an hourglass appears. He thinks that he managed to stop the incident, but a B-rank gate disaster is a serious matter, and since it happened in Morima, he would have definitely known about it if it had occurred in his past life. So he assumes the event never happened, wondering if something might have changed. He wonders if it's because he went back in time, but concludes that maybe the gates just manifested differently. The guy doesn't even know how he traveled back in time, so maybe it's just some kind of butterfly effect. But still, he wonders why this leaves him with such an anxious feeling. Then he sighs and thinks that once again, he's falling into his bad habit of being pessimistic. Anyway, he clenches his fist and gets fired up because he's finally gotten his promotion. Ikoma's phone suddenly beeps, with a new important news notification on the screen. He gets a little tense and says that finally, the gate he's been waiting for has appeared. The news reveals the Library of Illusions, a gate that appeared just a few minutes ago in Kanagawa. Satsuki then asks if this is the gate he was talking so much about, and he confirms it is. He believes the boss monster's Ring of Wisdom will be the key to solving the disasters, but Satsuki remembers that to enter a B-rank gate, you need to register and be tested. With a smile, he says he's going to register now and asks if she's cool with that. All excited and blushing a little, she replies that of course, she's in. The scene changes and now shows a large building with a very serious and official appearance. Inside, an older man is sitting alone when his phone starts getting a call. He explains that a gate is about to appear, and the boss's item cannot fall into the wrong hands. The person on the line suggests taking the item and blocking the gate, but the man tells them not to be ridiculous. He says he can't do anything that would raise suspicion, as he needs proper justification. The man comments that he has plenty of obedient dogs, while a blue bird chirps inside a cage. But he concludes it's not the time to use them, and that he'll need mercenaries. He stands up and gives the order to contact the Chimera's Fang as soon as the gate appears. Their mission is to kill the boss monster, destroy the loot, and kill any other hunters in the gate. That way, They can falsify the records so they don't have to get their own hands dirty. But suddenly, a knock on the door interrupts him while he's still checking his phone. He turns around and, without much interest, the man just tells the person on the other side to come in. A young man enters the room and says he's come to talk about the ministry's readiness status. The young man notices the phone in his hand and asks if he's arrived at a bad time. He tells him not to worry, that it was nothing important, but his aura felt quite sinister, and then he is revealed to be Kurebi Hozo, the Minister of Monster Eradication. The scene changes, and we see a fast-moving train carrying our heroes to their destination. Inside, Ikoma and Satsuki are sitting, heading towards the guild to register. Satsuki asks what the Library of Illusions is like, and he explains it's a giant library. Inside, besides various magical monsters, there's also a level 60 boss monster. She gets worried and asks if they can handle it, but Ikoma tells her everything will be fine. With a confident smile, he assures her he's already figured out a way to defeat the boss. They finally arrive at the Hunters Guild branch in the city of Uramu in Kanagawa. But upon arrival, Ikoma is shocked and asks why they can't enter the portal. The receptionist explains disdainfully that the guild has decided not to let hunters enter alone. She says she imagines people from other branches might not know, but this is the final decision. The woman explains that the branch has had many casualties, and the master wants to avoid negative publicity. Ikoma gets angry and says, this solves nothing, as the portal will only become more unstable. He argues that a B-rank hunter should be able to get a permit, but she replies that they can call the eradication forces to keep the portal stable. On top of that, she looks down on him, saying he was promoted to B-rank only recently. She continues, saying his partner is just a C-rank hunter and isn't needed there. Suddenly, a man in a hat appears and asks if they also came for an adventure. Ikoma is suspicious and asks who he is, but the man just smirks. He introduces himself as Seiji Jigoya, a level 43 priest class hunter. Seiji says he's a B-rank hunter and also wants to work in that portal with talented people. Ikoma thinks this is great, because with a priest and other hunters, they could get in. He had planned to level up with Satsuki before the boss, and forming a party solves that problem. Still, our protagonist finds the guy too suspicious to trust. Satsuki, on the other hand, is thrilled that they can finally enter the portal together. He turns to Satsuki and holds her face, confirming if her partner's name was Ikoma. Then he invites all B-rank hunters to join the party he's putting together. Satsuki feels a bit awkward and asks if she could also go on this mission. The priest just stays silent for a moment, making the atmosphere very strange. He says he heard she's an enchanter, one of the hardest classes to control, and with a malicious smile, he finishes by saying he can't have useless people in his party. Satsuki gets very sad, but Ikoma warns that if she's not going, he won't join either. The priest glares at Ikoma, not liking the stance he took to defend the mage. He then accuses Ikoma of trying to take control of the party, using Satsuki as an excuse. Seiji reveals that he already has 2 attack classes, and that he's taking this mission seriously. But Ikoma argues that an enchanter can provide mana, which would be crucial for the party. The priest remains silent for a moment, carefully considering the arguments he just heard. He gives a little smile and nods, saying that if that's the case, he'll accept the girl. So Seiji suggests they exchange numbers so he can let them know when the party is ready. He says goodbye and tells them he'll register everyone and meet them in front of the portal. The scene returns to the 2 of them sitting on a bench, anxiously waiting for the priest's call. Satsuki is still worried and asks if they'll really be able to work with that guy. Ikoma takes out his phone and agrees with her, saying he seemed pretty demanding, huh? But despite everything, he believes they can trust their new teammate a little. He thinks it's better to work with someone straightforward who doesn't seem likely to cause trouble later. Ikoma says he won't cause any problems, but Satsuki is scared and just hopes that's true. Besides, Ikoma thinks they have no choice, as this is their only chance. And having 3 high-rank allies will be a huge help in dealing with the boss monster. The scene changes, and now the whole group is gathered in a very gloomy-looking place. A girl with a scythe slams her weapon on the ground and says this isn't what they agreed on. The hunter Sayonibuki asks Seiji why he brought 2 useless classes to the party. He says it was necessary to get the guild's permission, and that she already knew that, but she retorts that he lied because he didn't tell her the classes of the 2 newbies. With a smile, Seiji replies that they are only there to meet the guild's requirements. He says Ikoma has a high level, but Satsuki is just a bonus that came along with him. Satsuki is happy to be there, but she thinks the group doesn't seem to get along very well. She then whispers to Ikoma in a corner and asks if he thinks everything will be okay. Ikoma thinks the priest was annoying enough, but the others are even more demanding. Just then, Cyan turns to them and says she's going to make one thing very clear to everyone. She threatens that if they try to take the loot without helping, she'll finish them both off right there. But Ikoma replies that he likes the idea of earning more if he works harder in the portal. Cyan gets irritated by his response and calls him a complete arrogant idiot. Then she turns to her partner Hiru and asks what he thinks of all this. Hirugasai says he doesn't care about it, and just hopes they don't get in the party's way. Ikoma thinks their levels are good, but the team roles don't fit together very well. After all, being the first to explore a portal can yield rare information and items. Sion agrees with the idea, but thinks the priest should have thought more about the party structure, but Ikoma thinks it doesn't matter, as he didn't have the luxury of choosing anyone either. Seiji claps his hands and says he understands the complaints, as they had to find people quickly. With everything settled, he thanks everyone and calls them to go to the Library of Illusions. The priest shows his ambition and arrogance, wanting to prove his party's worth. Meanwhile, Sion and Hiru show their complete disrespect for the new members. With this atmosphere, Ikoma just hopes they don't end up in trouble in the end. The dungeon entrance reveals itself, with the name Library of Illusions floating in the air. The group then enters the portal, walking carefully down the dungeon's main corridor. Seiji comments that this is one of the most difficult dungeons, but the place is quite elegant. With a smile, he thinks that portals of this level are rare and that they will become famous. Sion turns to them and confirms if their names were really Ikoma and Satsuki. She warns them they're just there to fill a slot, so they better not try to be heroes. But Ikoma retorts that his level is higher, and that they didn't come all the way from Tokyo for nothing. Furious, Sion yells at him and asks if he has the nerve to talk back to her. He then explains that he's just saying they'll also need their share of the loot. Ikoma says he knows they're there for the numbers and promises they won't attack without reason. She turns away in contempt and says at least he knows his place and that they won't need any help. Satsuki gets worried, but Ikoma tells her that for now, the focus is just on clearing the portal. He maintains his serious expression, already thinking about the next steps they need to take. In his thoughts, he knows that at some point, the group will need their help. Just then, Seiji finds something strange, and upon opening a book, he looks very surprised. He says he can't tell what language it is, and wonders if it's something unique to that realm. It's explained to us that apart from items and demon stones, all objects from portals disappear on the outside, and in the future, scholars were only able to discover the civilizational difference between the worlds. None of the scriptures formed a language, and none of the theories had solid proof. But the Ring of Wisdom from this library is a rare item that can answer all of this. Ikoma becomes determined and thinks with conviction that he will get that ring no matter what. Suddenly, a fire spell is cast, catching everyone by surprise with the attack. Seiji shouts and quickly conjures a shield to protect himself from the incoming fireballs. The spell explodes with full force against the barrier, creating a strong impact on the site. And then the enemy reveals itself, a level 40 librarian goblin, ready to attack. Hiru uses his shadow walk, and in the blink of an eye, he appears behind the monster. With a backstab, he finishes off the goblin, which doesn't even have time to react to the attack. The creature's body falls lifelessly to the ground, right in front of Ikoma, who just watches the scene. Seiji claps and praises Hiru's technique, but the ninja tells him to stop the flattery. He then turns and tells the two of them to collect the stones, saying that's how they can help. Sion warns that their job is to collect the stones, but Satsuki retorts that she didn't help. Sion becomes furious and shouts, unable to believe what she just heard from the girl. She yells that it wasn't her turn, and a scared Satsuki immediately apologizes. At that moment, Ikoma thinks that the two of them are strong and know exactly when to use their skills. But the moves the ninja used leave Ikoma deep in thought about what he saw. He looks at the ninja and has a revelation, for now he finally knows what the guy is. So Ikoma approaches the ninja and confirms if his name is indeed Hirugasai. The ninja turns around, annoyed, and asks who gave him permission to call him by his name. Seeing the scene, Satsuki gets worried and asks why he's talking to that scary guy. The protagonist ignores her and remembers the skills, the shadow walk, and the famous backstab. He gets all excited with a big grin and says the guy is definitely a rogue. Satsuki is completely shocked and confused and can only call out Ikoma's name. Then he explains to the ninja that he'll need more power to fight the bosses. So he suggests with a gleam in his eye that the ninja use skills to get stronger. Hiru is completely baffled and wonders what the hell is wrong with this lunatic. Ikoma advises that he can distract or team up with mages, and that he should choose soon. But Hiru gets angry and grabs him, yelling that he'll cut his head off if he tries to help again. Satsuki asks why he spoke to the guy, but Ikoma says he knows his way around the rogue class. He thinks that rogues lose power at high levels, and didn't want Hiru to go through that. Then Sion calls him an idiot, saying Hiru is one of the best rogue hunters. Ikoma then remembers that in his past life, he was the best rogue in the entire country. He gives a sad little smile, knowing they probably wouldn't believe him anyway. Meanwhile, Hiru finds it strange, as this was supposed to be a rare, high-level portal. He comments that everything is too easy, but Seiji says it's because he's strong and on the team. Suddenly, the ninja notices a strange noise, and sees a shadow moving quickly by. A level 45 pocket watch rabbit monster appears, peeking at the group from around a corner. Hiru notes that its level is high, but Ikoma is shocked to see one of those monsters here. It is explained that this monster is horrible and has the great ability to annihilate entire parties. Ikoma warns that the creature doesn't attack from a distance and suggests they go around the other way, but Hiru ignores him and says he's getting on his nerves, telling the weakling not to give him orders. Ikoma screams in his mind for him to stop, as they will be in danger if the rabbit's skill is activated. But Hiru completely ignores the warning and continues walking toward the stuffed animal-like monster. He knows he can't protect everyone and fight that creature at the same time. Hiru leaps into the air, ready to strike, but the rabbit senses the threat. Just then, Ikoma desperately yells for him to stop, warning that these rabbits are extremely dangerous. The rabbit lunges at him as Hiru prepares to slash with his blade. He attacks with full force, but the monster dodges with incredible speed, zipping right past him. Hiru is stunned by its quickness, wondering how such a small monster can be so fast. Suddenly, the rabbit activates a skill called Rabbit's Dash and glows brightly. It vanishes from the hunter's sight, who complains about it having an escape skill, but Hiru smirks. A rare monster with unique skills must drop some good loot. He figures since he started the fight, he has to commit to it now. Ikoma's expression turns serious. He's determined to help defeat the pocket rabbit no matter what. He warns the group to be on guard because the creature will use its skills and can be lethal. Seiji seems confused, disdainfully asking what Ikoma is talking about. He looks at the monster and says it's only level 45, no match for the 5 of them. But then his eyes widen as he begins to wonder if the rabbit has that skill. Hiru ignores the warnings and tells the rabbit not to boss him around, calling it a loser. Hiru leaps into the air, ready to strike, but the rabbit senses the threat. Just then, Ikoma desperately yells for him to stop. He realizes he can't dodge, but Ikoma suddenly appears and blocks the attack at the last second. Ikoma is relieved he made it in time, while the rabbit seems to grumble in frustration. Then he grabs the rabbit's paw with his hand, which glows with a dark purple energy. With a swift move, he lands a powerful kick on the monster, which screams in pain. Ikoma explains he has the advantage in the air because he can use gravity manipulation. At this, the rabbit makes a pouty face, puffing out its cheeks as if it's angry. But Ikoma tells it to stop with the cute act, saying it's just a cursed rabbit. Behind him, Hiru slowly approaches, still recovering from the shock. He takes a deep breath, thinking that was a close call, and wonders if Ikoma knew about the attack. The rabbit then activates its Rabbit's Dash skill again and runs off. Ikoma explains that the rabbit doesn't fight. It runs away and summons other monsters to ambush its target. He then yells that he'll fight 3 of the books, telling the other 4 to handle the last one. Seiji defends himself, saying he knows he was slow, but they're experienced hunters too. But Ikoma cuts him off, warning that one wrong move and they all die, so they better listen to him. It's explained that the rabbit is faster and smarter, making it nearly impossible to fight in its ambush. We're told that Hiru was the most skilled, but even he almost died right there. Sion, on the other hand, is in a total panic, trembling with fear and unsure of what to do. And then there's Seiji and Satsuki, who are support classes and can't fight properly. That's why Sion yells at Ikoma, saying it's impossible for him to fight 3 monsters. But Satsuki trusts his judgment, knowing his plan is their best shot. She then shouts to the team that they'll take down their monster and then help Ikoma. Meanwhile, one of the grimoires flies straight at the protagonist, ready to attack, but Ikoma manages to dodge the bite, moving with incredible agility at the last second. We're told that these monsters can move freely in the air, making the fight difficult. On top of that, they can attack from a distance, with incredibly fast and powerful magic. Ikoma also has to stay alert, as the rabbit could appear at any moment to ambush him. He sighs, thinking it's rare to have to fight in such an unfavorable situation, but his determination quickly returns. He enjoys battles that push him to his limits. With a confident smile, he calls the monsters trash and says he'll tear them to pieces. The rabbit seems to enjoy the taunt, thinking the fight is going to be a lot of fun. The 3 grimoires charge Ikoma at once, surrounding him from all sides. Seeing the danger, Seiji acts fast and casts a shield spell to protect the team. The monster's attack explodes against the shield, but the magic barrier manages to withstand the impact. Sion seizes the chance and yells that she's not holding back, leaping at the enemy. She lands a direct hit with her scythe, tearing off a piece of the monster book. The girl realizes they're fast and strong, with powerful attacks and spells. And to make matters worse, she remembers that damn rabbit is still around. She gets angry, wondering how anyone can face 3 of them, and what that idiot is thinking. Meanwhile, Ikoma defends himself, plunging his sword hard into the attacking grimoire. He uses his magic in midair as the other monsters prepare magic circles to attack him. With his eye glowing, he concentrates and uses his ability to reduce the gravity there. He then jumps onto a book, using it as a foothold to dodge a spell. In the air, he fires a beam of purple energy, hitting one of the monsters head-on. With a smirk on his face, he lands stylishly after destroying the first enemy. Then he uses his skill, Meteor Fall, and dives straight at the last monster. The monster's head explodes from the blow, and a window announces that Ikoma has gained experience. With a serious look, he confirms that's one down, but the battle isn't over yet. On the other side, Satsuki uses her Shadow Ball magic, attacking the grimoire chasing her, and Hiru also attacks, using his quick stab to pierce the other monster book. Sion and Seiji celebrate, happy they managed to defeat 2 of the summoned enemies, but the rabbit uses its watch again, releasing an intense pink glow on the field. It activates Alice magic and summons 2 more grimoires to replace the ones that were killed. Ikoma explains that the rabbit can control 4 monsters. He explains that it just swapped out the pieces. Satsuki gets desperate, yelling that at this rate the enemy's attacks will never stop. To make it worse, the 2 new monsters fly straight for Sion. She braces for a fight, yelling that they're mistaken if they think she's weak. Seeing the danger, Ikoma yells for Sion to run and regroup behind the shield for protection, but she gets annoyed, admitting he's good, but he can't underestimate her like that. Angrily, she screams that she'll kill both monsters at once and prepares to attack. She starts her circular cut, but stops when she hears a sound, wondering what it was. Hiru is startled to see the rabbit coming towards him with a scary face. Sion turns toward the sound, but only finds the little rabbit standing there, looking cute. The monster taps its foot on the ground, pretending it was the one who made the spring-like noise. Seiji wonders if the monster did that to trick them. He yells for Sion to get out of there, but it's too late, and one of the grimoires mercilessly sinks its teeth into her waist. She screams in pain as she's thrown to the ground by the impact of the surprise attack. The monster doesn't let go, its teeth digging into her flesh, which starts to bleed heavily. Panicked, she thinks the creature won't let go and that she's going to die there. Ikoma appears, warning that they'll have to rip the monster off by force to save her. He gets ready to strike, but warns that the blow will hurt her a little too. With his eyes glowing, he uses his Grante magic, creating a purple sphere of gravity. The magic crushes the monster, which screams in pain as it's forced to release Sion. Freed from the enemy, she falls to the ground, dropping her scythe and feeling intense pain. She breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that it hurt, but she's still alive and almost died. The remaining grimoire is terrified, screaming in fear as it looks at her on the ground. Ikoma strikes the last monster with his sword while Sion remains on the ground. He yells for Seiji to use white magic to heal her, and the boy replies that he's on it. Satsuki says their formation is broken, and now they're cornered. The situation is bad, with the team separated and Ikoma alone against the last enemy. But he explains there's hope, as the rabbit's magic uses a lot of mana. Ikoma stares at the rabbit, thinking the creature probably knows this very well too. At that, the little monster realizes it needs to act fast before its mana runs out. Ikoma then uses his skill to increase gravity, crushing the grimoire against the ground. But the book's cover is tough and it defends itself with its teeth, forcing Ikoma to retreat. Seeing that it didn't work, he changes tactics and tries to stab the monster from below. With a yell, he uses his Grante magic once more, concentrating all his power. A sphere of gravity flies at full speed and hits the grimoire head-on, with no chance to defend. The attack worked, and he gains more experience as the book's remains fall to the ground. Satsuki celebrates, saying they got another one, and that they need to keep up the pressure. But Seiji yells that he's gone too far, warning Ikoma to watch out for the rabbit. Seiji shouts desperately, warning that he'll get surrounded if he stays there alone. Suddenly, the rabbit appears behind him, with a sinister look, ready to attack, but Ikoma says he knew it was coming and uses reverse gravity to jump over it. The rabbit is confused and doesn't understand, as the protagonist simply vanishes from its sight. It's explained to us that the rabbit knows it needs to take him down first, since he gives the orders. The monsters had them cornered. But the rabbit couldn't use its ambush without a blind spot, so Ikoma figured it would attack him as soon as he exposed himself, falling right into the trap. With the plan working, he charges full speed at the rabbit, which gets startled. But the protagonist realizes the creature reacted very quickly, almost dodging his attack. Wasting no time, he unleashes a powerful slash with his sword, covering a huge area. Ikoma gets frustrated, realizing he couldn't kill the monster with that blow. It's explained that the plan was to increase gravity and then deliver a downward slash, but the creature was so fast that he had to use a horizontal slash and missed the target. Meanwhile, Hiru gets bitten by a book, but he doesn't seem to care. Seiji's shield is hit hard, showing that their defense was at its limit. The group warns that they can't hold out against the monster's pressure for much longer. Ikoma knows he needs to defeat the rabbit quickly to end the magic and save everyone. He runs at full speed, but realizes the rabbit is too fast to be caught like that. The rabbit smirks, as it already anticipates Ikoma's next move and has a plan to counter. Then, the protagonist shouts the name of his magic, Grante, and launches a new attack. The rabbit uses Rabbit Rush again, jumping high to dodge the sphere. Mockingly, it holds up a sign with a score of 10 as if scoffing at the attack. But it gets a scare, as the gravity sphere starts pulling everything in around it. The rabbit is pulled down hard, crushed against the ground by Ikoma's magic. Down on the ground, it hears that Ikoma had anticipated its every move from the start. Ikoma explains that the rabbit's skill forces it to jump, exposing its weakness at the end. At this, the rabbit despairs and reveals its sinister face, screaming at him in a rage. He seizes the opening and finishes the monster, gaining experience and leveling up. With the summoner's death, the monster books simply lose their magic and fall to the ground. Satsuki and Seiji look at the items with relief, now that the danger is finally over. She tells Ikoma she's glad the magic stopped, and that they managed to survive. Sion, almost in tears, asks if it's really over, still in disbelief that they won the fight. Satsuki notices the girl is very emotional and calls her name with a smile. But Sion yells that she's not crying, claiming it was just some sand in her eye. Seiji then apologizes to Ikoma, thanking him and saying he shouldn't have underestimated him. He confesses that he thought Ikoma would die and that the team would have lost without his help. Suddenly, he sees a book on the ground and asks what that dropped item is. Ikoma picks up the book and says it's the Demon Stone and also a loot item. The rare item is the Rabbit Skill Book, which teaches the Rabbit Rush ability. Ikoma says the skill can be sold for 10 million. This leaves Seiji shocked by the amount. Seiji calculates that it'll be 2 million for each of them, getting excited about all the money. But he changes his mind and suggests it might be better for them to leave and come back later. It's explained that they underestimated the portal, spent too much mana, and Sion got injured. Ikoma gets serious, as he can't let anyone get the Ring of Wisdom under any circumstances. He says the rabbit was the worst enemy, and now Seiji can heal the injured. Then he says there's an easy way to recover mana, making Seiji very curious. Satsuki is terrified by her past trauma, begging Ikoma not to make her go through that again. He explains that the librarian goblin is perfect for draining mana, making Satsuki desperate. Seiji looks at the rest of the group and agrees with the suggestion, deciding to continue the exploration. Hiru also agrees, saying he's not the type to run from a good fight. He thinks that Ikoma seems useful, and that he will have many uses for him. Sion is outraged by the decision, yelling if they've already forgotten the danger they were in. Seiji taunts her, saying if she's scared they can leave, but she denies it. The scene changes to outside the portal, where some important people are discussing the situation. One of them shows a card, explaining that the eradication forces have been sent for security. The guard is surprised, as he realizes the man is from the guild's headquarters. At that, he apologizes and salutes, showing respect to his superior. The girl complains about the procedures, and snaps the identification card with a loud crack. She throws the card away, while her partner explains that portal laws are complicated. He says her skill helped them, but her identification card ends up falling. Eris then asks why destroy the loot from a boss no one has ever seen, but he replies that it's not their problem, since they just need to follow orders. He tells her to remove the illusion spell so as not to waste unnecessary mana on the mission. She complains, saying that Gikyo is such a stickler for the rules all the time. But he insists they're orders from the boss, and they need to do everything by the book. Aris gives a little smile, knowing that no one would clear a portal before her anyway. Her partner then reveals himself, the hunter Gikyo Kyogoku, who is level 54, and she is Aris Yumakawa, level 57, super excited to kill anyone who shows up. Suddenly, a huge book demon appears in front of them, roaring menacingly. Sion is startled by its appearance, screaming in fear at the sight of the bizarre creature. Ikoma acts quickly to protect her, parrying the demon's attack with a clash of his sword. He yells for Sion to back off right away, ordering her to get away from the danger immediately. At that moment, the protagonist charges forward and slashes the monster's arm, which tries to strike back. The demon stretches its body, a strange ability that confuses anyone who hasn't seen it before. Ikoma realizes Sion isn't mentally strong, as was already clear from the fight with the rabbit. Seeing the situation, Satsuki jumps into action and shouts the name of her spell, Shadow Hand. Shadowy tentacles appear out of nowhere, trapping the demon, which cries out in surprise. She uses the shadows to slam the monster with all her might, and it screams in pain from the blow. With the victory, Satsuki gains experience and stands still, her gaze now much more determined. She's changed a lot, and her new skill has many uses in battle. Ikoma thinks it was a waste of mana, but they needed to finish off the monsters quickly. He congratulates Satsuki on a job well done and excuses himself to handle the rest of the problem. With a victorious smile, she turns and calls out to Sion, showing off her newfound confidence. Satsuki tells Sion to get away from Ikoma, who gives her a very annoyed look. Sion gets startled and jumps back, saying she didn't mean to grab him, but Ikoma says nobody asked, and she makes up an excuse that she just tripped and had to hold on. She then glares at Satsuki, asking why she's looking at her like that. Sion finally admits she's grateful for the help, but warns that this is the last time. Across the room, Seiji yells, "Shield!" creating a barrier against a magical attack. Hiru appears, covered in blood, crying out in pain from his serious injuries. Ikoma announces there's only one enemy left, as everyone tenses up, looking at the last remaining monster. Hiru wastes no time and lunges to attack the librarian goblin, ignoring everything else. Seiji shouts desperately, warning that Ikoma ordered them to keep the last monster alive no matter what. But Hiru doesn't listen and blocks the goblin's staff attack with his dagger. He throws his weapon to the ground and says he already knows, telling Seiji to shut up. With a sharp tug, he grabs the goblin by the collar, leaving the monster completely defenseless. The goblin has a lot of mana, making it the perfect target for Satsuki to use. Ikoma thinks that Hiru is the most skilled among them and is surprised to see him here. The captured goblin lies on the floor, weakened, as Satsuki prepares to act. She uses her skill Mana Drain, transferring all the monster's energy to Seiji. He gets super excited, celebrating that he can now use his barrier again in battle. Seeing the fully drained goblin, Sion says they can now continue exploring the portal, but Ikoma explains that capturing a monster is difficult, so they can't always count on it. Seiji agrees with the logic, patting him on the shoulder and thanking him for the big help. They look down a hallway, realizing they're finally getting close to the center of the portal. Ikoma then suggests that maybe it's time to go straight for the boss monster. Hiru thinks it's an excellent idea, showing he's more than ready for another fight. But Sion is shocked by the plan, asking if he doesn't think it's too reckless right now. He provokes her, asking if she's scared, and she immediately denies it, of course. Seiji becomes thoughtful, remembering that his plan was always to defeat the portal's boss. He admits to himself that the experience they've gained is already more than he had imagined. Ikoma then reveals that he actually has an item that provides information about the boss monster. Seiji is surprised and asks if this means they're really capable of defeating it now. Seiji thinks that hunting a B-rank boss will definitely go on his hunter record. He imagines himself becoming very popular, thinking he'll be able to join much better parties after this. But Ikoma asks for a favor, saying he wants to keep all the boss loot for himself. In exchange, he offers all the stones and other items to the rest of them, leaving Seiji shocked by the proposal. Ikoma mentions he's already arranged it with Satsuki and can even throw in some extra cash on top. Seiji gets suspicious, thinking the item must be really valuable for Ikoma to want it this badly. But then he remembers they already have the money from the skill book to split among them. He becomes mesmerized by the 10 million, and Sion asks what his problem is. She then pressures Hiru, asking if even he is going to abandon the group and turn against them. Annoyed, Sion finally agrees to participate, but warns that now they're even for good. Ikoma finds it curious, as she is surprisingly loyal to the group, despite everything that's happened. The scene changes to a mysterious woman in a huge hall, brightly lit by large windows, and then it's revealed that she is the boss, Akasha, the master of the Library of Illusions. The group finally reaches the boss's door, with Ikoma warning them the monster is right ahead. He then reminds everyone to stick to the plan, as the boss doesn't move but hits hard. Hiru and Sion listen as Ikoma's voice tells them they just need to stay calm. Seiji smiles confidently, already picturing himself as an experienced hunter who's cleared a rank B gate. But Sion is suspicious and asks how they can trust information from a magic item. At this, Satsuki notes she wasn't complaining before, but Sion shouts that something feels wrong. She points at Ikoma, saying he didn't even explain the item, and she doesn't understand everyone else's trust. Seiji defends the protagonist, saying no one would reveal their secrets, and that Ikoma doesn't seem like a liar. Sion gets annoyed with the situation, while Hiru says he's not running from a boss. Ikoma then says that if anyone is scared, they can all just leave together now. Sion gets flustered, yelling that she's not scared. She just doesn't trust him. With that, Seiji tries to calm her down, explaining that he and Hiru will provide full support. She turns to Hiru, thinking he's underestimating her, but Ikoma says she just seemed anxious. Hiru thinks that Ikoma handled her well, and that his objective will be accomplished here. Before the fight, Ikoma decides it's better to use his skill points at once. He analyzes his skill screen, seeing that he needs 15 points to level up his magic. Thinking about the boss, Ikoma decides that improving his gravity magic now is the best choice. The screen confirms that the magic has been upgraded to level 3, spending the 15 points he had. Suddenly a new window pops up, notifying him that he has learned a spell called Gravidea. The description says the skill crushes its targets, and he thinks this will be very useful. With a smile on his face, he's satisfied to have gained a new skill for the fight. The moment arrives, and Ikoma slowly opens the large doors to the boss monster's room. The entire group then enters the chamber, all with serious expressions and ready for battle. The protagonist takes another step forward, looking up with a focused and determined gaze. The scene reveals a giant hall, and at the far end is the boss, Akasha, with her back turned. She turns around slowly, and her name and level 60 appear, showcasing her imposing presence. Hiru and Sion analyze the enemy, commenting that she seems to be standing still for now. Seiji gets ready, while Hiru shouts for everyone to follow the plan, and Ikoma agrees immediately. But out of nowhere, the boss starts using a skill, releasing a powerful yellow energy. A gigantic lightning bolt then crashes down on the group, catching everyone by surprise. Ikoma realizes the item's information was correct, since the boss did use the lightning bolt. He explains that the bolt loses power with distance, which is why it focused on them in the front. At that, he moves quickly, using his magic to reduce his own gravity. And Hiru is also naturally very agile, since he's from the bandit class. With their speed, Akasha wouldn't be able to cast another spell in time to hit them. The strategy is to find an opening to attack right after she uses a skill. So Satsuki seizes the chance and conjures a powerful sphere of shadows with her staff. Sion also wastes no time, sending an energy slash from her scythe towards the boss. Both hits land squarely on the boss, who feels the strong impact of the combined attack. But Akasha turns to Satsuki and says she won't forgive her for this. The mage is in complete shock, as she never expected the monster to be able to speak. Ikoma yells that she's about to use an area of effect attack and tells Hiru to fall back to Seiji. Hiru doesn't like taking orders, but for now, he decides to obey the plan. And just like that, the boss summons a giant wave of fire that rushes towards the group. Sion panics and screams in desperation, as there's no way to dodge this attack. But Ikoma says with a smile that if they can't dodge it, then they'll block it. At that, the whole group retreats, and Seiji steps forward, telling them to leave this part to him. He then conjures a shield of light, which manages to hold back the boss's massive fire wave. Seiji thinks that Ikoma was right, as area of effect spells don't deal that much damage to a single point. He tells the group they can handle her skills, they just need to stay sharp. We are told that because she's immobile, Akasha has many area of effect spells, which makes her predictable. Ikoma then shouts loudly for everyone to remain calm, because they will be able to defeat her. Hiru and Sion get excited by the situation, and she says with a big grin that they can do it. But Hiru thinks that everything is going too well, and he needs some of them to die to make things easier. He glances at Ikoma from the side, thinking the protagonist is too skilled to be left alive. Our hero remains focused on the fight, oblivious to the betrayal that is coming his way. Hiru then makes up his mind. He needs to deal with Ikoma before finishing off the rest. Ikoma and Hiru remain on the front line, facing the boss Akasha up close and ready to attack. Just then, she begins to gather a bluish energy in her hands, preparing her next powerful ability. The boss then creates a giant sword of pure lightning, called the Sword of Zeus. With it, she slams the sword into the ground, causing an electrical explosion that destroys everything around them. But Ikoma manages to dodge at the last second, already preparing to counterattack the monster. He takes advantage of the opening and sends a quick slash with his sword, aiming right for her body. Akasha steps back, saying he was too slow, and Ikoma realizes she doesn't know how to fight up close. He then taunts the boss, asking why she doesn't just stick to her long-range attacks. In the back, Sion excitedly comments that with the two of them in front, the fight is much easier. Satsuki agrees that the boss isn't such a big deal, and thinks about how nervous Sion was before. Seiji watches everything, thinking that even though he had his doubts, Ikoma's plan is going perfectly. He admires the protagonist's boldness, because even when the boss's attacks are deadly, he finds a way. The priest even gets chills, thinking about the confidence and experience Ikoma must have. Suddenly, Akasha changes tactics and slams the ground, opening a huge chasm in the room. Ikoma notices the change, realizing that because she's losing, she altered her attack pattern. Ikoma analyzes that the pillars block attacks, but they also serve as hiding spots for them to take cover. He then yells for the three of them to move closer now, and Seiji confirms the call right away. The boss fires a powerful lightning bolt, but Hiru uses a pillar as a shield to defend himself. At that, Sion and Satsuki take advantage of the cover to launch more attacks at Akasha. Sion even taunts her, thanking the boss for giving them a place to hide. Seiji also provokes her, saying the little doll made the wrong choice by creating all the pillars. Suddenly, Ikoma notices that Sion got carried away and moved too far forward, putting herself in a dangerous position. But for him, that spot is simply perfect, fitting exactly into what he was planning. He runs full speed towards her, already shouting and apologizing for what he's about to do. The girl is confused, watching Ikoma charge at her in such a strange way. He then stomps hard on her back, using the poor girl as a human springboard. With the boost, the protagonist soars high into the air and lands perfectly on top of one of the pillars. Sion is furious on the ground, yelling if he seriously just used her as a launch pad. He explains that he couldn't get close, but now he can attack from above using his magic. At that, he uses his skill, Meteor Fall, crashing down on the boss. The blow lands squarely on the boss's helm, breaking one of her horns on impact. Seeing the damage, Sion celebrates wildly, shouting that they finally landed a good hit. But Ikoma looks at her with a serious expression and warns that the battle isn't over yet. Akasha's health was very low, but he realizes her defense is too tough. So he turns and says her HP is almost gone and that they can win. Taking advantage of the distraction, Hiru approaches from behind, thinking about how strong Ikoma is. With a treacherous look, he decides the protagonist needs to disappear as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the boss Akasha begins to raise her arms, preparing a new spell. A huge sphere of blue energy appears on the ceiling, signaling that a powerful attack is coming. Ikoma recognizes the spell, explaining that it consumes a lot of mana and can't be stopped once started. He realizes the boss has entered rage mode, which is why she's using this ability. With that, the protagonist runs towards her, warning that they need to defeat her before the spell activates. Fortunately, Hiru and the others are already on the other side, close enough to help with the attack. The boss is immobile, so Hiru throws a dagger, seeing the perfect opening to go all out. But the attack isn't aimed at the boss, but at Ikoma, who startles as he parries the betrayal. Hiru is shocked that he blocked it, as he didn't expect him to be so fast. He then makes up the excuse that he slipped, but Ikoma just stares at him suspiciously. The protagonist wonders to himself if Hiru's attack was on purpose or not, but he decides to focus on the fight and yells that the boss's ultimate attack is coming now. They both say they'll make quick work of him. Then he comments that there aren't many items that can be summoned. Seeing the ring, he remembers seeing something similar before. Revealing the item, he explains it came from the portal's boss. With a serious look, she faces the unfolding situation. Then she realizes it's all just a bluff on his part. Mockingly, she says he risked everything on an unknown item. He replies that he got the ring to get rid of her clones. Falling silent, his opponent just listens. Smiling, she asks if the boy really has a plan. Challenging the boy, she sends her clones after him with everything she's got. The small creature warns that Akasha is in a weakened state right now, but he explains that with his mana, he can use her abilities. Pointing forward, he orders Akasha to advance and attack. Answering the call, she unleashes a powerful strike towards the enemies. Surprised by what she sees, she wonders if that's an area of effect spell. With no way to escape, she realizes she won't be able to dodge that attack. Hit by the blow, she tries to shield herself with her arms, but looking closely, she notices the attack isn't that strong. Her two copies end up taking the full impact of the blow. At that, the clones start to disintegrate, unable to withstand the damage. She says her clones can only take a certain amount of damage. The summoned creature comments that the wave of fire doesn't deal much damage. Using summoned monsters is inefficient because it consumes too much mana. Even if they're weak, area of effect attacks are her clone's biggest weakness. Illusionists don't have defensive or evasive skills to protect themselves. He then reveals he can use different spells through summoned items. Having fulfilled its purpose, the small creature begins to slowly fade away. He says it's now his turn to attack, since her clones are gone. Shocked, she admits she thought he was completely defenseless. She then wonders if he had been planning this from the very beginning. Realizing the situation, she admits that at this rate, she might lose the fight. Standing still, she refuses to lose to a low-level hunter. Starting to laugh, she completely changes her posture in the face of the unexpected situation. Finding it all great, she says he's truly very impressive. She says it's been a long time since anyone has gotten her this excited, but she warns him that he hasn't seen all of her fighting skills yet. Using her ability, she creates several illusions that advance towards him. With a determined look, she yells that it's time to settle the fight. Her ability mixes deadly spells with illusions and consumes a lot of mana. He'll need to focus to distinguish the attacks, leaving him no time to defend. Seizing the chance, she moves in to attack while he's busy with everything. Surrounded by the blows, he knows most people would find it impossible to dodge this. However, he retorts that for him, it won't be a problem at all. Seeing an opening, she lunges with her dagger to deliver the final blow. Lunging with the dagger, she misses the strike and hits the empty ground. Then, She's shocked to realize he's no longer there. Looking around, she wonders where he could have gone. Suddenly, he appears in the air using a gravity skill. Gaining momentum, he launches himself upward with great speed. When she looks up, she finally spots where her opponent was. He then descends with an extremely powerful downward strike. Parrying the attack, their weapons clash, creating a huge impact. Straining hard, she says she can't push him back. She yells that he's too strong for her to hold back. Under the pressure of the blow, her weapon shatters into pieces. Seeing the opening, he follows through, landing a direct hit. Thrown downward, she crashes to the ground from the force of the blow. Lying on the ground, she hears him say the fight is finally over. He laments, saying she hasn't seen all of his skills either. Shouting, she charges forward to deliver a powerful blow against her opponent. She realizes he doesn't go down, no matter how many times she attacks. Her companion wonders if the attacks aren't really affecting him. Strengthening his body, the skill makes him stronger with every hit he takes. Despite everything, the ability seems to have dulled his senses. He will keep fighting as long as his body and limbs are intact. Then, one of them says they don't need to rush to defeat him. He decides he just needs to buy time until his help arrives. Suddenly, a girl screams that they need to help, but something happens. At that, the two of them turn quickly, looking at what happened beside them. Changing scenes, Ikoma appears standing over his defeated opponent. Seeing the result, the girl celebrates that Ikoma won the fight. Unable to believe what he's seeing, he wonders how Aris could have lost. Going back 4 years in time, the Chimera Gang was a deadly group. As they were walking, one of them suddenly stops and stares back. Even in the past, Aris was always far more experienced than everyone else. He then says that she and her group are truly very dangerous. With his sword in hand, he hopes she won't take it personally. Seeing that the mission has failed, he knows he only has one option left. One of his companions warns everyone that the enemy has started to move. Passing by them, the enemy charges forward with impressive speed. Not understanding anything, the boy is surprised by what just happened. Running towards the protagonist, the enemy prepares to attack. In a swift move, he lands a blow from behind, right on his back. Caught by surprise, the protagonist doesn't understand what happened. Then his companion realizes the target was Ikoma, not them. Landing the blow, he throws the protagonist aside with full force. Leaping away, he retreats to a safe distance. Looking at the enemy, he then asks if he's trying to run from the fight. He says that next time he'll finish him off for good. Looking at the enemy, he asks who hired him for this. Then, he tells Eris to hide while he carries her on his back. Waving goodbye, she uses an illusion spell to escape with him. Watching them disappear into thin air, he says the fight was quite fun. Suddenly, he falls to his knees, admitting he used up all his energy. With his hand shaking badly, he thinks it was a good thing they left. Approaching him, one of his female companions apologizes for what happened, but he replies that it's okay, as they did very well. He didn't think the three of them could win alone, so he wanted to help. Her progress is remarkable, and now the gang has finally been exposed. With no casualties, the group gathers after the great confrontation ends. Looking at the ring, he thinks the outcome of the fight was satisfactory. He believes the Ring of Wisdom is the key to the portals. Now he's more certain, since the Chimera Gang came after the item. Remembering his past life, he says a research institute took the ring. He concludes that someone must have intentionally sent the enemies this time. Just then, a strange voice suddenly calls out to the 4 members of the group. Lying on the ground, a man asks them to heal him or get him out of there. Furious, the girl tells him not to tell them what to do. Trying to calm her down, her friend says they don't need to get their hands dirty right now. He then suggests they hand him over to the monster eradication forces. Changing scenes, she questions why he saved her instead of leaving her behind. She says their boss might get angry about their choice to flee. He explains it was better to return with information than to die on the spot. Knowing who took the ring, he says it won't be hard to retrieve it. After all, he reveals they have an XA rank hunter. Hearing this revelation, she just turns her face to the side in silence, but she says there's no way she's handing it over to that bastard. Exiting the portal, the group finds 2 officers waiting for them. Shocked, one of them asks if the 4 of them cleared the Library of Illusions by themselves. Overjoyed, the blonde guy says his reputation has grown after clearing a portal. He then says he never wants to go near a high-rank portal again. Arriving with his team, a man regrets choosing that portal for training. He then turns and asks the boy if he cleared the portal. Introduced as Toya, he says he shouldn't have wasted his time coming here. He remarks that it must be nice to do whatever you want with the available portals. Angry, the girl asks if he has any idea what they went through in there. Asking them to ignore her, he holds her back as she says, "It's not fair." Many soldiers believe civilian hunters should be kept out of the portals. He thinks they should complain to the ministry, not to them. It will take a decade for the ministry's policies to be proven right. And staring at the sergeant, he thinks that man will never live to see it happen. Sensing the tension, One of the subordinates asks Sergeant Mayumi not to do anything. Called Sumuji, she comments that it's a good thing the high-rank portals have closed. He then asks them to arrest the man, who tried to steal their items. Unfazed by the accusation, the man just keeps staring at the group. Confused by the situation, the sergeant asks what he means by that. Saying it's a misunderstanding, he gets hit and is called a thief. He requests an investigation from the guild, as he knows this isn't the first time. Explaining his logic, he says that every hunter knows they would have gained nothing. As he's being taken by the guards, the man is removed from the area for questioning. Asking for a favor, he tells them to search the portal and the nearby areas. He reveals that they found the Chimera gang inside. Hearing the duo's description, the sergeant's expression turns very serious. He then questions if the boy is sure about the information he's providing. Telling them to send someone, he says he'll explain everything in detail later. Observing the boy, the sergeant wonders about his vast experience in the matter. Turning away, the boy thinks that Sergeant is a very unsettling man. Unable to ignore it, he orders his subordinate to contact headquarters immediately. Shifting to the front of a building, the scene is set. Once inside, the two groups wait to sort out all the paperwork. As time passes, the day finally ends while they deal with the bureaucracy. Walking down the street, they comment that the long mission is finally over. She then complains that everything would have been easy if they hadn't been backstabbed. Saying that the class makes the person, she decides to never trust rogues again. Stuttering, he replies that a character's class doesn't affect the real person. Laughing at the situation, the blonde guy says the important thing is that everyone made it out in one piece. He then celebrates that they still got the trader's share of the profits. Confirming the story, he says that was the only reward they wanted. Looking at the ring, he reveals they kept the most valuable item. Seeing they aren't from the city, he points them in the direction of the station. Saying goodbye to the group, he says it was a pleasure to have met them on the mission. Watching their new allies leave, the two of them stand and watch in silence. He admits he wanted to clear the library just to make a name for himself and earn some easy money. With a smile, he says that now he wants to challenge himself and clear a portal alone. Hearing all this, the protagonist just gives a slight smile at what was said. Approaching her companion, the girl gives her a little nudge to get her attention. Apologizing, she says she treated him like a crybaby at first. He says they can ask for help if they have nothing else to do. Knowing they can count on each other, they go their separate ways. Walking down the street, the two can finally rest after the long mission they had. Curious, she asks what exactly that item he got from the portal is. Saying he'll show her, the scene moves to another location in the city. Using the ring, he summons the great witch from the library they faced before. Just then, a small version of the witch suddenly appears right in front of them. Recognizing the creature, she yells in surprise that the little creature is Akasha. He then explains that she's small and adorable because she's in her weakened form. Through the item, he says he can use his mana to access her abilities. Draining a lot of mana, the item increases the range of the spells he can use. She then asks if he's sure that this is the key to the portals. He explains that among all monsters, Akasha has a unique and rare trait. Revealing the secret, he says that she can understand people perfectly. Hearing the revelation, the girl falls silent and just watches him intently. The girl then remembers that Akasha said she would never forgive her. It's explained that the level of the monsters adjusts to that of the summoner. Some monsters have special parameters that increase at higher levels. Other monsters might have parameters for attention to detail at high levels. In Akasha's case, she gains more wisdom as her level increases. At a higher level, she'll be able to talk and reveal the secrets of the monsters. He then crouches down and extends his hand toward the small creature. Seeing the small creature move, the girl gets excited by the scene. She says that Akasha is trying to speak, leaving him surprised by the situation. In a mysterious voice, the small creature warns that the end is near. She warns that in the near future, this world will come to an end. Hearing the prophecy, the two stand still, shocked by the revelation. Changing scenes, the night calmly advances on a random city street. Inside a large building, a new plot begins to unfold. Furious, a man throws his phone away after receiving bad news. Seeing the broken phone, he says the Chimera gang has failed its mission. Sitting in front of the computer, he immediately starts researching the boy. He discovers that the boy was able to take down several portal bosses. Breaking the record, he achieved B rank in the shortest time ever. He was also the one who single-handedly prevented a portal disaster from happening before. On top of all that, he managed to fight the Chimera gang and get out alive. Picking up the ring, the man says he doesn't deserve to have that item. Revealing his identity, the file calls him Ikoma, the gravity user. With a furious look, he swears he will capture him no matter what. Inside the Cave of Madness, a monster charges right at him. Using his ability, he casts a gravity spell at the creature. Taking a direct hit, the monster is slammed hard onto the ground. By defeating the creature, he gains a good amount of experience from the easy victory. One of them comments that they managed to escape even though they were surrounded by enemies. She then laments that her manager wasn't there to film the great fight. He just reflects on the choice he made to enter that specific portal. The monsters were dangerous and appeared in hordes, leaving him quite worried. Luckily, he called Hoshina, who was free because her manager took a vacation. Shifting to a commercial building, the scene is set in a new location. Sitting at a table, she thanks him for his help, but he tells her not to worry. Laughing at the situation, she says she also got some easy experience points. With sparkling eyes, she says she knows how he can repay her for the help. If he doesn't mind, she would love to film the cute little creature there. Finding it adorable, she says the video will definitely go viral. Refusing her request, he says he can't let her film the small creature. He stresses that he can't let it be exposed online under any circumstances. Being the only monster that can communicate, Akasha calmly eats a piece of candy. He remembers that dangerous people were hired to get rid of the small creature. Remembering her warning, he realizes he can't take this situation lightly. Even without her saying it, he affirms that she is the key to the mystery. Now in the car, it's mentioned that everyone knows portals aren't common phenomena. The lingering question is whether the world might actually be coming to an end. The forecast says the number of portals will decrease over the next 10 years. Believing he's the only one, he reveals himself to be an S-rank hunter from the future. Coming to a conclusion, he says they'll need a third member for their party. She then asks if it would be someone new, and he lists the qualities he's looking for. Despite having many advantages, his class is weak against specialists in a single skill. His specialty is spells that restrict the movement of his targets, but they need an attacker, and Hoshina already has her job as a streamer. Besides, Sion isn't exactly the type to attack directly. Remembering a certain guy, he wonders if he'll really have to call the Thunder Knights. Hoshina then reminds him that as a B-rank hunter, everything changes. She continues, saying it won't be easy to find someone at his level without a party. Thinking for a moment, he remembers someone from his past life. In a memory, a girl questions him about why he protected her. Even though she's badly hurt, she smiles and says she's happy he's safe. Apologizing, she asks him to promise he'll become a great hunter one day. After her sacrifice, her weapon is left behind on the ground. Returning to the present, he wonders if she might be alive in this current time. Noticing his distraction, Satsuki asks what's wrong with Ikoma. Playing it cool, he replies that it's nothing, and he was just thinking about the distant past. He reflects that the event happens 3 years from now. Just then, a new hunter arrives at the reception and sees the group from a distance. She then complains that the portal she wanted was already cleared by them. Looking at the newcomer, he comments that he's never seen her around before. With a sudden jolt, he recognizes her from somewhere in his past. Seeing the sword, he notices the imposing presence of the mysterious warrior. Remembering the past, he wonders if that could really be her. At that, he runs towards her, leaving his friend behind. Approaching the girl, he asks if she is Mio Kagurazaka. With a slight smile, she just stares at him in silence for a moment. Very annoyed, she asks who the hell he thinks he is to talk to her like that. Catching up, Satsuki asks if Ikoma knows that strange girl. Unable to tell the truth, he says he's just heard some rumors about her. Recounting the rumors, he mentions a skilled hunter who always works alone. Getting straight to the point, he invites her to join his party. Scoffing at the offer, she says it's not the first time she's been invited. Turning her back on him, she refuses the offer and starts to walk away. Questioning the invitation, she says that weaklings would only get in her way. Realizing her strength, Satsuki understands why he wants her in the party, but even so, she tells herself that the girl doesn't seem very nice. Remaining silent, he simply watches her reaction to his invitation. Complaining about her rudeness, Satsuki says she didn't have to be so mean to them. Justifying her attitude, she says she was just being clear with them. Revealing their power, he says they've already cleared B-rank portals. Finalizing his proposal, he says it wouldn't be a bad deal for her. With disdain, she just scoffs at his proposal. Challenging the boy, she says that his level doesn't really prove anything. Falling silent, she just grinds her teeth at his provocation. Taking a step forward, he suggests they see if they'll get in the way. He then proposes a training duel to prove his point to her. Understanding her distrust, he challenges her to test their fighting skills. With an irritated look, she glares at the boy for his insistence. Shoving the boy, she tells him to stop provoking her with the duel. Moving away from him, she says he doesn't intrigue her in the slightest. As she walks away, he realizes she isn't actually refusing. Turning her back, she walks silently towards the training hall. Worried, she says he'll get hurt if he fights someone at the same level. She explains that training duels are for the stronger ones to train others. He says he wasn't being serious and just wanted to know the reason for her refusal. She recalls that the girl said she didn't want anyone in her way. He nods but says there's more to this whole story. Two girls appear, talking about where they could go to have fun. He believes there's something more behind the girl's solitary attitude. Seeing her personality, Satsuki questions if they really need that girl. He then reveals that Mio possesses the rare Death Knight class. Explaining her potential, he says she could become the strongest if she survives. She reminds him that he wanted someone he could truly trust. Expressing her doubt, she says she doesn't know if she'll get along with her. He assures her that she's trustworthy, making his friend accept his decision. Changing scenes, night falls, showing the front of a residential building. Now in his room, he searches on his computer with Akasha by his side. Researching Mio, he remembers she would enter portals as if she didn't care. Always aggressive and solitary, she refused every invitation to form a party. But most important of all was the connection they had before. He then recalls that she died to save him in his past life. Gripping the mouse, he fears she'll meet the same end if she continues like this. Thinking about her future, he decides she needs teammates. Sighing, he asks Akasha how he can convince such a stubborn girl. Falling silent, the small creature just stares at his computer screen. Suddenly, a strange reflection appears in the small summoned creature's eye. At that moment, she says someone is moving the hands of time's clock. Not understanding, he asks what she means by that mysterious warning. Turning suddenly, the creature just makes a sound and stares at him intently. He then decides the best thing to do is to level up quickly. With a determined look, he remains silent for a brief moment. Remembering the need, he hears they need a high-damage attacker. With a smile, he says he has someone in mind, but she's stubborn. Waving at her, he just watches her from a distance with a calm gaze. Muttering, she walks away as he watches her with a look of pity. In a bookstore, the scene shows a new moment unfolding between them. With a book in hand, he tries to start a conversation with her cheerfully. Moving to a station, he continues with his plan to get closer to her. Showing a card, he invites her to go somewhere with him. Outside a portal, the two meet again by chance. Annoyed, she asks if he's going to say it's another huge coincidence again. With his arms crossed, he just watches her with a smile on his face. Chatting in the background, other people comment on how common it is to run into each other at the same place. He says it's a great opportunity for them to observe each other's skills. Suddenly, a dark creature appears and attacks the people around them. Together, the two stand amidst the chaos that erupts on the scene. At that, the boy is startled and looks up with a shocked expression. Waking from a dream, he wonders why he suddenly had that memory. Then, a news report on the screen shows a portal disaster happening in Saitama. He finds out that security was reinforced after two monsters escaped from the location. Even though it doesn't seem serious, he knows it's better to guard against anomalies. Then he is completely shocked when he reads the name of that specific portal. It turns out the cave was only supposed to appear in 3 years, not now. He remembers instantly that this was the portal where Mio died. With a reflection in his eyes, he tries to understand what is really happening. In front of the computer, the emergency alert is still there, showing the latest news. Walking, they enter a building to take care of some important business. In new clothes, she compliments him, saying they look great on him. Thanking him for his help, she says she's happy to have had a date with him. She then suggests they could do it again if he wants. Worried, he sees news on his phone about a portal that appeared out of nowhere. He thinks that the portal was only supposed to appear 3 years in the future. Since the portal is near her house, he knows she'll go there. Even though he beat the boss, he knows he's not as strong as he used to be. His current gravity user class isn't strong enough for the challenge. He's sure that nothing he says will stop Mio from going in. Even though it won't be easy, he decides he has to enter the raid to protect her. Remembering the sacrifice, he realizes he can't let Satsuki get involved. Falling silent, he just keeps staring at his phone screen. Noticing his concern, she asks if something is bothering him. At that, he turns to her and clenches his fist tightly. Holding his hand, she tells him he can tell her anything. With a sad look, he just whispers her name softly. She then says she was happy when he told her he needed her help. With her phone in hand, she says she wants to help in times of trouble. Confused, she realizes he's deeply shaken by something, but she reassures him that even if she doesn't understand, he can count on her to help. Thankful for her support, he turns to her with a calmer look. He then tells her he wants to join a raid. Showing her his phone, he points to the raid announcement for the Cave of Curses. She then asks him why he wants to join that specific raid. He reveals that Mio, the hunter they met, is going to die in that portal. Shocked, she asks if the girl will really be killed inside that portal. Explaining the situation, he says the only way is to join the raid too. She asks if he really thinks she's going to join the raid. With a serious look, he says he needs to tell her the whole truth. Confused, she questions the revelation he just made to her. He says he lied about the item and, in fact, knows things about the future. She asks how it's possible for someone to know what will happen in the future. Looking out the window, She seems shocked by the revelation she just heard. With a serious look, he watches her reaction to his big reveal. Turning to him, she says that, despite everything, she believes his story. She says it explains how he knew about the 2 unexplored portals. With a smile, she says she trusts him now, even if it's the end. With an awkward laugh, he just observes his friend's positive reaction. Though grateful for her trust, he says a little doubt wouldn't hurt. Changing scenes. A panel shows a train arriving at its destination. Inside the train, the 2 prepare for the mission ahead. He says this raid could be the most dangerous battle they've ever faced. With a serious look, he warns her to stay on alert at all times. Reading on her phone, she sees the portal's boss should be level 65. He reveals the boss monster will be level 80 because of an evolution. Surprised, she questions the monster's level, realizing how strong it is. He says the goal is to avoid the boss and convince Mio to leave. Since many teams will be in the raid, they might find an opening to escape. Clenching his fist, he faces the situation with great determination in his eyes. She says she understands his desire to save her, since she could die, but she notices he seems much more worried than usual. He explains that in the present, she wouldn't remember him at all. With the memory vivid, he recalls the moment she sacrificed herself for him. He then reveals that, despite everything, she saved his life in the past. Shocked, she can't believe that the girl they met saved Ikoma. Arriving at its destination, the train continues on its path along the city tracks. When they arrive, they introduce themselves as one of the groups participating in the raid. With a smile, the receptionist says they really needed the help. With their arrival, they just need to wait for the other 5 groups to come. Seeing him, Mio can't believe he's standing right in front of her. She asks what he's doing there and if he's stalking her. He denies it, saying hunters with similar levels often run into each other by chance. Annoyed by the excuse, she says he'd better not join any more raids. Satsuki finds her attitude very aggressive and doubts she ever saved him. Irritated, Mio glares at her and tells her not to look at her like that. Suddenly, a man approaches and asks if they're joining the raid. Mocking the group, he says he wasn't expecting much, but was disappointed anyway. Satsuki notices that despite their uniforms, they don't look like they're from the guild or the army. Recognizing the logo, she realizes they're part of a corporate unit. With a serious look, he just watches the group that has just arrived. It's explained that corporations have trained hunters to contribute to public safety. But for most companies, this is still a testing phase at the moment. One of the members asks him not to say things that would sabotage their reputation. Captain Shiraki then appears, ending the side conversation between the members. Bowing, the captain apologizes and promises to train his team better. Relieved by his attitude, she thinks he seems like a reasonable person. Handing over a card, the captain hears him say he'll be counting on them in the raid. Introducing himself, he reveals he's Ryo Shiraki from the Kokure Hunter unit. Holding the card, he analyzes the situation with a very thoughtful expression. With a suspicious look, he decides it's best to keep an eye on him. Saying he respects young hunters, he makes himself available for whatever they need. With a smile, he wishes everyone the best on the mission. Finally, all the groups enter the dangerous Cave of Curses for the raid. Suddenly, a strange creature appears and rushes toward them. In the blink of an eye, the monster is defeated with a single, precise strike. With his axe, the man manages to defend himself from the creature's attack. Seeing the swarm, he says they're getting a big welcome party. Even with the small portal, an anomaly caused the monsters to appear. With 7 hunters, he believes they can handle the situation easily. Calling for calm, the captain tells everyone to prepare for the great battle. One of the team members uses their weapon-destroying skill on the monsters. Then, 2 other members charge forward and hit the creature's critical point dead on. Watching the fight, he realizes they have great teamwork. The 2 strongest focus on reducing the number of incoming monsters. Meanwhile, another member watches and stops the approaching monsters. The leader stays ready to respond to anything the team needs. Casting a spell, Satsuki fires a shadow ball toward the monsters. Hitting its mark, the spell explodes and damages the nearby creatures. Charging with his sword, a team member fiercely attacks the monsters. Even though it's wounded, the monster survives the blow but is left very weak. Satsuki notices that even though they aren't bosses, they have a lot of health. She then suggests he use his gravity moves to deal with them all. He says it's not necessary, as they should take them down one by one. Mio says they need to conserve their strength, since disasters can happen at any moment. Using her blade, she unleashes a powerful strike that hits several monsters at once. He's surprised, since he'd only seen her display this level of strength much later on. He wonders what her current level is, since she's stronger than before. Even with all their health, he realizes the monsters aren't that dangerous. He then asks Satsuki to drain the mana from the approaching monster. Suddenly, a member of the other team shoves her forcefully to the side. With his axe, he lands a powerful blow on the monster's head. The captain then questions him, asking if he's trying to obliterate everyone there. Celebrating, One of the hunters says he finally managed to level up there. Getting closer, he confronts him about the experience theft, saying it was his fault. He accuses him of stealing the points on purpose, knowing how crucial they are. With a smile, the man tells him not to be so serious about everything. Satsuki asks him to calm down, but he keeps glaring at the man in front of him. It's explained that a hunter's level is their most valuable asset, but he thinks he can't count on people like that in a raid. After all, knowing who to trust is more important than a few experience points. Coming closer, the captain asks what the problem is, but he brushes it off. He then tells the group to move on, as they can't go back empty-handed. Apologizing, the captain says there seems to have been a misunderstanding. With a suspicious look, he decides he shouldn't have brought it up. The captain reveals his dream of creating the most powerful hunter group in the world. Saying that current policies are inefficient, he wants his team to be an example. With a smile, she says that despite everything, it's an ambitious goal. Despite the goal, it's not easy to level up the entire team. Because of that, only the 4 of them were eligible to join the raid. He thinks that, on the other hand, they already have 4 skilled hunters. The captain laments that his team doesn't listen to him and apologizes for the trouble. Giving him a pitying look, he says he hopes things get better. Moving forward, they need to explore and update the portal map. As they walk, the group continues their exploration through the dark and dangerous cave. Suddenly he stops, realizing something is wrong in the air. Despite everything, the team obeys the captain's orders, showing their respect. This means he could have easily reprimanded his team for their bad behavior. With a smile, the captain turns to him and reveals his true intentions. One of the members remarks that he worried for nothing about the portal's anomalies. As they explore, the groups move cautiously through the dark and mysterious cave. Feeling confident, they say they could even defeat the boss monster if it's an easy one. After all, if they kill the boss, the administration won't look down on them anymore. With a mocking laugh, the captain says that safety is paramount in a raid. He then reminds them that since it's an open raid, they need to think of others. She comments that the man with glasses seems more like a leader than the captain. He thinks that anomalies never stop and are hard to contain in portals. In his past, the boss monster evolved, and it might have already evolved now. He needs to stop them from exploring and prevent Mio from fighting the boss. Afterward, he plans to write a report for the guild to mark the location as dangerous. To do that, he'll need to take control of the raid, which is currently in their hands. But Mio is very stubborn and doesn't have a good impression of him right now. Moving forward, the other hunters continue the exploration, suspecting nothing. Stopping suddenly, he senses something strange in the air and goes on alert. He wonders why Captain Shiraki is approaching Mio. Saying he operates nearby, he mentions he's heard great stories about her. He praises her, saying she fights like a B rank even though she's a C rank. Excited, he says it's amazing and that he's wanted to talk to her for a long time. Unimpressed, she asks what he really wants with her here. With a serious look, he just stares at her for a moment in silence. Smiling, he prepares to make a grand proposal to the girl. Extending his hand, he invites her to join and lead his team to greatness. He says that with her, the hunter unit will become much more powerful. She notices the captain seems eager, perhaps wanting to recruit her before anyone else. Refusing immediately, she says she's not interested in his proposal. He says he heard she works alone, so no one gets in her way. Assuring her it won't be a problem, he promises to assemble a group worthy of her. He then reveals he's also a B-rank hunter, but she cuts him off. Ending the conversation, she says she doesn't work with anyone and walks away. Complaining about recruiters, she just continues on her way through the cave. She laments, saying she shouldn't have joined this raid at all. He says he's heard she challenges portals that are above her level. He warns her that if she keeps this up, she's just going to get hurt. With a scornful tone, she tells him to mind his own business. Unfazed, he just stares at the situation with a very serious expression. She comments that the situation got tense and Mio didn't have to be so cold. Calling them brats, a man approaches them with an air of superiority. With a smile, he says he's not as tolerant as his captain. Resting the axe on his shoulder, he warns them not to get in his way. Motionless, a man just stares at the man who just threatened them directly. He says they're desperate to prove their worth to the administration. Shocked by his audacity, the man wonders how he knows all that. Shouting, he questions him about what he knows about them anyway. Worried, Satsuki asks him not to provoke the man and to call the captain to intervene. He says it's useless to call the captain, as it's all just an act. He explains it was all set up for the captain to gain their trust. With a serious look, the captain just stares at the boy in complete silence. Not understanding, she asks him what he meant by that. He explains that the man is acting out on purpose so the captain can calm them down later. Realizing the charade, she finally understands it's all just a show. He says an undisciplined man wouldn't listen to his leader like that in battle. Warning them of the danger, He says they'll be in trouble if they keep this up. He then warns that their lives will be in danger if they continue with the charade. The captain says it's a misunderstanding, but he knows the boy won't believe him. He tells them to stop the theatrics, and then they can get along. The two groups stare at each other in silence, creating a tense atmosphere. Advancing through the cave, the hunters continue their exploration of the mysterious portal. In silence, the captain leads the group, but the tension remains between them. She says he didn't have to say things that way to the captain. He explains that he needed to see their reaction to understand their plans. At least he managed to get the man to stop acting so recklessly. Impressed, the captain didn't think a teenager would have the courage to say that. He realizes the boy seems very experienced, despite his apparent young age. Even without seeing his skills, she notes that he's quite bold. He thinks this is a great opportunity to level up and gain reputation. The situation is bad, and there's no time for arguments between them now. Suddenly, a scream echoes through the cave, getting everyone's attention. New, strange monsters have appeared in large numbers, surrounding the hunter groups. With a smile, the captain sees an opportunity to teach the boy his place. After all, he says, manipulating people is what he does best. Screaming, an assassin mantis emerges to attack the hunters. The man tells them not to worry, as they shouldn't be hard to kill, but he knows that since they're level 47, the battle won't be easy at all. These monsters aren't like the fleas they fought before entering. Besides their level, they have a tough exoskeleton and dangerous forelimbs. He also recalls that complicated monsters like these often have other hidden abilities. Knowing it's not safe to fight alone, he invites her to join them. Refusing the invitation, she charges alone into the middle of the monster swarm. With her sword, she parries the blow from one of the attacking monsters. Dodging the attacks, she moves with agility among the creatures surrounding her. Annoyed by her stubbornness, he can't believe she ran into the most dangerous spot. With no choice, he tells them to take down a monster and clear a path. The captain realizes he can't defeat them like the other monsters from before. He then sees a chance to scare him and regain control of the situation. After all, he had already warned them that their lives would be in danger. With a scornful smile, the captain just watches his plan unfold. In a training room, a man is pinned to the floor after a harsh lesson. Scared, two other members watch the scene without daring to say a single word. He says that power is everything in this new business, always attracting the immature. Shouting, the man apologizes for acting recklessly towards the captain. He explains that it's easy to control them through the fear they have of him. Turning around, he says he risked his life for things the boy considers useless. With a hand signal, he orders his team to handle the monster on the right. Promptly, the man nods and prepares to follow orders. Glancing over, he looks at Miyo, who is focused on the battle. She thinks it's better to dodge the attacks and wait for an opportunity to strike. Screaming, the mantis monster charges full force towards the hunters. With her sword in hand, she readies herself for combat against the creature. Suddenly, she senses something strange and quickly turns to the side. Just then, the captain appears and prepares to launch a powerful blow at the creature. Advising Miyo, he says she shouldn't fight all of them alone. Irritated, she says she hates people who get in her way during battles. With a subtle smile, he just watches the girl's reaction to his interference. He says he can now take control and see what the boy can do. Creating an opening, he uses his ability to create a protective barrier. Seizing the chance, Satsuki launches another one of her shadow balls with full force. Hit dead on, the monster has one of its limbs disabled by the blow. Thanking her for the help, he moves forward and prepares to deliver the final blow. Using his ability, he reverses gravity and launches the monster into the air. On the cave ceiling, he prepares to unleash his next attack from above. With his meteor drop, he comes down with full force and crushes the creature on the ground. Worried, she notices he's spending more mana than usual in the fight. He knows he needs to end the fight quickly, as he doesn't trust Captain Shiraki. Even after the hit, the creature gets up, showing its great resilience. Surprised by its persistence, he just stares at the monster that continues to fight. With a sideways glance, the captain watches the boy very carefully. He realizes that gravity users are stronger than he thought. He thinks this raid could decide the future of his entire team. In a flashback, the captain finds out his project will be drastically cut. The man reminds him that he always complained about not having a good team. He says they need to prove their worth so they don't lose their funding. Whispering, the captain gives a secret order to one of his subordinates. He thinks the battle will be over soon if he doesn't do something about it. With a hand signal, he gives the order for his team to attack. The order is clear: attack the boy and make it all look like an accident. Shocked by the order, the girl is speechless for a brief moment. He believes this will teach him a lesson not to disobey him anymore. Doubting the order, the girl wonders if the captain really wants this. Suddenly, one of the members charges towards him to deliver a blow. Charging with his sword, he attacks the monster that was blocking the path. Shouting for everyone to take down the monster, the girl moves in to attack from behind. A Apologizing, she charges forward, fearing what the captain will do if she disobeys. With a focused gaze, she decides to aim for just a minor wound on his shoulder. Sensing the danger, he quickly turns towards the threat coming from behind. Using her ability, she then fires a precise strike towards her target. Powering up her skill, she fires a concentrated blast of energy. He turns around, wondering if the attack was aimed at him. That's when he notices her eyes are locked on him. With the monster coming from one side, he couldn't stop them both. After a moment's thought, he gives a slight smirk. He then charges forward, striking the approaching creature. Suddenly, a shadowy hand emerges from the ground in front of her. Using their power, someone else blocks the attack that was heading for him. She complains that her attack was completely blocked by them. Turning his head, he thanks Satsuki for intervening. She replies that she expected him to be able to stop the girl. Coming closer, the group's leader asks what Amamiya was thinking. All flustered, she says she was just trying to help. He observes that they not only blocked it, but weren't even phased. Facing the monster, he's surprised by the young one's experience. As the monster stares him down, he shouts to get its attention. He warns that they're still in battle, telling her not to let her guard down. Preparing to strike, the creature then moves swiftly toward her. Unleashing several ice strikes, the monster hits her head on. Annoyed, he complains that he didn't know the monster could use magic skills. Seeing his comrade on the ground, he regrets his strategy. Shouting orders, he tells one to heal Amamiya while another provides cover. To complicate matters, the other one warns that he's also surrounded by monsters. Arriving just in time, he parries the blow that was about to hit his partner. Telling him to go, he says he'll handle the monster alone. Obeying the order, he runs, leaving his companion behind to face the monster. From a distance, the other group member watches the situation unfold. Clenching his fists, the group leader focuses for what's next. Placing his hands over her, he begins to use his healing ability. With the monster defeated, he announces that his side is clear. Charging forward with his sword, he lands a precise blow on the monster. Ending the fight, he defeats the creature with a single attack. She then questions why they saved that group. Explaining the situation, she says they were attacked in the middle of the battle. Continuing her lecture, she says they could have died because of it. Trying to smooth things over, he says it was a misunderstanding, but he's cut off. With a smirk, he asks if the other guy thought he would believe that. Warning him of the danger, he says the rest of his group isn't that strong. Seeing the situation, she realizes this might be a good chance for everyone to get out. Thinking of a plan, she says she can stop Mio from coming back here. Meanwhile, the injured girl remains on the ground, slowly recovering. He then announces he's spent too much mana and can no longer trust them. Declaring the mission over, he says their problem is none of his business. Arriving suddenly, she says she'll continue, no matter what they do. Annoyed by her stubbornness, he complains that he's doing this for her. She says she doesn't need anyone and would have gone in alone if she could. Observing her demeanor, he comments that she seems to hate having people around. He then asks if it's because someone she worked with ended up dying. Stunned by the sudden question, Satsuki is completely confused about what's happening. Lunging at him, she places her sword's blade against his neck. With a furious glare, she demands to know who told him something like that. Keeping his cool, he simply remains silent, not answering her question. Turning her back, she walks away from him and sheathes her weapon. Tired of the conversation, she says that if he wants to leave, he can. Running toward the back of the portal, she leaves him behind as he screams her name. Seeing the situation, the other leader complains that one of his own was incapacitated. Remembering another life, he only found out her story after she died. Calling his partner, he says they need to go after Mio immediately. Remembering the past, he fears the same tragedy will happen to her again. Stepping forward, the other group's leader asks them to wait. He asks what he thinks he's doing, warning that they can't split up. With one of them injured, he explains that the group's morale is very low. Still trying to convince him, he says their only chance is to stick together. Ignoring the warning, he says the girl might die alone. Realizing the situation, he understands that the other group has given up on helping Mio. Standing face to face, the leader of the other group begins to explain. He thinks he needs to wait for the girl to recover to keep his team together. Letting the two of them go now would mean having even fewer people for the battle. Remembering his mission, he knows he needs results to prove his group's worth. Unable to do it alone, he says he won't let them go after her. Her former companion comments that it's Mio's own fault for being so reckless. In a serious tone, he says her actions put everyone in danger. He retorts that it was his group that set up the ambush in the first place. Realizing how stubborn he is, he gives up on arguing and says it was all a misunderstanding. To resolve the situation, he offers 2 million yen to forget the past. The unexpected proposal leaves the boy completely surprised by the offer he received. Apologizing, he stresses that his group desperately needs a good result. He then questions why the boy would help someone as arrogant as Mio. Even with his partner complaining, he insists that the price for the mission is worth it. He reflects on how hunters provide military power and a future for large corporations. He knows his credibility and funding come from his construction company, and he can't afford to lose that. With a smile, he says that 2 million is a small price for the future he envisions. Showing his interest, he says he'd like to continue working with Ikoma after the mission. He then invites him to create a powerful organization and change the country together. Despite the promise of more money, his answer is a simple no. Looking him in the eyes, he states that he has no interest in joining his unit. The other group's leader is completely shocked, unable to believe his refusal. Shoving him aside, he announces that he's going after Mio. Beside them, the injured girl is still panting, recovering from the attack. Grabbing his shoulder, he yells about the promise of 2 million yen. Desperate, he raises the offer to 6 million, trying to make him change his mind. He explains that his only interest is seeing how far his skills can take him. Warning that the conversation is over, he says he'll use force if necessary. With a dark smile, the other group's leader challenges him with a question. He then questions if his support partner could actually get past him. Tauntingly, he asks if Ikoma plans to leave his partner behind and go on alone. He then suggests it would be much better for both of them to avoid a pointless fight. Clenching his teeth, Ikoma is clearly irritated by the other leader's attitude. Saying the mission is the priority, he claims he doesn't want to sound threatening. Beside him, his partner gets annoyed at how he's pretending to be nice. She then asks what Ikoma's level is, and he answers that he's level 50. The other leader then says that, coincidentally, he's at the same level too. With an intense look, he seizes the opportunity to make a new proposal. He suggests the two of them fight, and the winner becomes the group's leader. Desperate, his partner yells that they're in the middle of an exploration. Gripping his sword, he says it's riskier to continue with so much conflict. Ready for combat, he asks what Ikoma thinks of his suggestion. His partner then yells that the idea is ridiculous and they could get hurt. Ignoring her warning, he turns around and says he accepts the proposed challenge. Drawing his weapon, he says he'll play his game to settle the situation. His partner thinks that, despite his confidence, Ikoma is stronger than they imagined. Worried about the outcome, he fears his captain will get hurt even if he wins. Giving a direct order, the captain asks his allies to use buffs on him. Though shocked by the request, he just tells them to obey without asking questions. Beginning their preparations, his partners increase his attack power and speed. They then continue, strengthening his defense and his magic attack power. Looking at his hand, he says he's feeling pretty good with the buffs. With a smile on his face, he asks if they can now start a fair fight. Outraged, Ikoma's partner yells that it's a joke, and there's nothing fair about it. He then explains there were no rules against receiving buffs from your own team for the duel. Ikoma replies that it's 4 against 2, and that he should be grateful for that. Warning that the buffs will wear off, he gets ready to finally start the fight. In a mocking tone, he says Ikoma can always just choose to surrender. With all this pressure, he hopes his opponent will give up before they even start. Trusting the rules, he believes a promise to surrender would be absolutely binding. Suddenly, Ikoma asks with a bored tone if that was all he had planned. His unexpected calm leaves the other team's captain completely shocked and speechless. Warning that he doesn't have time for this, he says the fight will be over quickly. Annoyed by his audacity, the captain curses him in his thoughts. His partner is confused, wondering what Ikoma's true intention is. Remembering the past, he fears the taunt will make his captain even more aggressive. He then realizes he figured out Shiraki's class the moment he saw his skills. The Paladin class is revealed, specializing in both offense and defense, perfect for a commander. With all his buffs active, his power, speed, and defense abilities were enhanced. He then asks one last time if Ikoma is sure he won't surrender. Giving him a chance, he thinks he'd have no use for him if his skills were poor. Tired of all the talk, Ikoma tells him to stop stalling and just fight. Taunting him, he says he doesn't want to hear any excuses after he loses the fight. Faced with his confidence, the captain prepares to finally begin the battle. Shouting that he's a fool, the captain charges full force toward Ikoma. His partner is impressed, saying he's much faster than she thought. Leaping into the air, he unleashes a massive blow with his sword against his opponent. The impact of the attack then causes a huge explosion of energy on the spot. Thrown backward, he slides across the ground from the force of the impact. Watching the scene, his rival comments that he must have taken a hard hit. Despite the taunt, he admits he's impressed that he managed to block the attack. He then thinks that his captain was already strong, and now he's even stronger. Anyone who could fight him in this state would have to be incredibly powerful. Another explosion erupts, throwing everyone back with its force. His partner realizes he's using gravity to block the blows. Worried, she hopes he wasn't injured by the attack he took. Not feeling the impact, He deduces that Ikoma managed to dodge the blow at the last second. With a mocking tone, he says Ikoma is just trying to stall until his buffs run out. The other group member says he doesn't stand a chance in strength or speed. Boasting about his advantage, he claims that an individual can never defeat an organization. He goes on to say that a single person can never overcome a group. Shifting to a flashback, he remembers learning this back in school. Back then, he always stood out, being the best at everything he did. In the school hallway, he was watched from a distance by the other students. Knocked to the ground, his classmates would taunt him because of his grades. With a mocking tone, they called him the student council president. He remembers that despite being stronger, he was always ganged up on. That lesson taught him that an individual could never overcome a group alone. Gaining experience, he proposed the idea of creating hunter units. Seeking power, his goal was to rise above all the chaos. Returning to the present, he prepares for the final blow against his opponent. Shouting loudly, he charges forward, saying he'll end it all with this one strike. With a look of contempt, Ikoma says his attitude was pathetic. In a swift move, a clean strike hits his opponent dead on. Falling to his knees, he feels the pain of the attack he just received. Completely confused, he wonders what happened and how he was hit. Ikoma then explains not to worry, as he used the dull side of the blade. Shocked, his partner can't believe the captain couldn't even react to the blow. Panting on the ground, he doesn't understand how Ikoma could have been faster than him. With a serious gaze, Ikoma watches his opponent slowly get back up. He then explains that his body can't keep up with so many power enhancements. Saying that strength isn't everything, he warns that you need to know how to use it. Revealing his strategy, he says he just needed to wait for the right opportunity to strike. His partner wonders if Ikoma could read the captain's movements all along. Still, he thinks his captain is too fast to be defeated so easily. Getting up, the captain says he let his guard down, but still has defense buffs. He then yells that Ikoma has lost his one and only chance to end the fight. In his thoughts, Ikoma reveals he was just going easy on him because he needs him. Considering his stubbornness, he thinks he might need to get a little rougher. Trying to calm down, he tells himself he can win if he stays focused. Seeing that his buffs are about to run out, he decides he needs to go all out now. Determined, he says he'll use everything he has to finally defeat him. Ikoma then states that he lacks the battle experience to face him as an equal. Not understanding, he asks what he just said, telling the other to pay attention. Saying he won't stop him, he warns that his attacks won't even come close. Completely shocked by the statement, he screams in disbelief at what he just heard. Saying he won't stop him, he warns that the attacks won't even come close. Completely shocked by the statement, he shouts in disbelief at what he just heard. Not understanding anything, his partner wonders what's going on. Watching his breathless captain, he doesn't understand the difficulty of the fight. Thinking about the fight, he realizes the buffs made his attacks predictable. Deciding to keep his distance, he backs away to use his spells. Concentrating his mana, he prepares a powerful spell to end the fight. With his ability activated, he launches a powerful energy blast at him. Seeing the size of the attack, his partner comments that it would be impossible to escape. Thinking about dodging, he decides not to waste his mana on reverse gravity. Positioned in front of a carcass, he prepares to block the blow. With his gravity ability, he lifts the monster's carcass into the air. Hitting his defense, the blow explodes with impressive force. He's shocked to see his opponent used a monster as a shield. He then explains that he fought there on purpose, anticipating the ranged attack. Screaming in desperation, he tries to get away from his opponent at all costs. Floating in the air, he watches him from above, controlling all gravity. Advancing slowly, he approaches his opponent, who waits in position. Using his ability, he unbalances him with a simple touch to his forehead. Annoyed with the situation, he tries to attack with a quick sword strike. Unable to control his body, he realizes he's completely dizzy and off balance. Stumbling to the side, he understands he was hit by a gravity spell. He then explains that his opponent could barely move because of the buffs. Unleashing a series of blows, he attacks his opponent relentlessly and with precision. Fallen on the ground, he wonders how his opponent can be so strong. With his weapon to his neck, he asks if he finally understands the situation. He can't believe that his power alone surpasses all the buffs he received. Shocked, he realizes that Ikoma is the most talented hunter he's ever met. Even from a distance, his partner says the whole situation is simply ridiculous. He then wonders how Ikoma can be so much stronger than the captain. Still staggering, he thinks the raid is a chance for his group to grow. Screaming with all his might, he refuses to lose the fight no matter what. Seeing his desperation, Ikoma tells him to give up, as the buffs are wearing off. Completely speechless, He's shocked by the information he just received. Charging through the air, he goes for one last desperate attack against his opponent. With a quick move, Ikoma spins his weapon and prepares to counterattack. Parrying the blow, he hits his opponent's forehead with the hilt of his weapon. In disbelief, he can barely accept that he's about to lose. Falling to the ground, he is finally defeated, lying at his opponent's feet. He then explains that the buffs are short-lived, but the other guy forgot. Giving new orders, he says that from now on, everyone there will obey him. Telling them to hide, he warns them to leave as soon as the girl recovers. Arriving suddenly, Satsuki says they wasted Ikoma's mana for nothing. With a smile, she warns that she'll drain Shiraki's mana as compensation. Seeing the other's fear, Ikoma says doing something like that isn't necessary. With a wave of her hand, she bids farewell to the group. Healing Ikoma, she says it was a waste of time and they should go. Still refusing to give up, he says he can't let them leave. Unconcerned, Ikoma says he already told him he's not interested in his proposal. He continues, explaining that he doesn't care about corporate hunter units. Knowing the future, he says his company will never be anything important. Questioning his attitude, he asks why anyone would trust him for help. In a serious tone, he suggests the other guy start over from scratch. Hearing his words, he is shocked and has no response. Running to the portal, Satsuki asks if he wasn't the one who ordered them to attack. She then says he should have killed him, but Ikoma explains his reasons. Walking away, he says that besides that, he had other reasons for his actions. Arriving at another location, they see several islands floating in the sky. Elsewhere, a group warns that they don't have enough mana to go back. Even though he's injured, he says he's fine and can continue to provide support. Thinking he's the only one with no points, he regrets not having shown his skills. Standing in silence, he knows the other one fears being considered useless by the group. Saying he knows how he feels, Ikoma remembers being abandoned. At that, Satsuki just looks at him and calls his name. With a smile, she promises she will never abandon him, no matter what happens. Starting to run, he thinks the portal's boss must have evolved by now. He decides he'll have to drag Mio out, even if she hates him for it. Arriving in a cave, a large shadow appears in the back between the pillars. Suddenly, a huge monster descends from the ceiling towards Mio. Even with her experience, she feels something is wrong with that boss monster. The creature then lands hard on the ground, kicking up dust everywhere. Revealing its form, the level 80 cursed queen lets out a great roar. Finding demon stones, he examines them closely to be sure. He then notices signs of a battle and recently killed monsters. Satsuki asks if she doesn't usually collect the demon stones she finds. Being essentially monster hearts, these stones are filled with pure mana. Valuable as an energy source, they are also bought at a high price. She then asks if what he said about Mio was true. Saying he doesn't know much, he just mentions hearing some rumors. He reveals that she lost people from her party right after becoming a hunter. Satsuki then understands that's why she always works alone. Seeing her reaction, he says the rumors must be true. She then asks where he heard those rumors about Mio's past. Getting nervous, he tries to explain he was just researching her for recruitment. Thinking about his past, he reveals that she died trying to save him. Satsuki then shouts, asking if he has feelings for Mio. Unable to find Mio, they continue deeper into the cave. Worried about the path ahead, he decides to press on despite the imminent danger. Just then, a giant monster appears before them, letting out a loud roar. Seeing the monster's level, she realizes the power gap is too wide. The creature then rushes towards her, preparing its first attack. Barely dodging, she manages to escape the powerful blow coming right at her. Realizing the monster's speed, she understands the power of a level 80 creature. She thinks about warning the guild, but doesn't know if she can get past the monster. Knowing she'll be followed, she fears the others will also get dragged into the fight. Muttering about the others, she decides she can't involve them in the imminent danger. Prepared to fight, she knows her only chance is to attack with all her strength. Even with a plan, she still doubts if she can really defeat such a strong monster. In a vision, a former companion asks if she's finally going to join her. Sighing, she seems shaken by the vision she just had in the middle of the fight. Focusing on the monster, she prepares to fight it with everything she has. The monster then begins to prepare a new move, creating several energy spheres. With its power activated, the monster launches 4 energy spheres towards her. Though surprised, she notices the attack is very powerful, but not very fast. Taking a step forward, she readies herself to dodge and counterattack the monster. Leaping into the air, she dodges the spheres and positions herself for a direct attack. Believing this is her chance, she fills with confidence to land the final blow. Seeing the monster's guard is down, she strikes with a massive energy blast. Thrown backward, she doesn't understand how her attack didn't work on it. The monster remains still, watching her get up from the ground after the attack. With a contemptuous look, she realizes the monster is just toying with her. Angered, she understands it lowered its guard on on purpose, not needing to defend itself. Screaming with rage, she curses it for underestimating her so humiliatingly. Charging forward, she launches a new attack, sword in hand. Swinging down from above, she tries to hit the monster with all her might. With a newfound power, she prepares to show what she can do. The monster then prepares to defend, closing its claws in front of its body. The impact of her powerful strike causes a huge energy explosion. She screams that she won't give up, but her attack is stopped by its claws. Knowing she needs to break its defense, she sacrifices her life force to attack. With another sword strike, she charges straight at the monster. The force of the counterattack throws her hard to the ground. Realizing her failure, she cries out that her strongest attack didn't work. Letting out a roar, the monster attacks with even greater speed. She then notices it wasn't fighting at full strength before. With a swift blow, the monster strikes her squarely in the shoulder. Feeling the pain from the blow, she lets out a cry of agony. The creature then throws her forcefully against the cave wall. A very bright light suddenly appears, illuminating the entire battle area. With the final impact, her weapon falls to the ground, far from her reach. The entire cave shakes with the force of the explosion that just occurred. Lying on the ground, her whole body aches as she loses consciousness. With her life nearly gone, she considers it a miracle she survived the attack. Unable to see clearly, she wonders if the monster is still nearby. The monster then lets out a great roar, slowly approaching her. Despite her fear, she stands her ground and faces the creature before her. Changing scenes, a girl runs desperately through the rain in a ruined city. Reaching a gate, she stops for a moment, looking at the place. Just then, a group of hunters appears, surprising her with their sudden arrival. She then faces the group with a serious and determined look, not backing down. One of the hunters shouts, warning her that she can't stay there because of the monsters. Asking to be let in, she explains to him that this is where she lives. Surprised by her answer, he is at a loss for words for a moment. He then steps in front of her, yelling for her not to pass under any circumstances. Seeing her reaction, he yells, asking her to wait a moment. One of the hunters shouts desperately, telling her not to look at the scene. Standing at the door, she sees her parents' bodies on the living room floor. She then wonders why monsters always take everything from her. With a dark power, she gets up from the ground, ready to continue the fight. The monster strikes, but she manages to defend against the attack. Stepping back a little, she faces the creature, saying she can't move anymore. With her health low, a new death aura ability activates. Her aura is a trick, allowing her to keep fighting until her mana runs out. Hating monsters, she thinks the creature will regenerate over time. Determined to die fighting, she charges forward to rip off one of the monster's limbs. With a clash of blades, she manages to defend against the monster's attack. The monster then strikes her with its claw, using all its strength. Sliding back, she feels her mana rapidly draining with the effort. Unable to stop, she knows she must keep attacking the monster relentlessly. The monster then prepares a new attack with its dark energy spheres. Dodging the spheres, she realizes the monster is attacking with more force. One of the strikes heads towards her, ready to hit her head on. Unable to dodge, she braces for the impact of the blow. Despite the explosion, she pushes forward, saying she won't stop fighting. With her weapon in hand, she manages to block the monster's blow. She notices it used its arm to defend against her strike. Screaming with all her might, she believes she can win the fight. With the impact, she wonders if her attack finally worked on it. The monster then strikes back, landing a blow with its other claw. With the force of the blow, she is thrown to the side, falling to the ground. Lifting her face, she realizes her mana has completely run out in the fight. With low health and no mana, she faces the approaching monster. Completely drained of strength, she wonders if this will be her end. In a flashback, a friend says she is slowing her down. The same girl then asks if they can stop to rest for a bit. Limping, she complains that her feet hurt too much to keep walking. Filled with hatred, Mio says she will kill every monster in the world. She then walks away, saying she won't enter portals with her anymore. Turning her back, she tells her friend to stop bothering her once and for all. In a hallucination, she says she died because of Mio and questions her. With the vision in her mind, Mio can only call out her friend's name. The friend then asks if she's finally going to join her now. Covering her face, she says yes, and that she'll go with her wherever she goes. The monster then lets out a great roar, charging for the final attack. Suddenly, a shadowy hand appears and grabs the creature tightly. Shouting, Satsuki warns that she can't hold the monster for long. Thanking her for the help, Ikoma says she has done enough for now. Watching the scene, he prepares to finally enter the battle as well. With an intense glow, he activates his most powerful ability for the fight. With a huge explosion, Ikoma appears, holding Mio in his arms. He carries her away, getting clear of the danger with Satsuki. Once they're hidden, he says they were lucky to save Mio in time. Satsuki looks worried, saying she's badly injured and almost unconscious. Breathing heavily, she warns they need to treat her wounds immediately. From a distance, the monster stares at the spot, angrily searching for them. He says they need to run, but Satsuki thinks it's impossible. Just then, the giant creature takes a step, moving toward them. Reaching the exit, the monster blocks the passage, preventing their escape. Looking at the map, he comments that the monster is pretty smart. Mio then asks why he's here, saying it's impossible to win. He runs a hand over his head, complaining that's what he's been trying to say. Seeing her condition, he says they were lucky to save her in time. With the monster's level so high, he states they don't stand a chance. Telling Satsuki to run, he says he'll distract the monster, but Mio refuses. She says she has no one left, and that she's ready to die. Raising her weapon, she says she doesn't want anyone sacrificing themselves for her. Ikoma then thinks about using her own words to convince her to fight. Agreeing with her, he says he won't try to stop her from fighting anymore. He then surprises her, saying they will defeat the monster together. With a serious look, he says this is their only chance to survive. Satsuki yells that she's too injured and can't possibly fight. He then tells her to use her ability to restore Mio's mana. Saying he can buy them some time, he steps forward, ready to fight. Mio tries to warn him, saying he doesn't know what the monster is capable of. He replies that he actually does know, and he'd rather not. As the monster prepares to attack, the cave ceiling begins to tremble. Satsuki then hugs Mio, shielding her from the falling debris. She's startled by the power of the attack, feeling the strong energy. Ikoma then steps in front of the monster, saying he's not going anywhere. Climbing onto a rock, he faces the giant monster with determination. He then declares he's there to fight and finish the creature. Using her ability, Satsuki begins to transfer her mana to Mio. Worried, Mio says he's underestimating the power of the cursed queen. She continues, stating that he can't fight alone and will die. With a roar, the monster attacks with its claws, destroying the rock. The creature's strikes cause several explosions across the battlefield. Trapped against the wall, he prepares for the monster's next move. Using his reverse gravity, he dodges the attack and charges toward the monster. With a leap, he lands on top of the giant creature's head. He unleashes a powerful strike, attacking the monster with his sword. Mio is surprised, seeing that he's managing to fight the monster. Satsuki is also impressed, saying she's never seen him fight so fast. She can hardly believe it, saying it seems like he knows what the monster will do next. With a roar, the monster thrashes about, trying to shake him off. With a precise strike, he hits the monster right in the middle of its head. Jumping to the side, he dodges an attack from the giant creature. With a roar, the monster charges at him with full force, furious. He thinks that he never stopped having nightmares about that tragic day. Remembering Mio's death, he says he remembers everything from that battle. Thanks to that, he says he doesn't even need to see what the monster is going to do. Anticipating the attack, he ducks and dodges the claw coming his way. With a quick strike, he attacks the monster's claw, tearing off a piece. Tauntingly, he asks if that's all the level 80 monster can do. Satsuki believes that, at this rate, he might actually defeat the monster. Mio says that even though he's strong, the monster's level is too high. She explains that he'll eventually get tired if he keeps spending so much mana. Ikoma thinks that she's right, and that he's also aware of the risk. Mio then wonders why he restored her mana, and how he knows so much. With a smile, he says he's happy to have a chance for revenge. Facing the monster, he says his nightmares will finally come to an end. With a roar, the creature attacks with its cursed energy balls. Mio realizes the monster wasn't fighting seriously with her before. She then understands that the monster now sees Ikoma as a major threat. Shouting, he charges forward, saying the monster won't hit him with random attacks. Satsuki doesn't understand why he isn't dodging the monster's attacks. With a leap, he charges into the middle of the energy spheres, ready to strike. A huge explosion erupts, caused by the power of the monster's attacks. Facing the creature, he says he's waited a long time for this day. With a dark aura, he prepares for battle with all his might. With a roar, the monster prepares to attack with its sharp claws. Leaping into the air, he dodges the attack and prepares to counter. With his weapon, he charges and lands a precise blow against the monster. With a swift move, he dodges one of the creature's attacks. Mio doesn't understand how a B-rank hunter can be so skilled. Even with the attacks, the monster's health is still too high to be defeated. Clenching her fist, she realizes the monster's defense is too strong. She decides she needs to use her ultimate ability to defeat the monster. Mio says that Ikoma must be tired, and that they can't help him. She then says she knows what she needs to do to keep fighting. Activating her death aura, she tells them not to worry about her. She explains that the ability lets her fight as long as she has mana. Understanding the plan, She says that's why Ikoma restored her mana. Stepping forward, she says the fight will end one way or another. In a vision, her friend asks if she'll be okay fighting with other people. Taking a deep breath, she tries to focus on the ongoing battle. With an apology, she says that now she has people counting on her. With a determined look, she states that she can't lose this fight. With a roar, the monster charges, ready to attack with everything it's got. The two of them then attack together, combining their skills against the monster. She comments that he seems to know a lot about her class and abilities. Confirming her suspicion, he says he also knows about her ultimate ability. She then explains she can't use the ability because it makes her slow. Just then, the monster attacks with several energy spheres in their direction. Shouting, he says he'll get her 5 seconds to use the ability. Though doubtful, she prepares to use her power as he charges forward. With a leap, she dodges one of the monster's attacks and creates some distance. With the attack coming, she realizes she won't be able to use her ability. With nowhere to run, she braces for the monster's attack. With a touch, he throws her into the air, moving her out of the way of the blow. Using reverse gravity, he throws the monster's attack right back at it. The blow then explodes with force, hitting the cave ceiling. With the gravity altered, the two of them start to float in the air upside down. Confused, she wonders what's happening to the area's gravity. Yelling for her to attack, he throws her with all his might toward the monster. With a roar, the monster is pulled down by Satsuki's shadowy hand. With a sword strike, he attacks the monster with all his strength. From a distance, Mio's friend watches the scene, shocked by what she sees. With a final attack, he pins the creature to the ground with his power. She then realizes the cursed queen is trapped and ready to be attacked. Confident, she says she can use her ultimate ability to win. With her health low, she explains that her attack becomes even stronger. Even though she can't move, she says she will fall on top of the monster. Shouting for her to attack, he warns her that this is their final chance. With her ability activated, she charges with massive power against the monster. With a massive explosion, the final blow hits the monster head-on. Fallen to the ground, the monster is finally defeated by the combined attack. Sliding across the floor, she can barely stay on her feet after the effort. Unable to move, she says she's reached her limit. Even with the monster down, she wonders if they've really won. The monster's eye then glows, revealing it's still alive. He explains that the monster pretends to be defeated to launch a surprise attack. With a deadly attack, the creature launches a concentrated energy projectile. Everyone is shocked, with no time to react to the monster's surprise attack. Seeing the attack coming, she braces for the impact. Completely drained of strength, she's sure that attack will kill her. Stepping in front of her, he prepares to block the blow with his body. He then decides he needs to deflect the projectile to save everyone. Concentrating his power, he prepares to use gravity on his sword. With an intense glow, he manages to deflect the attack with his blade. With a final blow, he strikes back at the monster's attack with his sword. The giant creature lets out one last roar before being completely defeated. Remembering the past, he says that skill has never left his mind. He then moves forward, saying he never forgot what happened that day. With a swift move, he prepares for the final blow against the monster. Using a magic circle, he pins the creature to the ground with his power. Yelling that it's over, he prepares to attack the monster with everything he's got. With an intense glow, he unleashes all his power in a single strike. Receiving a lot of points, he levels up several times from the victory over the monster. With a smile, Satsuki celebrates the victory and the monster's defeat. Relieved with the result, he admits he wasn't sure it would work. Watching Mio from afar, he's happy she survived this time. He then thinks that her death was one of his greatest regrets. Looking at her hands, she realizes she's alive and that he saved her. Confused, she wonders why she survived the danger once again. With the image of her friend in his mind, he watches the situation unfold. Suddenly, a girl cries out in pain, feeling intense agony. She then has a vision of her friend being taken far away into the sky. With her hands on her head, she feels a sharp, throbbing pain. Worried, Satsuki asks if she's okay, thinking it's her injuries. She then tells Ikoma not to just stand there in front of her. With the vision in her mind, she says he reminds her of her friend. She explains that she feels her friend's resentment and that she's staring at her. Her friend then says that she won't go with her this time either. Closing her eyes, she seems to accept the situation she's in. He thinks that now he understands why she doesn't join any groups. Remembering the past, he says that now it all makes sense to him. Satsuki then asks if she's sure her friend hates her. He questions why she thinks of her friend every time someone tries to save her. Sitting on the floor, she says her friend's death was not an accident. He then says she probably sacrificed herself to save her from death. Satsuki complains that he shouldn't touch on such sensitive subjects. With a sad look, she remembers what happened in the past. In a flashback, the school bell rings, marking the end of classes. Her friend then asks if she's really going to drop out of school. Remembering what happened, she recalls that her friend knew about her family situation. Now an orphan, she explains that the government doesn't help victims enough. Because of that, she says she'll become a hunter to survive. With a shout, her friend says she'll become a hunter too. She then explains that she doesn't want them to be separated at all. Surprised by the declaration, she doesn't know what to say to her friend. In another moment, her friend asks them to go back, as she's very tired. Annoyed, she says her friend doesn't have what it takes to be a hunter. Holding her hand, the friend asks her not to say something like that. She then asks if Mio really thinks she would ever abandon her. Looking away, she remembers her friend's words from the past. Screaming for her to hang on, her friend promises she'll get her out of the portal. With a leap, her friend pushes her away from the imminent danger. With a smile, she says she's happy that Mio is okay and safe. Kneeling on the floor, she says she knows her friend hates her. He then tells her to stop lying and being unfair to the one who saved her. He continues, saying her friend would never rest in peace with that attitude. Remembering that she said no one would cry over her death, he then asks if she would understand if he said he would cry for her. He says he's certain her friend would have cried for her too. With her eyes full of tears, she's speechless at what she hears. In her final words, the friend says she's happy she's okay. She worries, saying she hopes Mio will be fine without her around. With a smile, she says she knows Mio needs her to keep going. She then asks her to live and be happy for the both of them. Crying, she remembers her friend's last words before she died. With tears in her eyes, she calls out her friend's name aloud.